Well, hello, everyone. We're back. If you keep seeing me mess with this mic, I got a spring issue in it, and I've tried to fool around with it, but it keeps going up and down on me. I'll fix it later. So, I had a little surprise for you planned before the show. My daughter was going to sing a song, and I was going to have her on the pre-show, but she's come down with a sore throat, so she's pretty anal about her voice, so she didn't want to sing with her sore throat, so kind of put a damper on that, but that's okay. So tonight, since we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary, first of all, I want to say my thoughts and prayers are the team's thoughts and prayers go out to all the families, friends, everyone that's associated with this case. It's pretty despicable, the things that have been said throughout this year. And say that there's nothing personal against this person, WSU Kim, who, by the way, I want to say sent me an email basically threatening me, saying that she's copyrighted and anything that I say, she's gonna criminally file charges on me and all this stuff. Okay, nice try, Kim. Not gonna happen. You think I'm an idiot? Plus, she made some other threats. You know, she brings up my deceased ex-wife, which she brought up 2 weeks ago, guys, in chat, and thought it was pretty distasteful. And that's what opened it up for you, Kim, because you can't keep your mouth shut. You got to be relevant. She also says in the email that she's on a gag order. And she goes into this huge 2-page email talking about how she's apologized to the families and she's done all this and that, blah, 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 and that she's a good person. And I don't doubt that. Kim, I don't doubt you're a good person. I think you're a genuinely good person. I think you're crazy as hell. That's my opinion. I think that, I don't know if you've catfished everybody and because you put up multiple different photos of yourself, and you'll see those tonight. I don't know if you really are who you say you are. I know you are based on your IP and all the other info that you know that I now have on you. I know everything there is to know about you, your entire family, but I don't dox here. Unless I have to. So that being said, we're going to talk about how all this disinformation started. And it started pretty much with this one person. She spun a story and people jumped all over it. And she's just one of many that could have done this same thing. And I'm honestly surprised there aren't a plethora more people out there doing the same thing that she did to become relevant. Because there's something wrong up here. But what she did, and I have the email that she sent me through another creator. She actually mistook me she mistook another show for having me on their show. And she sent that show a message thinking I was on that show first. And she articulates it in her email, and she made a mistake, but she was really trying to get a hold of me. I guess that's a compliment. I have no idea. Or was it that she thought that she could manipulate me, someone that's got a background in law enforcement and was a detective, if she thought that she could manipulate me into believing her story? Was it that much of a challenge for her to be able to do that? Was she that confident that she could spin her story to me and I would just be like, wow, this is great stuff, Kim. Let's hear more. No, I didn't buy it. So I did an interview with her. First, there was an interview with another person in chat or that came on panel that just, I couldn't talk to her with him because he was like, "You're an effing liar." He was screaming to her. And I think people confused me with him because we're on at the same time saying I was rude to her. And I sent that creator a message. I'm like, I can't deal with this guy. I will interview her by myself because he was off the chain rude. And I wasn't rude to Kim at all, ever. And you'll hear that tonight. Although people just swore that I was rude. It wasn't me, it was the other guy. But we had some good dialogue going, and I asked, laid back questions. Wasn't, in your face, insulting, calling her a liar. Didn't do any of that stuff. I let her talk. But you'll hear that I actually do a little mind manipulating with her and get her to admit things and get her to actually construct a story as we spoke. So, what was that? Hold on a second, y'all. So I want to point something out real quick. This is what we're dealing with, people. Some jerk has come in here and put Tanner past the butt cream, my 15-year-old son's name and picture. That's how disgusting these people are. My son is sitting next to me. He's modding. That is not my son. I want you all to think about that. This is the trash that we are dealing with. These are the type of people that listen to WSU Kim, that love what she has to say, that love the Dago show, that love Rory, that love T-Rev, that love Tommy, love all these pathetic shows. That is the type of person right there. The armpit of society. Somebody thinks that's funny? Well, I just got your IP address, so we'll see how funny it is when I'm done with you. Thank you, son. Tanner's pretty sharp. So anyway, we're going to delete that. And we're going to ban that user. Pretty pathetic, y'all. Nice try. Is that the best you got? All that does is makes my resolve even stronger. All that does is make this show even stronger. Because the people that see that, if they have any moral compass about them, will shun you, shun your type of people, shun the shows that you're associated with, and they'll gravitate toward us. So I hope that what you did served its purpose for you, because it damn sure served a purpose for this team and this channel. So thank you. Anyway, back to the topic. So in interviewing WSU Kim, it was very pleasant. It was fun. It was laid back. You know, I had no issues with Kim. She was polite, but she's a liar. Now, was Kim maliciously being like that? I don't think so. And this is my opinion. But I think Kim needs psychological help. I think that what she did was irreprehensible and disgusting. But I honestly don't think she could help it. I think there's something wrong in her gray matter. Again, that's my opinion. And I'm allowed to say that. You know why? Because I can, Kim. If you don't like it, tough. The damage you have done to these families, their friends, these red-rummed, unalived, beautiful people is irreprehensible, disgusting. So everyone's going to do a big tribute to the victims. Got with the team, I thought we would do something unique. And we would hang out to dry one of the main culprits of all of the disinformation that came about throughout the past year. The one who started it all, in my opinion. The one who was entertained by a plethora of so-called creators who were no better than her, who did it because crazy sells, people. Bottom line. The more outlandish, the more crazy, the more pathetic, the more disgusting, the better. And I'll call out each and every one of those channels tonight. You'll see them, and I'll probably leave some out. But you get the idea. They know who they are. But you know what? They made their money. They got their clicks. They got their subs. Tragedy pimps. All at the expense of 4 unbelievable tragedies. Doesn't matter to them. Kim can say now, well, I've been spanked. I can't. I don't know. I don't know if this is true or not. She's alluding that in the email she sent me. I don't know. She's basically saying that she can't mention it anymore, can't talk about it anymore. She's on a gag order. You need to elaborate, Kimberly, because that's a little vague. I remember earlier you saying early on that you refused to sign the gag order. You don't sign a gag order. That's the kind of ridiculous stuff that you said. So what the team and I have done is we put together, and they've done an excellent job going back and pulling old video. And we have done a great job putting together this video, while at the same time we'll be doing a tribute to each and every one of these victims. And to the families out there, I hope that somehow, some way you see this, and I open up this platform for any of you to come on here and speak about what has transpired in your lives since you lost your loved ones. and what kind of impact people like WSU Kim have had on you and your families. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to bring Kelly in and we're going to start the video up. And as usual, what I'll do is I'll pause it and I'll talk. And maybe in the end, we'll have an open panel. I'm trying to get J-Lord on. We're having some technical difficulties. Trying to get Rachel in. We'll get them in eventually. But I want you to remember each and every one of these victims and their families tonight. And I want you to feel free to say what you want to say within respect of the parameters that I've set for this show. I don't want any cursing. I know we slip up at times. Please, no cursing. If you would help the show out, let's get the algorithm up. Let's hit like and subscribe. If you're not subscribed first time, you don't have to subscribe, but if you do, if you want to, that's great. Please hit the like button so we can get the algorithm going. We can get this show out there so people can see it. Okay.
John.
Yeah.
Hey, John.
Hey.
I got a surprise for you.
You got a surprise?
You got your first 2 super chats.
Wow.
First one was from Mindy, and the second one was from Karen. Am I saying your name right?
Thank you. You didn't have to do that.
Are you as shocked as I am? I didn't know.
Yeah, we got monetized, everyone. So, what people don't understand is this does cost a lot of money.
Thank you, Liz.
And as long as I can support the channel, I'm happy. It pays for itself. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to be that guy that's going to say my dog's hungry or, I need to pay my bills or and anything else.
We're not forwarding misinformation either.
I do like to take care of my people. I'll send them gift cards or something like that. And I got to pay this little whippersnapper here for breaking away from his video games to come help Dad mod.
Thank you, Tanner. I know what a sacrifice that was.
And he helps me with the technical stuff. So I want to thank you all very much for that. And again, I'm humbled, and we've worked really hard in the past 2 months. Mm-hmm. And I'm proud of this team and what we've achieved, and the following that we have thus far are all great people.
Yeah.
A lot of these other shows have a following too, and they have good people, but they have bad people. I don't want the bad people. Stay over there. I don't want the trash over here. I want people with common sense, people with heart, people that believe in the Constitution, but don't take it too far. Mm-hmm. Use your common sense. Don't make up crazy stories like, cannibals did this or vampires did this or 6 or 7 or 8 people did this.
Right.
Remember, words have consequences.
So do you get the notices? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Do you get the notices for the super chats?
Yeah, they show up in chat.
Okay.
So thank you, everyone. If you are hitting me for super chats, I really appreciate it.
It's awesome.
A
nice feeling.
That's not what I'm here for, though. I didn't start this channel for those reasons. I started this channel. You know why I started this channel? Because of WSU Kim.
I was going to say.
Mm-hmm. She is the main spark that lit my fire. Mm-hmm. So Kim, you're welcome. And everyone else who is enjoying the benefits of your spewage, because we started a movement here, they thank you too.
Yeah.
Because you are the armpit of society. And I don't know how you sleep at night, to be honest with you. I really don't. And you send me this disingenuous email worried about your family. Yeah, everyone. Kim's worried about her family and her younger daughter, who I know who she is. She's an adult. I could spew her name if I wanted to, but I'm not that dirty unless I'm prompted to be. So you remember the little conversation we had in email today before you even contemplate doing something stupid, which is trying to sue me or criminally charge me for copyright infringement. Hey, newsflash. You don't know what you're talking about. Bring it, don't sing it. I'll be ready. I'll be ready for you. And we're only going to cover a fraction, just a fraction of what this woman has actually said amongst a plethora of other creators or so-called creators who make me want to vomit. Then you have one creator, Jules, decides one day, like a month ago, she's going to come out and she's debunked Kim. She's debunked her. I'm over her. She's full of crap. Like she did something. Kelly, when did I do the interview with Kim?
Back in May. May
3rd.
I think it was. Yeah.
If I remember right. May 3rd, I interviewed Kim. And after you hear this interview, you're going to have to ask yourself, what prudent person would actually take that woman and bring her into your show and let her talk? Who would do that? After you hear what everyone heard, they all knew it. It was everywhere. The creator that I was a guest on that show called me because I had challenged her, and he says, I'm just going to let you have it. You go with her. Because he couldn't do it. He could barely even articulate a sentence. But post my interview with her, all of you sorry ass jerks who entertained her for months, 6, 7 months, and made a fortune off of her. Excuse me. Made a fortune. Click after click after click after click after sub after sub after sub after chat after super chat. Oh, we love you. Bring us more, Kim. Let's hear more. And Silva just said, I don't think you were rude to Kim. I was not rude to Kim at all. Ever.
Nope. You were so polite.
And
so
you guys
nice.
will hear it. I wasn't rude to Kim when she sent me the email 2 hours before this show, threatening me.
No.
Her little own cease and desist order. Nice try. And I know what you're trying to work out with old Dago. You might want to rethink that. Dago deleted his show last night, by the way, folks. The man who's on going for disability is dancing on his show. Hey, guess what,
I wish I could
Dago?
dance.
Guess what, Dago? Hey, Kelly, what did I ask you to do last night?
I got it.
What did I say he was going to do?
You said he did exactly what you said he was going to do. And
said he's going to delete this show after I call him out. You can actually see in the show, everyone. I go in. He can read my chats. No one else can because he ghosted me. And I confronted him. And I said, "Ooh, disability, I love this one. You're on here dancing. You look like a bobblehead. Got a pinched nerve in his neck? It doesn't look like he's got a pinched nerve in his neck to me. Doesn't look like he's got any back problems either. He's twisting around, getting up, smoking cigarettes, dancing, bebopping. But when I sent that, woo, you could see the energy just drain out of him. He was done.
Just like the last show.
Then he tried to say, "That's not the only thing that I'm disabled on. You see this scar on my head?" Y'all, it's unbelievable.
It is.
People like that deserve everything that they're going to get. And I have zero empathy for him. Zero. Because
just keeps doubling down on the lies.
Well, the info that I've been getting is 90% of his base is older ladies.
Yeah. People on disability that can't afford what they're doing. But they do it because he pulls at their heartstrings.
In my opinion, he's a roach.
Yeah.
He's disgusting. He's a fraud.
Yeah.
And his criminal history shows that. But we're off of Dago right now. You've seen my shows. Go back and watch them again. And I think they're pretty comedic.
You were killing me.
But you know what? I think Dago will implode on his own. Looks like it's heading that way now. He had like 60 people on his last show. I think people are a little hip to him now. Starting to regret. I got 4 more emails today from former meatballs, they call themselves. He's got the sauce, and everybody that subscribes and becomes a member is a meatball. Those meatballs are far and few between now. Mission accomplished. And I want to thank each and every one of you for supporting what we're doing here. So at the end of this show, I think you all will get it. For those that didn't know who WSU Kim was, is, and continues to be, you'll know by the end of this show. Most do know. So I'm going to go over the thumbnail real quick. I just want to show you all what we have here. So, of course, stop the cap. For anyone that knows what that means, that's slang. It's in an Urban Dictionary. It basically means stop the crap, stop the lies, stop the garbage, stop the disinformation. Just knock it off. It says, Kaylee knew too much. Maddie told Adam everything. I don't trust the police. The kids told me about it. Why would other creators perpetrate the lies? Here's my favorite one, and you'll get a kick out of this one because you're going to hear it straight from her mouth. The plumber did it with a wrench.
You line and sunker. Oh my gosh, it's so obvious. That was classic.
So,
yeah.
Get your popcorn. You're going to have fun tonight. It's not going to be a 6-hour show. Somebody actually got on chat and complained that we had a 6-hour show. You know what I said to her? I said, look, if you need to pause it every 30 minutes and take notes, I don't know what else to tell you. We had a lot to cover, and we covered it. I don't do a show, 3 or 4 shows, 15, 20-minute increments every day. I have a life. I have a career. I have a job. I have a family.
Yeah.
This isn't my world. I don't get to sit here all day and make little shorts.
Exactly.
While collecting my disability check. Double dipping.
Who else retains 100 people and by the end of the show there's still 100 people in, you know.
Mhm.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. At 3:30 in the morning, we still had
At
over
3:30
100
in the
people
morning.
in the show.
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited about that.
I mean, we lose track of time. That's not a bad thing.
No, but I'll not brag. So let's get this thing rolling. And here we go.
This is also a tribute to the kids a year later.
They're lying. According to Kim's daughter, multiple people from Pi Beta Phi were called. These phone calls were made 2 to 3 hours before the first 911 call, and news spread like wildfire. A whole bunch of kids were given a narrative by the kids that were there. Locals are coming out claiming their kids or friends were at the home between 8 to 10 a.m. This user says that her nephew said a lot of people were at the home by 11. This is still 1 hour before the first 911 call. I even spoke with a student at U of I who also knew people got called. But when it comes to speaking with anyone who received a phone call, friend did, it's hard to get people. Why? I called the FBI on the 13th.
All right. So she says, it's kind of hard to get people to talk. Why? And here rolls in the lady of the night.
Actually, because I knew my daughter received the text. We just had, we picked up our daughter. We were going to stay with our daughter and then wound up not staying with our daughter. We were able to get a hotel in Moscow because that's what we prefer.
Pay attention to that. We were able to get a hotel in Moscow. Now, this is one of many faces that what, Kelly?
Because it's so beautiful in Moscow, is what she said.
And this is just one of, we don't know. I know what she looks like, but y'all don't know what face is actually Kim's. I've got a picture of her entire family. I know what she looks like. I know who she is. She doesn't want y'all to know. Just like my challenge out to her was, if you want to come into this show, you come into live, StreamYard, on video. I'll let you say whatever you want to say, but I want everyone to see who you are. You're not going to hide behind a computer screen any longer. So this right here is, son, it's your mother's fault. I'm a deadbeat dad. She wouldn't let me live off of her anymore, allegedly. Oh, there's more to come on this little fella right here.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Just got a lot more information on him. So for those of you that actually support this guy and are okay with the fact that he calls the mother of his children a whore on a live stream and denies that he even has 2 children and demands a DNA test when he owes $50,000 in back child support. I mean, I'd be like, give me that test. If those weren't my kids, wouldn't you? Let me ask you something. If you had 2 children that you didn't think were yours, and the child support for the past over a decade has just been adding up and adding up and adding up, but they're not your kids, and you know that you're in a lot of trouble and you're running, wouldn't you get a DNA test and say, hey, told you those weren't my kids, wipe my record clean, bye-bye. Thank you very much. No. Old T-Rev just runs his mouth. Hurts people. Hurts his own children who came onto this show voluntarily with their mother. And I'm in contact with them. And just a reminder, everyone, when we get a little closer to Christmas, we're going to do something for those two beautiful kids
Yeah.
and their struggling mom, who's doing quite well by
Yes,
herself.
she is. Yes.
But at one
She would
time,
never ask, but
she did ask because she was about to be
yeah,
homeless.
she did. She
And
did.
what does T-Rev do?
Blows her
T-Rev
off.
slams the door in her face, basically blocks her on everything and his own children.
So did his dad.
And so did his dad, who actually came into the show and started saying that he actually has told T-Rev multiple times that he needs to step up and take care of his kids, and he can't control what his son does. But I'll digress on that. I'll let you guys spread the word on that because a lot still don't know. But this jerk will go on and do a show every now and then. He's not near what he used to be as far as how many shows he's doing. I hear through the grapevine that his girl's dumped him. I don't know how true that is, but he's like in hiding. He's living in some shack somewhere. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is New Jersey's looking for him. So anyway, we'll get back on to Kim, the many faces of Kim. In a hotel in Moscow is what she says here. Now, she says that to another creator. Now, listen to this.
Her to stay, honestly, we're used to. It's a lovely town. It's a beautiful town, honestly. But and one of the girls who sent it to her, her boyfriend plays football for UI, and supposedly he had spent the night at my daughter's house. But again, we were in a hotel in Pullman. We were able.
So she tells me she's in a hotel in Moscow. She tells another creator she was in a hotel in Pullman. This is the same time, by the way. These aren't different times she's talking about. Just so y'all know.
We'll get a hotel in Moscow because in a hotel in Pullman. We were able to get a hotel in Moscow because I never saw him. I never saw. So
this is debunked. Everyone out there, this stuff is false. And to the families out there, I know T-Rev sent this to some of the family members. We are trying to fight for your children. And you know what? I'm getting choked up. But to have these idiots out here saying this garbage about these poor people is absolutely awful. It's awful.
Now, I'm not going to read this. You guys can go back and pause it and read it later. But this is an actual email that she sent to me via another creator, where she talks about pretty gory details that she knew nothing about. She admits it later. She admits it in my email that she was misinformed. She sure did run with it, though, didn't she?
Sure does.
You know what I would suspect?
Piles it on.
You know what I would suspect? And this is pure speculation, y'all. She became such a commodity for all these creators. I'm pretty sure, and I heard from another person from another show that's no longer with that show, that she was getting paid to go into these shows. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
It's pretty pathetic.
Special guest, WSU Kim. Bouncing all over the clock. Disgusting. Greed has no conscience, people. I just think it's kind of, oh, here's another face. Now this one, now this one, well, we'll just leave it alone. I don't ever visit or call my kids, but I'll tell my girlfriend it's their mom's fault instead of admitting I'm a deadbeat dad. Just had to put that on there because I can. So May 3rd, 2023, Detective John interviews WSU Kim. Pay attention, y'all.
And to me, it's just irresponsible for us to take what you've said and say that it's true or allude that it's true when we haven't really vetted any of it. You know, it's like anybody could get on here and say, I could get on here and say, well, you know, it was me. I was the killer. You know, Brian Kohlberger didn't do it. I flew out to Idaho and I stalked these girls and I took my 9-inch knife. I mean, people do that. They really do.
I agree with you. And so I will tell you what I know. And I give you as much as how I know that I feel comfortable giving you. And I hope people that I can tell all of it to you privately, obviously.
The details of the incident.
So she doesn't want to answer the hard questions, but she'll tell me privately. Well, I called her out on that. That never happened. She ghosted me on that. But she would tell me privately. Now, do you think not if she told me privately, I'd say, yeah, I won't say nothing, Kim. I'd come out and tell exactly what she said, because I have a goal, and that goal is to get to the truth and debunk people like her. And J-Lord just said, J-Lord knows a lot about Kim. She knows a hell of a lot about Kim. And I want her on the panel tonight, but something's going on. She can't get into Discord or can't get into StreamYard for some reason. But we'll work that out. But pay attention to what old J-Lord says in chat, because she's got a lot of information. Read up.
On 1122 King Road.
She knew. She'd known since like 10. Dylan and Bethany were in the downstairs room. Dylan saw them out the window. They're lying.
According
to her, it was somebody who was at the scene, and they sent out a text thread to multiple people, many parties.
Here's yet another face that's been attached to the WSU name tagged. She must have a good plastic surgeon. She's like a damn chameleon. Is she trying to catfish everyone? What do y'all think? I don't know.
10 o'clock. And that was the second text to go out, because the first one was around 8:30. We get an alert like about 5 o'clock, between 4:30 and 5 ish. It was in that late afternoon when we were driving home towards the pass, going towards the pass. So my husband calls the boys. I call my daughter. I'm like, what's going on? You're on a lot. What's going on? And she said, I already know. I knew at 10 o'clock, Mom. And I'm like, what happened? And she knew every detail of what had happened.
So this is how it all started, pretty much. Her daughter tells her that she knew everything at 10 a.m. And some points in here, you'll hear her say it like 8:30 she knew, or something like that. I can't remember the exact time. But of all the people surrounding this case, WSU Kim is the liaison here between these quote unquote, and you're here to say 8 or 9 students that know everything. Now, I don't know about you, but I currently have teenagers for kids, and they can't even go to the restroom without taking their phone with them and telling people they're in the bathroom. So you're to lead me to believe that all this information is out there, but they're keeping it quiet because they're afraid of something or someone or the frat. Really?
And I said, why do you know this information? Like 6 guys outside, and
There's another picture.
somewhere inside or somewhere outside. And you have to, and I understand this is hearsay. I understand this is like, I get it, what you're saying with that. So I'm just telling you what she learned from her peers. So then she said that, what did he say? She said, then I said, well, she said, they were
All right. Little interview and interrogation 101. Construction. Construction, construction, construction. Nothing flows off of this woman's tongue smoothly. She's finding the words to make up the story. I capture her doing this multiple times. I even get her to change her story. Yet after hearing all this, y'all, people still continue to jump all over her for the clicks for months.
just being loud, and they heard noises, and so they went downstairs and locked themselves in the bedroom together. It was Bethany and Dylan in the downstairs bedroom together, and no 911 really, but and she said, well, it's a party house, and that's where the whole party house part came into. And apparently it's a well-known fact that drugs are sold in that house. I do not, now I'm going to really clarify this. I want everybody to hear me.
All right. So what did she just imply there? This is where it all started. This is where the whole drug thing started, was with WSU Kim. It's a well-known fact. It's a well-known fact. This is a drugs are sold. Well-known from who? Police certainly didn't know that. Police go there all the time on noise complaints. Tell you what, if I knew that was a well-known drug house and I'm going there on a noise complaint, I'm stroking some tickets. That's how it works. I'm getting names to go on those tickets to turn into OSI or CID or whatever they call their bureau over there. Narcotics. I'm getting intel. The easiest way to do that is start stroking tickets. But you know what? And you'll see it. These cops don't do any of that. They're really cool. Like, hey, y'all, I'd rather see you spending that $300 on beer than on a fine for a noise complaint. Multiple times they have to go out there. And they're always cool. But no, according to WSU Kim, this is the biggest dope house in Moscow, basically.
do not believe these kids were selling drugs. I believe they were living in a home that was known for that behaviors. And I think they were nice, and they were easy-going kids, and they were successful kids, and kids are kids, and they do.
I think. Yet this woman, once again, I'm going to say it over and over again. These other creators, so-called creators, allow this woman to come on their shows multiple times. 6-7 months. Who's going to hold them accountable? You know how you hold them accountable? You unsubscribe. You think about what we're doing here. That's how you hold them accountable. And you send them a message telling them why you unsubscribed.
Stupid things, and these kids don't get a chance to come off of maybe a minor one step or whatever. Nobody expects perfection. So I am not condemning these kids. I'm condemning the people who did this to these kids. And
the people.
Who does that?
Yeah.
Who does that?
That all happened and the roommates were just asleep.
They weren't asleep. They were awake. They heard it all. They knew who it was. And I don't know in the translation if there saw 3 people inside and 1 outside watching, or 2 people inside and 1 outside watching. Like 6 guys outside and somewhere inside or somewhere outside. And so from what I've been able to boil down.
Did y'all catch that? 3, 4, 5 to 1, and now 5, 6, 7 when she talks to me. This is where it gets really comical, y'all. how many people WSU Kim purports were involved in this homicide, these homicides.
Get pieces together from what I know, like from, and I think Roz is involved too. Don't get me wrong here. I'm not just saying U of I. I mean, both.
So now both universities are involved, which I hope their attorneys are part of the civil case against this woman who I happen to know. She's pretty well off.
Schools are involved, and not just because he was a teacher there. How did he get vetted? Who is vetting him to be a teacher in classroom 12 and my kids sitting in classroom 13? Who's doing that? College kids, frat kids wear vans. Like, come on, right? And then to say that Murphy was found in the bedroom with Kaylee but didn't have a speck of blood on him. Are you kidding me? The smell would have just bowled you over.
Another thing is,
The smell would have just bowled you over. So you've been to how many crime scenes? Yeah, the smell would have been pretty bad, but not immediately. First thing you start to smell is, alert everyone. Usually, a lot of times when people lose their life, they lose control of their bowels. Things like that happen. Blood has a specific odor. And it's the iron and the BLOOD. It has a very, very intense smell, and the proteins start to break down. A lot of you've never been in a crime scene like this. There was a lot of fluids, but we didn't need to hear it from her.
I mean, to get rid of, it's like it doesn't take 4 hours. So
For the record, I think that's Olivia, I believe. I don't even know what to think about her and what she was doing at the time. She was entertaining her just as much as anyone. It's pretty disgusting.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think they were coming up with the narrative, because the narrative that was sent to my daughter at around 10 in the morning, it was that 4 students were killed. They were Pi Phis. And I think they had grouped Kaylee into that Pi Phi group. They didn't, because she's an AFI. Because I remember the girl saying, that's weird that an AFI and a Pi Phi is living together. And I said, well, those are different. I don't know. Maybe one of them dropped or something.
I want to pause for a moment. And if anyone can, and they want to support the Ethan Foundation, Ethan's mother wrote this book. I've ordered one. It was $23, I think, on Amazon. The Boy Who Wore Blue. And what the book is about is they're triplets. So to distinguish between the 3 children, she would use colors. If you look here, I don't know for sure whether Hunter's color was green, but Hunter green. But I do know that Ethan's color was blue. So he's the boy that wore blue. And that's how she was able to determine the difference between her 3 triplets. Now, I'm sure, the 2 boys were a lot easier to distinguish between. But that's the book. It's written by Stacy Chapin, which is his mom. And it's a really sweet book. I haven't read it yet, but I've read some excerpts from it, and I watched a little show that she talked about at CrimeCon here in Orlando. She was here. And people are attacking her for that, when most of the proceeds are going to a charity.
It's disgusting.
But they're
The attacks
attacking
that
her
she's
for
got.
writing a book to
And
help.
she was forced to write it. She felt compelled to write it because other people were going to. And so
Right.
she wanted to head it off.
She wanted to stop other people from writing about her own child. Who should be the best person to write a book about their child? their mother.
Yep.
So she wrote the book. So if anyone feels like they would like to do something, instead of sending me any kind of money, buy this book because it's for a good cause. The Boy Who Wore Blue.
I don't know. And I don't know Greek. I went to Central Washington University. We didn't have Greek there.
Right. Well, let me ask you one thing, and then you can go on. So the investigator that came to you divulged to you information from the incident report?
So I discovered a lie in what was told. The investigator for the defendant called me, and I asked, and that's where he got my name, because I wanted to know how he had my name and number. And I said, so then he said, will you have your students write a statement? And I said, definitely not. You can either believe me or you don't have to, but I'm not putting my children at risk because I don't think it's safe there. And you guys keep telling everybody they're safe, but I don't believe you.
Where did the information, without saying names, where did the information come from that body parts were removed and taken away?
The kids all know it.
Alert everyone. This gets kind of graphic here because I'm confronting her about the email that she sent. Okay. Yeah. So just everyone be aware that there's going to be some foul stuff said here. And if you can't handle it, you might not want to listen to this part because
this is graphic. What she said in her. Yeah, this is what she said in her email.
I'm paraphrasing. I'm paraphrasing some here, but this is, I'm confronting her with what she said in her email. She doesn't like it too much. What does she expect?
Right.
What does she want to happen? Do you think I'm the only person she sent this email to?
Nope.
No. Do you think she didn't want it out there? And that she actually sent the email? She wanted it out there.
She couldn't keep the story straight, though.
Even if it's just subliminally, she wanted it out there. Promise you.
It's coming from the kids. The students all know.
Here's the problem I have. And I'm not saying you're a liar. I'm not. You may have been told this stuff, but here's the problem I have with it. I'm a realist, and kids today have diarrhea of the mouth. They cannot keep their mouths shut. And for you to be basically the only person out there that has divulged this stuff, and there's supposedly many kids that know this information, that's a tough pill to swallow, Kim. I mean, it really is. I mean, but you may believe what you're being told, but again, this is like second, third, fourth hand information. You don't even know where it came from, how she knows. Do you?
So, yes. So, yes. And
boy, does she get tongue-tied here. She must think I'm an idiot. What's that?
Well, yeah, she does, but contraire.
Yes, I do.
This is what I was talking about. I've got questions. I mean, there's like,
and I can tell you privately how I know that, but I can't. So I haven't told anybody publicly except for a few of the YouTubers that I've trusted to tell this information. See, I didn't think he'd tell anybody that information. That is a rough pill to swallow.
What do you?
So she divulges this information, and she didn't think anybody would disclose it. That's a tough pill for her to swallow. Are you all
using your words?
Are you all that stupid? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think anyone in this forum is that stupid. Now, the other ones?
Quite intelligent.
Yeah, I think the other ones have quite a few people that would buy that story. No one over here. No one over here. Thank the Lord.
Honest, I mean, what's hard to believe is why in the world what would they have to gain to just put this on one person? I mean, please make me understand why they would hold this from the public, that there's potentially 5 other homicide suspects out there that you're talking about.
So this is
Christy
this
That's
is
Christy.
Christy. This is Kaylee's
and Olivia.
sister that had the baby that never got to see her aunt.
Hmm. So cute.
Think about that, everyone.
About the FBI, you're talking about the Idaho State Police, you're talking about the department in Moscow, you're talking about probably Washington departments over there. You're talking.
So basically what I'm saying here is you got all these entities that are conspiring together to lie. That's what she wants us to believe. That's what she's telling everyone. For what reason? Listen to what she says when I ask her that.
About multiple entities that are withholding pertinent information. For what reason? To protect a university? I'm sorry.
No,
That's
not to
what I
protect the
would
university.
have.
It's not to
Okay,
protect
then
the university.
there you go. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear why they would do that.
Crickets.
Well, to protect themselves and their kids.
Well, to protect themselves and their kids.
She didn't think about that. She didn't think about that question at all.
Again, everyone has heard my interview with her. It was all over the place.
Yeah.
Yet, still until like last month, to have WSU Kim on their panels
Mm-hmm.
for hours.
To protect themselves. So the law enforcement
Who is
officers,
John Showalter's father? Who is John Showalter's uncle? And
tell
who's
me
now
that.
been assigned to the case? He works for the Attorney General's office. He's got 2 answers.
Oh, so now Showalter's uncle works for the Attorney General's office. So the relevance there is just unbeknownst to me.
0.
But I guess, it has some bearing to Kim, if it's even
Poor
true,
kid.
which
Thank you.
I don't
Keeping it
bother
real.
to research because I don't jump down those rabbit holes.
That's who are in elected positions.
So an
Let's
attorney
start
general,
there.
attorney general.
He's
who
in the
over-
office. He's
Yeah,
the
I
deputy
mean-
or something.
Guys, thank you so much. Keeping it real, thank you. And anybody that I missed, I'm sorry. I'm not used to seeing that, so I'm going to have to pay attention. So thank you very much, keeping it real. Thank you.
Yeah.
So he's assigned to the case. And what capacity?
I don't think he's assigned to the case, but the people in his office are assigned to the case now for the prosecutor.
Okay, well, what's he supposed to do? Does he have a conflict of interest? Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
if your nephew or if you don't think there's a conflict of interest there?
Well, I would
With
say there
Showalter?
would be. So he needs
agreed,
to
100%.
recuse himself, and his
Well,
supervisor.
he's not
would-
serving, but I think the whole office should recuse themselves. They should put it into another district.
The whole office should recuse themselves. Entire office. Because this kid is the uncle of a kid allegedly involved in anything surrounding this case. Whole office.
Nothing.
Because WSU Kim says so.
Entirely.
Well, you do have multiple. You've got multiple agencies involved. You don't know what capacity this is actually. He's actually.
Well, right.
taking.
I don't. You're right.
So,
I don't,
but here again, you're insinuating though.
newest.
Okay, you're insinuating that there's a problem.
Okay.
Mhm.
So
all right.
I would have to
She's
ask
the problem.
you why you would think that, and I get it.
Okay.
There would be a conflict of interest, and certainly he should recuse himself, just like a judge. Or I had cases where I grew up in my town. I knew drug dealers. I knew some people that I grew up with. I had to recuse myself from the case. It was assigned to me. Oh, I can't handle this case.
Right.
Because I grew up with him and I hated his guts. So it wouldn't look good. It wouldn't look good if I went to court and I'm the investigating officer and he says, wait a second, you and I got in a fist fight when we were in the 6th grade. You've hated me, I've hated you. Bam.
Agreed. And I agree with that. I really believe that they were being shaken down and warned not to say anything because stitches get stitches. And I believe that because that's what the kids believe. And I do believe it's drugs, but I think it's human trafficking too. I believe.
Hey y'all, thank you very much. We got 250 people in here. If we can even out the like with that would be awesome. Get that algorithm pumping out there so we can get everybody out there in YouTube land that's following true crime to see a link to this show and watch it and see what type of people were actually out there spewing the garbage and the lies that spawned an entire year of nothing but filth throughout these two states, Idaho and Washington. These people that live there in the immediate area are suffering. We have a person on this team that has a granddaughter that goes to WSU that's leaving school because they can't go anywhere without someone sticking a camera in their face and trying to solicit information. The entire town, both sides are just devastated.
Devastated.
Because someone like this and many others and creators are out there just undermining every single step that law enforcement takes. Why? Because they have disdain for law enforcement. Because that's where we are today, people. That's where we are in the United States of America and around the world. You know, because every cop is crooked. Every agency is corrupt. Do you know how hard it is to be a corrupt cop today? Very hard, y'all. Very hard. Big Brother's watching 24/7 every time. When they get in the car, they have body cams. A lot of them have cameras in the cars facing them, watching them at all times. They're being tracked through dispatch.
Mm-hmm.
That's not only for their protection, but it's for the citizens' protection too. It's a good thing. I believe in body cams. They've done a lot of good and on both sides. Again, I want to ask you, do you understand how damaging someone who makes comments like she's making, asserting that there's corruption and lies and crooked police and all these other creators like Dago, who continually say that. Harsh, who's not even an American. Not even an American, criticizing our justice system every single day.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me want to vomit. Harsh, I hope you don't come to the States and become a victim and need police help to help you on your holiday. Jerk. Tommy, what's his face? Unbelievable. Actually threatened a sitting judge. I have it. Threatened a sitting judge on his show. Lana. Whoo. I'm not done with you. Do you know how much disdain there is out there for you, Lana? Do you have any clue how many people hate your guts? Am I lying, Kelly?
Nope.
You've seen some of the emails. I forward them to you.
They're disgusting.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm talking about the ones that come in daily wanting me to continue to go after Lana.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was in thought in chat. I'm sorry. You did it to me again.
Yeah, Lana. Yeah, Lana, I think you're delusional. You single-handedly, just so you know, are the most, in my opinion, from what I see, hated creator on YouTube. Purely my opinion, because I'm getting the evidence sent to me. And based on all of the complaints that come into me, and yeah, I've been kind of deemed the police, which I embrace, and I'm proud of it. I love policing these YouTube streets and exposing all of you corrupt, vile, disgusting people. I love it. You're welcome. You can expect a lot more. Because you think that your inner circle is loyal to you, turn on one of them. Turn on one of them. See what happens to you. Nolo, thank you.
It's awesome. Love it.
Who else
What
did
you
I
think?
want to say? Oh, Rory, the man who says he'll never debate me. Really, dude? The guy who's called you out and your Sergeant Friday guest, I've called you all out. I did that. And you have the audacity to create a show and say, I would never debate you. And
It's
one
so
of
passive
your
aggressive. It's
cronies said,
hilarious.
we'll destroy him. Y'all crack me up. Open invitation. You come on to my panel anytime. My panel, not your panel. This is my show. I challenge each and every one of you. Come on, bring it. Don't sing it. You want to talk about these cases? You want to talk about the facts? You want to talk about investigative techniques? You want to talk about DNA? You want to talk about any of that stuff? Bring it. I welcome it. And I'll treat you with respect.
Mm-hmm.
You better be prepared. Doc, whatever your face is, said the other day, tried to say, oh, what you said about the 3D stuff, that was Maddie's room. No, it's not Maddie's room. Kaylee's room, where she's standing with the dog, where she's standing with her labradoodle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bouncing his feet.
Murphy, right in front of the sliding glass door.
Standing there at the sliding glass doors, looking out into that lot where I believe he perched himself and did surveillance. Yeah. That's the room, not Maddie's room, jerk. Tried to
Maddie's
call
room
me
was
out.
blocked by
And
trees.
because I didn't spew out Murphy's name right away. Seriously, dude.
Whatever, dude.
Is that the best you got? I asked, I said, what was the dog's name, Kelly? And as she's saying it, I said it. I always forget that dog's name. I don't know why Murphy just doesn't flow off as a name for me. That's all you got, though. Give me a
Giovanna,
break.
thank you.
Giovanna, thank you. What did I miss?
She said,
thank you,
she sent a
Giovanna.
super chat. Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, guys. I get kind of
I'm not used to it either.
Got to reel me back in. Tanner
Hey,
smacked me.
Believe that there's this whole sugar babies thing that's out there. There's a lot of different nefarious things. There's a lot of adults that should be trusted involved. And I don't believe the noise complaints because there's no 911 calls to back it up.
Naylor here.
I don't believe the noise complaints because there's no 911 calls to back it up. First of all, you don't dial 911 for a noise complaint, Kim.
No, please
That's
don't
a
do that.
non-emergency situation. So there's no 911 calls to back up the noise complaints. You call 911 on a noise complaint, you get scolded by dispatch. pretty quick because you're tying up an emergency line.
Yep.
They don't like that too much. A noise complaint
Well,
is a non-emergency situation. What, Kim?
yes.
I mean, what, Kelly?
I was just going to say,
I
most
just
people
told you,
have the
Kim.
common sense. It's okay.
Yeah,
My dad called me every name. He ran down 15 names before he got to mine. I'm used to it.
but are you listening to this absurd interview? This interview, everyone, again, it was out there. This other creator that I was a guest on a show that I did this made a lot of money off of this interview. Got some of the most clicks he's ever gotten. And it's still getting views.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think that noise complaints is a message. So
So where
I
did
can tell you
the 5 other people come in then? Because the other night you kind of
they
alluded that
saw
there's
that.
5 other people
So
involved.
Dylan said, and it did come from Dylan, that
Okay.
she saw so there's one guy called the Creeper, which we talked about. I don't know who the Creeper is. The Creeper didn't have a name. It's just a Creeper. It's just.
Could the Creeper have been BK? I don't know. I mean, could Brian Kohlberger have been creeping on her social media? I don't know. Did Kim just make that up because she's heard the term creeper, just like she's heard the term snitches get stitches, and she keeps saying it over and over? She's infatuated with that word, that phrase, snitches get stitches. That is a trigger phrase for her. It has got her mortified that something's going to happen to her children.
Yep.
Unbelievable that any of these other creators would lady.
They use. But part of me thinks she was picking Brian's brain because he's apparently very. I don't know how smart he is. I mean, I don't know anything other than the kids thought he was an asshole. And he did have a review, is what the school told me. And then during the review, they told me he was grading toward blah, blah, blah. But he was not.
All right. So here we go. Now you're going to hear her say that he wasn't terminated before he was arrested. She actually says this. She'd be wrong. September 23rd. Now, mind you, when I left law enforcement, I went into the private sector and I worked human resources. I was an investigator for a huge corporation, a drug corporation. And I had to terminate people often. We did performance for reviews. We did all kinds of stuff. And then I would do evals on them. And I terminated them for multiple things, just like what's being done here. So September 23rd, he had a fight with a professor. They call it an altercation, but it was a fight. October 3rd, they had a meeting to discuss professional behavior, which he basically probably got a verbal warning at that time. October 21st, he received an email about failure to meet expectations. So he's not performing up to standards. So basically what HR is doing is they're laying the foundation to get rid of this guy. For whatever reason. He's creepy. He's rude. He's unprofessional. Hitting on students. Who knows? I'm not saying any of that's true. I'm just saying, hypothetically, these are the things that could lead to that. Okay? October 21st, received email about a failure to meet expectations. So HR sent him an email. November 2nd, meeting to discuss improvement plan. Clue number 2. So we call those PIPs, performance improvement plans. December 7th, meeting to discuss improvement plan progress. So within about a month, they told him, we're going to reevaluate you in a month and let's see if there's any progress. Let's see what you've done to promote change in your behavior. December 9th, altercation number 2 with a professor. He knows now he's a done deal.
Mm-hmm.
He has to
They
know.
just, they just had a meeting 2 days before. He lost his ish.
So December 19th, terminated. December 29th, arrested. Now, do we think potentially that maybe, just maybe, investigators were already conducting interviews and pulling personnel files and asking questions about BK? Do you think that maybe the fact that that bolo was out for that white Elantra, that some security guard perhaps, again, this is all hypothetical, on campus, or campus police found that Elantra, called it in, and they started doing surveillance, and they started working the case on BK, which is 8 miles away from the crime scene, as potentially being their number one suspect? Simple police work. You remember in the news conference, the PIO and the chief both said, the community is going to solve this case. We need your help. I think that's what happened. All this other stuff, in my opinion, subsequent drive to Pennsylvania, all that stuff, icing on the cake. They already knew. I promise you.
Not fired before he was arrested. I was told that again by Heather in the dean of students office at Wazoo, because I called her.
They may have had a human resources event and had an investigation going on, and maybe he knew about it, and maybe there was a propensity that he was going to be fired, and maybe that set him off the deep end because it has something to do with creeping.
Because I don't believe that he's innocent. He put himself in a place to be found guilty. So, all
right, for Doc, this is Maddie's room. If you're standing outside in the back, this is the room to the far right of the balcony. That's Maddie's room. Kaylee's room is on the far left, which gave you a direct bird's eye view onto that lot that I described. Not Maddie's room, which is pretty much covered in foliage. You're welcome, jerk.
Accused at least. So, but do I have enough evidence that I think he could be convicted? I don't think so. And because I know he wasn't alone, I don't think it's solved. He might be one party, but he's not the only party. That's my point. And people are acting like they're safe. And okay, so the officer went to, I think it was Jack D.
Oh, look at Maddie when she was a little girl.
She's so precious.
They've
Look
got
at
a very tough Christmas coming up.
Man. All these
I'll
kids.
tell you what, everyone. If she were my daughter, and I have a teenage daughter, people spewing what this woman has been spewing,
I know.
I'm
hard
55 years old, y'all.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could be as contained as
If-
Steven's been. Just don't think I could.
Mm-mm.
I'd shut him up somehow. That's just me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anybody should do that. I'm just saying me.
It would be hard to not.
I would lose my mind.
Yeah. It's disgusting what these people are doing to the families.
So the disdain, and Kim, I know you're watching. Read my lips. The disdain that you have created for yourself has nothing to do with me in this show tonight.
That's
I
right.
could pull up so many comments as of late where people have finally said, whoa. What did she say? And many of them don't
I
even
just
know
love-
about this early on stuff that you were saying.
Yeah. It's just kind of all swirling in my head right now. She said it was a drug house. She said it was that they were.
Oh no, what did she say? She accused Kaylee of running what? What is that website?
Oh yes,
Don't
sugar
even say
daddy.
it. Don't even say it. She said sugar daddy earlier. They actually
Is that what
mentioned
that is? I
how
have no
much
idea.
money Kaylee had in her account. They tried to say because she bought a Range Rover, a low-end Range Rover, mind you. It's
Yes.
kind of like the Ford Escape of Rovers. Very
Mhm.
affordable. It wasn't brand new. It was used. It was probably a $15,000 vehicle, maybe 20. She bought it with her own money and she was making payments. You allude to the fact that she paid cash for it. You people did. It's disgusting. Insinuate that she was into some kind of nefarious sugar girl stuff, like she's a prostitute, a high-paid prostitute on a website that I'm not even going to name because it's disgusting. Pathetic. Pathetic. And I bet you that when this is all over, you creators that have been skating on that lovely, smooth ice for months now, getting paid, you're all going to get sued. I've been in contact with somebody that's actually got 3 lawsuits going on right now. Sitting in front of a judge. Oh, yeah. You think you're in the clear over there, Harshy boy? Nope.
And Adam's house to
Right.
give a warning about noise. And then as he's walking back on the body cam, which TNT had shown, he's saying, well, we should give noise notice to this house over here, meaning Kaylee's house, the 11-12-22 house, just to be fair. But nobody called in. So I find that to be like, really? When
I first saw this picture, this is Maddie's mother. Now, they look like sisters. She doesn't look like she's old enough to have a kid over 20 years old. This is her dad, her bio dad, I believe. But wow. Pretty lady.
And I've never seen him write a ticket. And when Kaylee said to him, he said, "You know why we're here?" And she said, "I assume noise." In a way, I just, as a mom, and I could be wrong, but as a mom, I'm thinking something's not right. But
You know how this goes, of course. Since you guys live here. You're responsible for the music. Okay. So we have to come back out. What's the noise plate ticket up to these days?
Oh God, it's like 350.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to pay that.
Yeah.
That's we don't want to pay that. Next time, we'll the later at night it gets, the more expensive it gets.
Okay.
These cops are so cool to them.
Yeah. Keep the music down. Have a good party. Make sure everyone's over 21. Yeah. If we do have to come back out here, you two guys are each getting paid. Got it? I understand. That's so it's on the
Fair enough, guys.
Make sure the party stays down. Thank you. Have a good one.
Take care, guys. Okay. Good luck. Yeah, thank you. Good semester. And in some cases, like when we get here and that stereo's going, I would also go contact them because it was non-specific. Sure. And if I'm warning them, I better go fucking warn them.
True. And that's the bottom road house there?
Which one? Over here? That one? That one's up on, goes through that driveway. The guy's walking right there.
Oh, yeah.
That side there. Guarantee the stairs are going to come right back on as soon as we leave.
Well, I saw that big, tall JBL on the back patio there, so I'll just go chat with them.
Okay, I'll come with you.
All right, y'all. So we fast forwarded it there. Basically, they've gone from one noise complaint to another noise complaint because it was a blanket call. Someone just called in saying there was loud music. So just next door, basically, they were playing music, and they're playing music here as well. So to be fair, these officers decided to go, hey, we better go over next door and give them a warning too, because if we come back, we'll be able to say, and we hear loud music here and over there, we'll be able to cite them both.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's what this is about. And you can see how cool these officers actually are to this known drug distribution center. Really?
Party. Once neighbors start calling in, they have an issue.
Eric.
You go to school?
Yeah.
Okay. What year?
Senior.
Senior. Okay. So I'll tell you the same thing I told them. You probably know the drill, right?
Actually, no.
All right. Now I want to show you all something, and I'm not going to bring up the other photo, but you've seen it numerous times. So we're going to put the old theory, and I did this a while ago too, to bed, that this wall right here was Xana's room. The headboard was up against this wall, just like this. And the bed was pointing this way. Okay. There was area to walk over here. What's under here, what's under this wall right here on top of this foundation is what's called a sill plate. So basically, the wall, the studs, the 2x4s that come down and attach to the sill plate, which is attached to the floor or to the concrete floor.
Mm-hmm.
It's either bolted down or you know, they have a special hammer that actually you put a 22 shell in, you hit it, and it drives the nail down into the concrete. A lot of times they're bolted in. Don't know what happened here, but there's a void, although very thin, in between the sill plate, which is, just imagine a 2x4 laying down here, and that concrete. And 2x4s aren't completely smooth, so they're warped a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Fluid, especially BLOOD, is very viscous.
Mm-hmm.
It's like oil. It acts a lot like oil. So it finds a way to get into cracks and crevices and will seep through better than water will.
Yeah, it coagulates.
Quite well, that's afterwards. Coagulation would be bad. That wouldn't promote that. Coagulates is when it dries and it becomes hard.
Ah.
When it's not coagulating, when it's still warm and it's being pumped out of the body, especially, it's going to run down. So imagine the headboard being here and a body being up against the headboard and it running down the back of the headboard onto the floor and underneath the sill plate and running down this foundation where you have that picture we've all seen where the blood is running down here. everyone's like, that's not that, that's tar, or that's such and such, or whatever. It's rust. No, I
Give me a
said
break.
from the very beginning what that was. And this right here is the area and proves that that's what that was.
Oh, okay. So usually, at least for me, I'll give you a verbal warning.
Okay.
Once I have neighbors calling,
Clearly, you don't see that.
then it's too loud, you're disturbing the peace.
Yeah.
Nothing against having parties, nothing against having people over who are overage to drink. But again, once we start disturbing the neighbors, then we've got an issue.
Yeah.
Always take it as up to 300.
Yeah, somewhere around 300, 400
It's
bucks.
a pretty expensive ticket. I don't want to give that to you. That being said, this is your place, so I'm going to hold you responsible.
They get it more
It's your
expensive
place,
later
you're
it
also
gets.
responsible for everybody.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab
We already warned them
Yeah.
too, so.
So when it came down here, what Kelly was mentioning was coagulation. So once it started running down the side, it wouldn't run so fast once it started to coagulate or harden, basically.
Mhm.
And it would freeze right to the foundation, which is what it did.
Yep. Dried right up.
That's why when you have your blood drawn, and the tubes that the blood goes in from the syringe actually have a chemical in it. I don't remember what the name is, but it's to stop the blood from coagulating.
Mm-hmm.
And if I
Yep.
do have back here, it's $300 some tickets going to be
Okay.
and it only gets more expensive. Hold there.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fine.
Okay, right here. I want y'all to pay attention to this. Now you hear this whole, there was a screen out. There's a screen out. Well, there's a screen out. There it is. The same screen that was out.
Yep.
It's been out. Somebody's just too lazy to put it back in.
Yep.
Screens
Just like
can
probably the ladder.
Screens can be difficult at times. They're finicky, especially if the tabs get broke or they're bent. So for whatever reason, the screen's out. But I want you to pay attention to this right here. You see this?
Yep.
That's a walkway, people. And what is this back here?
That's the road. That's the Linda Lane. Not Linda Lane. The Queen Road apartment complexes. Well, and Linda Lane,
Oh.
actually.
So the Linda Lane footage where it shows the car driving around and around and around and around.
Yep.
He was doing dry runs.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to get up the nerve to do what he was going to do.
Yep.
He finally did. And I believe this area over here, somewhere, because this is that lot back here. Now, this is a lot of foliage right here, but over here is another path. And this is that lot that gives you a bird's eye view right into here. Now, this is from August of 22. So there's a lot of foliage on these trees. But guess what? When wintertime rolls around, a lot of these leaves are gone. So probably a lot of the reason why the FBI is there taking more 3D footage is because now they can get an even better look at what the perpetrator saw, because now the foliage is going to be similar to what it was a year ago. So they're doing 3D imaging inside, outside, because they're going to do a scale, like Doc said, which I never said they weren't going to do. So they're going to do a scale of the building. They're going to do a scale dimensional building and bring it into the courtroom. They will tear this place down because there is no evidentiary value to this house anymore. But I believe that part of what they're doing is they're getting the footage from what it looks like over here. And if you were going to surveil someone, this is a bird's eye view. This is a pathway too. There's a pathway up here. So there's many avenues that he could have come down. I suspect he probably came down right through here. Could be wrong. But sometimes you got to think like a criminal. This is probably what I would do, because I can park my car right here and be gone.
Yep.
That makes sense?
Sure
What do you
does.
think, Kelly?
I think that I love watching you work.
I
When we were
think that
going
makes
over this
sense.
video, you pointed that out right away. I didn't even see a car back there. And you're like, wait, there's the screen. I was like,
There's a car right here. It's not the car. That's a car.
no, it's a car. It shows, and it shows a path. Yeah,
Just
it's
something to
definitely
think
there.
about, y'all.
Mhm.
I don't think I've seen anyone point that out. I'm not saying that no one has.
Actually, what's the phone number for you?
Or hasn't.
Is this 1122 here? Yeah. Okay. I'd much rather you spend that $300 on beer or something fun.
I would much rather you spend that $300 on beer. Now, does that sound like a cop that's like, here we are at this dope house again, and we can't get these people. You know, now we have an opportunity, and we're going to just say, hey, buy more beer. Don't worry about this. Just keep it down, and, you know, hopefully we won't have to come back. Not the way it works, people. Sorry. Not the way it works. And if you just came in, y'all, I want to remind you, please click the like and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We'd love to have you as part of the team, and because that's what we are. We're all a team. I'm not going to call us a family like everyone else does. We're a team. We're all working for the same cause, I hope, which is justice. Do I believe in innocent until proven guilty? Hell yes, I do. But I also believe in the preponderance of the evidence, and I believe in law enforcement. And I believe that they have their guy. Period. And I believe that there is a plethora more evidence that the day that they do their opening statements will be an epic day. And this case will be one of the most watched in history. And you think the Murdaugh case was impressive? I think this case will be tenfold that case. I think the digital footprint is going to be unbelievable. I think the 3D imaging is going to be unbelievable, because you have to think technology today with, you've all seen kids wearing headsets, you know, doing 3D games. My son has one. What's that game? What's that headset called? The Oculus.
Yes.
I put that thing on and I was running into walls. I looked so stupid. I was tripping over furniture. They were laughing. My daughter and my son were cracking up. I fell over the couch. I'm kicking, you know, I'm kicking over. I knocked the lamp over, didn't I? I knocked the lamp. I actually broke a lamp.
Oh no, that's
Seriously,
not good.
I look like I was drunk. But if they use something like the Oculus and they put it on each one of those 12 jurors' heads and the alternates, they can look at any part of that house they want to. Of course, they'll be directed on where to go, try to go. But if somebody is focused on one thing, they won't have to go back to it. They can take that, potentially take that. And I'm not positive, but they should be able to take that into the jury room and look at anything that they want to look at. Far better than taking 1 or 2 or 3 trips to the crime scene and walking through it. Because there's going to be zoomed in footage. There's going to be 3-dimensional footage. You're going to see everything. It's amazing. And if you don't believe me, then pull up a case where you see it. Pull up the Murdaugh case. You'll see how they put this together. When they actually have Murdaugh walking, shooting his wife and his son and everything. and it's amazing. They have the trajectory of the rounds, where the spent shell casings were. They knew everything, and it was very compelling. And I believe that this is going to be just as compelling. You have 4 crime scenes. You have 4 victims, and each one of those victims is in itself a crime scene. This isn't one crime scene. Think about that. Think about what's coming. Think about how in depth this case is going to be, how concise it's going to be to the millimeter. They're getting scale footage now.
Yeah,
More
yeah.
sticker, right?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. That being said, warnings. Don't do it again.
Yep.
All right, you see what he's doing here? People made a big deal out of this. They're accusing this officer of potentially being a suspect because he took a picture of Kaylee's ID.
Right.
I kid you not. Do you guys remember that?
I remember it.
There was an entire show based on the fact that this officer needs to be looked into because he was potentially stalking Kaylee. Who does this? That's weird. Done every day. That's
so
what you do today.
ridiculous.
Why is he going to waste his time sitting there writing her name down, writing everything down on that warning slip when he can hold the ID over it, give her the warning, take a snapshot of it, and be back in his car, back in service? There's nothing nefarious about what he just did right there. But you know what? People had entire shows making this guy out to be a suspect. I'm not kidding you. That's how ignorant people are. That's how insanely irresponsible these creators are. So-called, they're not creators in my book. They're bullshitters. And excuse my French. I try not to curse, but that's what they are. They're fraud. Tragedy pimps. They're liars.
I'd hate to come back in a few hours and then have to issue it. So, any questions for me?
No.
All right. Have a great rest of your day.
Take care.
Is that questioning the investigation? Is that something we should question? Seriously? Is that something that we should question, people?
Nope. Common
In
sense.
these other
please.
creators' minds, it's good enough to have a 2-3 day show on. Casting doubt. This guy did it. Because he's young, she's young, so he must be a pervert. He's going to stalk her now. This guy looks just like Richard Gere, like a young Richard Gere. Good looking kid.
Hey, John. G-Lord said that this was move-in day for Maddie, Dylan, and Bethany, I think.
Yeah, they were switching rooms.
It was move-in day. Yeah.
Yeah, they were switching rooms. I remember that. Thank you for pointing that out, J-Lord.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was like shut down. So at the same time, I honestly would not be surprised if he did not have his car there because several white launches were there.
So you're saying that you know that for a fact that there's several white Elantras at the Washington campus?
Yes, I know for a fact.
Do you notice how she wasn't so confident there when I asked her that question? Yes, I know for a fact. Because she's lying. She's a liar. She constructs all this stuff during this interview. Some of it's rehearsed. She doesn't expect some of these questions I'm asking her.
Well, I know that they came up with thousands within, the Washington, Idaho area.
There's likely 35. Now, how is it that WSU Kim knows that there's not 31, 32, not 34, but 35 white Elantras on the campus or around the campus of WSU? How is it that she knows this? Asking for a friend. Can someone answer that in chat?
I could have vetted those 35 people and found out where they were that night.
Right. So,
oh, this is beautiful. She could have vetted those 35 people and found out where they were that night. So listen to my next question.
One day. So
did you vet them?
Well, the one that I had to, I did. Yeah, I did.
And what did you find?
Well, it could have been there is what I don't know for a fact if it was there, but it could have been there. And I did report it. I've reported every single thing that I know. And I have answered any question that Olivia
was that you don't think that they did, but you think they're involved, but you think that there's 5 other suspects out there. I just want to know the only thing, and I'm just being totally candid with you. I just want to know.
All right. So she thinks there's 5 or 6 other suspects out there. This is what this woman has said time and time again. She insists. This is where it gets really good, y'all. Listen up.
Why you think there's 5 other people that are actually involved. So you alluded that there were 3 outside, basically keeping watch, and there were another 2 inside helping with the homicides. Or 3.
I know that because Dylan said
that would be 7. That would be 7.
3 and 3.
She knows that because Dylan said that and Dylan texted that. Was that in the PCA, Kelly?
That Dylan said that? Heck no.
How is it
That's
that
ridiculous?
That WSU Kim is just privy to all this information that none of the rest of the free world knows about, aside from law enforcement, which has done a really good job on this gag order, which I still to this day can't believe is actually taking place and working. Kim knows. She knows all about it.
Plus
6
I was
total.
Brian.
Right. I believe
However,
that for sure.
However, I do believe that the person who called 911 was there. I believe Murphy wasn't there. Murphy was picked up by his owner.
Where was Murphy, Kelly?
Murphy was in Kaylee's bedroom.
And why do we know that, Kelly?
Because it's in the arrest warrant in the PCA.
It's in the PCA. So we have another creator that when I discussed that actually came into our chat and said, who would do that? That would be basically insinuating that it would be animal abuse for these girls who are trying to go to sleep. And I don't know if anyone's ever owned a Labradoodle. My mother-in-law had a Labradoodle, and it was so rambunctious and ran around. Wonderful dog, loved the dog, but she couldn't handle it. It broke her hip, knocked her down many times. It was the most hyper dog I've ever seen. And I have a Jack Russell. So once that dog is wound up, now I want you to picture something. You're out all night partying. Your dog's locked up all night. You get home. You're a little loud. You come in there. The dog, the first thing you want to do is take that dog out the back slider doors. Remember that now. You take your dog out when you come home because the dog's been locked up all night, and you go out those back sliders. That could be a routine, could it not? Do you think that might be a routine? If somebody knows via social media that these girls are out partying and that they have a dog and that when they get home, They're going to let the dog out. Just putting it out there. I'm not saying that's what happened. I can assure you that the dog was let out. But we don't know exactly when. All we know is the dog was where, Kelly?
The dog was in Kaylee's bedroom.
The dog was in Kaylee's bedroom, which is the bedroom where you see Kaylee leaning over with the sliding doors. That's Kaylee's bedroom. And Maddie's bedroom is directly behind that bedroom. That way, on the corner of that house. So why would it be such a tragic thing for them to say, hey, the dog's a little rambunctious. This time we're going to bed. Put the dog up and lock the door, and we'll take care of the dog in the morning. We get a creator coming in here destroying me because I insinuated that that's what they did. Seriously?
Exactly.
I was like, what? Anyway, this is allegedly Jack. I think it is. I'm not sure. Picking the dog up. And that's a Labradoodle. My mother-in-law had a black one. And I'm telling you, the dogs are very rambunctious. They're not calm dogs. They don't bark much. I can tell you that much. But they do jump around. And this was a 9-month-old puppy.
One of his owners, and take.
Well, we know that came out early. That Murphy was released.
They said Murphy was in the house without a speck of blood on him. That's what's still going. That's what they're still claiming anyway. I haven't seen anywhere else.
So Kaylee and Maddie were in the same bedroom. So are we to believe that Murphy could have potentially not been in the other bedroom because they wanted to go to sleep, and Murphy's jacked up and wanting to go out and play?
Okay, so
yeah, because I said that right there. Another creator gets on like she's, I don't know what she thinks she is. She's not the person y'all think she is, though. And we'll expose her on that if we need to.
I'll give you this. So the person who got into Maddie's bedroom, scratched on the door like Murphy. Used to scratch to get in.
Now, how would it?
So she knows that because the girls were locked in their bedroom, that someone simulated like they were Murphy and scratched on the door so that they would come open the door and let the perpetrator in. Now, how in the world would WSU Kim know this? Honestly, people. Again, after hearing this nonsense, these alleged creators continue to have this lady on their shows. It blows me away.
Did anybody know that?
Because the kids know it. Because Dylan.
How would the kids know? How would Dylan know that? How would Dylan know that the perpetrator scratched on the door and was and got let in? She's not even on the same floor.
Crickets.
I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and I'm putting myself there. I'm trying to figure out how they would know that.
We still don't know where the dog was found. I've asked, and they won't give that answer.
Now, mind you all, this is before the PCA. They didn't know any of this. This was before the PCA. So you just need to know that.
So.
Ethan's and the dog going to the Humane Society.
Yeah, we do know that he wound up going there, but just where he was found in the home.
But I mean, could he have had blood on him?
That's the question. We don't know.
We'll never know.
Could he have jumped on them?
No, you will know. Steve, you will know. That will be divulged. The dog will have been tested for bodily fluids. They'll know whether he has any human DNA on him or her. Him. And you will know, guys.
He scratched him, and because he was a jumper, could that person have hair on him? I mean,
he was a jumper.
Was he a barker?
Nope.
Not at all.
Not a barker.
Murphy was actually, he's still kind of a puppy. He just recently is turning one.
He'll be one on the 27th.
Yeah. So, I mean, he was pretty young and he was used to people, you know, being around a lot. He lived with 5 girls.
Do you think if a stranger came in, he would have caused a ruckus?
No.
I don't believe so. I honestly think if anything, he
He's just a
probably would have
goofy.
hid.
Yeah, he's a big goofy dog.
Well, what about the kid? What about the fact that the kids say there's more people that are involved? That they say this is more nefarious than it couldn't even get worse, but that the kids say more was going on there. What about
but
that
you're not
part of
you're
it?
not telling me anything that
I will tell you that
your
privately.
witness has told you that would convince me that more people were involved, other than you're just saying that they're saying more people is involved.
Well,
That's
right,
what I
because
want you to make me believe, because you've got to have something compelling to make me to believe.
I will do it privately, but not publicly, and I will do.
I will do it. This is her MO. She sends out these subliminals. She says this garbage. And then when I ask her to divulge why she knows what she knows, she'll tell me privately. No, she wouldn't. She never would. She blew me off every time. Wouldn't happen. Because she knows she can't defend what she said. She can't backstroke her way out of it. Because I nailed her, quite frankly. I proved she was a liar multiple times. I exposed her for who she was. She knew it.
Do it so you can watch me talk to
But
you.
we're
and tell
talking
you what
about
I know.
you know, you said that somebody's head was cut off, somebody's arm was cut off, somebody's
Ah!
finger.
Warning, y'all. This is graphic, like I told you before. Because that's what she said in her email to me.
Her email was even worse.
What about? I never said arm.
somebody's
Never
heart
said
was
anything about an
removed.
arm.
What
First
is
of all,
what
never
is
said anything
what
about an
is
arm. I never
it's a
mentioned an arm.
hand. It's part of the arm. It's a hand. And fingers were cut off and all this stuff. But you're worried about divulging why. This is why I have a problem with
This
what you're
is
telling
why
me.
I have a problem that you're saying it out loud, and I trusted you guys not to say it out loud.
But now, say it.
Why?
I trusted you guys to not say it out loud. So what's your point?
Why send it?
Why would you divulge information that you didn't want out? Why not just keep it to yourself? Why would you do that? Think about it, people.
How do I know it? I know because the kids all know it. The kids were there in the morning. They cleaned up the mess on the exterior. Okay. What I said was, it's been released. Do I know who released it? Was it leaked? How do I don't know.
It hasn't been released, and I mean, it's been
The boy who wore blue. The boy who wore green. The girl who wore pink, maybe? I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Miss Chapin.
leaked to you, but I can assure you that if there was info out there that Brian Kohlberger was on a Ring camera at that location, we would all be talking about it. In my experience, that's kids, you know, spreading rumors.
I didn't.
And I would hope that, you know, that you're not believing everything that you hear.
I'm not. I didn't hear from the kids. But I know because the kids all know it. I'm not. I didn't hear from the kids.
I'm not. I didn't hear it from the kids. Now, how many times have you heard her say that her daughter told her this? Or 8 other kids told her this and that? 8 or 9. Once again, another reason to never, ever, 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 ever consider having WSU Kim on your show. If you have any integrity.
I know because the kids all know it. I'm not. I didn't hear from the kids.
property. I know about that. I'm talking about
When he
on the
returned that
property.
morning at 9 a.m. When he physically returned at 9 a.m., they said.
Yeah, I don't
Remember
know.
that?
Yeah,
I'm playing dumb here. I just want her to talk.
I know about that, but I don't know. But you
And they
said
caught
that
him on the ring
he is
camera.
on the property on a ring cam at the front door.
That's
You
at
just
9
said
a.m.
that.
I didn't say. Oh, I said he's on the property at 9 a.m.
No, you said at the front door, if I remember right. Why is
Yeah, Dalai Lama, good point. She even, and I'm not going to say her daughter's name, but she even had a Freudian slip and said her daughter's name.
Yep. It's because she has to
And
think about what
it's a
she's
very
saying.
unique name, by the way. It's not like, Kim or Laura or Michelle. Very unique
Right.
name. And I'm not going to say the name.
It doesn't
And
matter.
she's
She's an
worried,
adult, but
she's
doesn't
worried
matter.
she's worried about people finding out who her daughter is. She says her daughter's name multiple times.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What were you saying, Kelly? Sorry.
I forgot. It was probably agreeing with you, though.
Okay. You don't have to be a yes girl. You can disagree with
I'm
me.
not a yes girl.
I know you're not, but everyone's going
I
to
know
say
you're
you
right.
are, because somebody said it the other day. She's
I don't care.
just John's yes girl. Whatever.
I don't
Like
care.
disagree.
I'm
She's
70
disagreed
years
with me
old, too.
before. Yeah.
I'm wrinkly. Who cares? It's so petty.
Yeah,
All right, here we go.
front
Oh,
door
I said the ring
and-
camera on the. Oh no, I said
Okay.
what I said was meant to say was the ring camera in the front of the house.
What I meant to say, honestly, to tell you the truth, those are all things indicative of deception. So when somebody says to you, beginning of the conversation, well, to tell you the truth, or honestly, you need to really look at what they're saying. Now, that doesn't mean every time they say that they're lying, but it is very indicative of someone who's about to fabricate a story. Why does it have to be, I swear to God, or I swear on my children's life, or I promise? Why do those words have to be present when you're asking someone a question? Because they're already prepared to be deceptive. And it's a knee-jerk reaction. It really is.
In the front of the
Okay,
house, not the back.
that's a great question, because if there's six other people involved, or 5 other
This is beautiful. Listen to this, y'all.
people involved,
Mhm.
why aren't they on the ring camera? How many kids?
8, 9.
So 8 or 9 kids are telling you all this stuff that nobody else has heard about.
They have. Well, I don't know if they've heard about it. I don't know if the parents have asked. I don't know.
Kim, knowing what we know today about kids and how they communicate and how they diarrhea of the mouth. They can't even go to the grocery store or wipe their ass without telling people they're going to the bathroom. So, I mean, knowing what we know, I mean, it's that pill that I have to swallow, believing that there's 8 kids out there that know all this pertinent information that would lead.
Than 8 kids that know.
Now there's way more than 8 kids, but none of the.
Now there's way more than 8 kids. All right. Well, we see the obvious here. You know who the encircled are, and you know who the witnesses are. Okay. Now, Kelly, I'll let you talk about these tattoos.
Oh, yeah. Most people know about them. They're the surviving victims. Bethany and Dylan got them. And it says MKXE for each of the kids.
Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan.
Yep. Bethany got hers on the back of her arm, and Dylan got hers on the inside of her arm.
That's something they're going to live with forever.
Mm-hmm.
That tattoo right there.
I can only imagine how these girls are coping. I don't know. I've been through a lot of trauma in my life. That's much worse.
And some other creator is making up a story that Bethany is out there partying it up like nothing happened.
Oh, I know. I know. It's disgusting.
Do you
Leave these
believe
kids
that?
alone.
Do
Leave
you
them
believe that?
alone. God, just leave them alone.
It's unbelievable, man.
This is out there. It's only coming from you, pretty much, that I know.
I'm going to rewind this a little bit.
But none of this is out there. It's only coming from you, pretty much.
Oops, sorry. All right.
Now there's way more than 8 kids, but none of this is out there. It's only coming from you, pretty much, that I know. Well, let me ask you this: when did you hear about the decapitation and the body parts being removed, the heart being removed? How soon after this event did you start hearing that stuff?
The 13th,
you heard that? You knew that day? I believe that if it's possible, if
I heard it that day.
There's
She heard it that day. Because she's WSU Kim.
There's two witnesses.
Anymore out loud, though.
There are 2 witnesses that were in the house.
She doesn't want me to repeat any of this out loud. Like it bothers her. I'm going to rewind that. I want you to listen to her. It bothers her that I'm repeating what she said out loud. That bothers Kim. Do you really think it bothers Kim? I say no. I'm going to rewind this a little bit.
That obviously walked through the house. Hear about the decapitation and the body parts being removed, the heart being removed. How soon after this event did you start hearing that stuff?
She's the one who wrote this crap.
You knew that day? I believe that if it's possible, if
I heard it that
wow.
day.
there's
Can you not
2
say it
witnesses.
anymore out loud, though?
There are 2 witnesses that were in the house that obviously walked through the house at some point, and there's potential witnesses that were out front that walked
Hunter
into the
claims
house.
to have taken a pulse. So.
Right. I mean, I don't know if any of that's true. That's all, what we've heard. That's all going to come out.
True. I hope to God it's not true.
You hope to God that okay, so if
everything is not true.
If you woke up and you walked out into a crime scene like that, you'd want to get away from there pretty quick, right?
No,
what would you do?
And call 911. I'd call 911 immediately.
But you would run. You would run out of the front of the house, wouldn't you?
So announce what her YouTube is, Kelly.
At sis233.
That's her channel. It's public information, y'all. I'm not doxing her. That's her channel.
Yeah. Sis233.
Yep. Y'all let her know how you feel. Feel free. I mean, I'm not telling you to do that, but I mean, if you feel like you want to communicate with WSU Kim, hey, feel free to send her a message. I mean, she has a channel.
Yeah, I would run out.
What does it say?
Okay.
Hold on, let me read this.
I'll be right back.
Let me read this. Hold on a second.
I hear you. Go ahead.
So it would be great if Detective John would give shout outs to the creators who refuse to fall for WSU Kim's BS from the start, like Melissa Jade, Crime Sleuthin, CJ, and Already Innocent. I don't know who Already Innocent is. I know very little about CJ. Crime Sleuthin a little bit. Melissa Jade. Yeah, you sure? Melissa, you'd have to send me and it's Crime Sleuthin. Are you sure you've never entertained this lady? I'm not saying you have, but I'm gonna have to look into that. But Anti-Grifters Unite, for those who have from the start said this lady is full of garbage, We need to team up. Let's team up, because you know what? The dark side, the bad side, they're a team. You got Dago, Rory, Sergeant, whatever his face is, Lana, all these people commingle, and they get on each other's shows, and they get on each other's panels. And you know what they do? They share each other's subs. So you got this guy, Tommy, who, if you saw his damn show, you'd be like, what the hell? Why would it? But every sub that he's got came from commingling with these other idiots. And they all wind up with the same. If you go to one show, go to the other show, it's the same subs. It's networking 101 from the dark side, the bad side. Because let's face it, there's the bad side and there's the good side. Bad, good. Good, bad. You guys choose. Truth, lies. Lies, truth. Fact, fiction. Fiction, fact. Liars, truth tellers. Schemers, fraudulent people, subliminal liars, people who care about the truth, people who care about our system, people who believe in our system. You choose. And if you're one of those people that are creeping over here tonight, hey, I don't care if there's 100 of you over here. If we get one of you, I consider that a success. If you unsubscribe from them and come over to us. If you just come over to us and stay subscribed to them, then the message isn't really sent. But I got one creator right now that's, he's crashing and burning. Creators, they're got another one that I'm working really hard on now. Probably going to be bye-bye very soon. Another one pretty much exposed to continual fraud. Oh yeah, good stuff. I enjoy this. This is fun for me. That front door. I'm a grown man. I would probably run it. Let me back this up. Sorry.
Not true.
You hope to God that okay. So if
everything is not true.
If you woke up and you walked out into a crime scene like that, you'd want to get away from there pretty quick, right?
No,
what
I'd
would you
stop
do?
and call 911. I'd call 911
But you would run.
and
You
shut
would
the
run
door.
out of the front of the house, wouldn't you? I would run out that front door. I'm
I
a
think
grown man. I would
because
probably
know if
run
they're-
out.
Yeah.
J-Lord, I agree with you, by the way. They shouldn't be running around with their heads down. But what this other creator was saying was obviously not true, and it was debunked. But they said it anyway, basically saying that you know, Dylan was out there partying her butt off like nothing ever happened. I'm not saying that these people should put their head in the ground and give up. No way am I saying that. But I'm not sure if you saw what this other creator was saying. That's all I'm saying. But you're right. I agree with you 100%. They should not give up. They should not take themselves out of school. They should not do those things. They should move on. They should tear this house down so this town can go on without having this sore thumb. And they should turn that land into something productive, like a dog park, like I suggested, and name it after, you know, Murphy's Park or something.
Why not?
You know, it's got a nice little view. You know, it could be something productive. School owns it now. But yes, I agree with you 1000%, J Lord. They should not. So you disagreeing with me is I agree that you should disagree, but that's not what I meant.
If I just woke out, rubbing my eyes, and I walked out and saw that,
I would make sure everybody was out of the house first.
Because didn't we in the very beginning hear that one of the girls ran out and somebody was walking by, and that's who actually called 911?
Mm-hmm. We did hear that.
That's what I remember, or I recall.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I don't know where it went from there, because there's all kinds of different stories.
Well, Hunter Johnson's their neighbor, or his girlfriend's their neighbor, I think.
Right.
They live in that same little parking lot area, I believe. So that would make sense. But I don't think he ever left that night, to be quite honest with you.
So here's a theory, and it could be very well true, and it could not be true, but it's plausible. So I often am on my phone before I get out of bed. I'm on my phone. Somebody's texting me something. Often. So who's to say that one of the girls was not already on the phone with maybe Hunter's girlfriend, or maybe Hunter himself, maybe texting, and they walked out from the room into that crime scene and they're freaking out on the phone, and perhaps Hunter ran over there because of that. That could very well be why 911 wasn't called by one of the girls right away. I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying that's a possibility, a very good possibility. Just something to think about.
But here's the
scenario
too,
that they were cleaning up the crime scene, trying to hide the crime scene. These girls were out partying all night long. I've gone and slept till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon after being out all night. This is just before noon. We know that they were awake 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, 2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
That's 8, 9 hours sleep, fellas, ladies.
Yep.
But there's something nefarious going on here. That's how irresponsible these people are. To actually suggest that these girls are going to perpetrate a cleanup with other students, with the frat. Can you believe that? Have you ever tried to clean BLOD up? Not very easy.
Here's a scenario too, that maybe she was already communicating before she even got out of bed. She may have already been communicating via text with Hunter Johnson, and then she walked out and saw that. That's why they texted. Oh my God, she just walked out and saw him. Maybe she was already on the phone with him. Maybe that's why the 911 call wasn't made, because that could be very possible.
Absolutely. Agree.
We're speculating, but maybe that answers the question as to why she didn't dial 911 first.
Right.
Maybe she started freaking out and was on the phone with him and ran out, and he ran over there. That's plausible to me.
I totally agree with that. But still, if that was at 8:30 in the morning, because it was at 8:30 in the morning that even the girls on 2020 and that 48-hour special said it was early in the morning. And I know the people who told me knew at 10 a.m. That still means that it was 2 hours before the police were called. Why? Why did they not call 911?
I honestly don't believe that. We're going to have to see this timeline. Again, there is no proof of any of that yet. This is all hearsay as far as I'm concerned. It's not the truth until I see it on an incident report and it's documented by the police what the timeline is here. Because I can't believe that they would run around for 2 hours with bloodied, decapitated, arms off, parts out, bleeding through the foundation.
Hey Kelly, we got a lot of background noise there, just so you know.
Bleeding through the sill plate down the foundation of the house, and no one would call 911 for 2 hours.
Well, that's kind of where yeah. It's like, really? I mean, it's honestly like.
But none of us have heard that for a fact, have we?
Well, yeah.
Have you heard that? Have you heard that from the police? Have you heard that from the police?
Well, have I heard
Did the
from
police that came, the officer that, or the investigator that came and interviewed you, did he confirm that that was true?
No, I don't recall.
There you go.
I don't recall that.
There you go. Because he's trying to, you know, if he's on the defense side and he's an investor, he's going to try and establish that timeline. Wouldn't you think that he would ask you those questions?
He did, but he did ask.
All right, pay attention to this part. This is what I call the FOS moment. The full of you know what moment. Listen.
That's the question. Well, I think that's just the evidence I gave him. And so then he asked. And I gave him why I knew and who told me and how I knew and what was said.
Right.
And so then when the investigator for the prosecutor or for the defense attorney, oh, that's what you're talking about. When he called me, he told me that I asked him why he had how did he have my name? Which was, I thought, a normal question. He said, well, everything's in evidence, and asked me, and I confirmed everything I knew. And I said to him, this doesn't mean I don't think he did it. I just don't know he did it. And I just think that I needed to tell everything.
Well, you know what he can't do. You know what he can't do, correct?
No.
In that interview, he can't tell you any evidence. You know, he cannot do that, correct?
I don't know. I don't know. He didn't tell me any evidence. He just told me it was in evidence that.
Oh, it's about to get good right here.
That's how he had my
name. He can't. If he did that, then he's in a world of hurt.
He did do that.
Yeah, he cannot do that.
Oh well, he did.
Oh, he's violating the gag order too.
Well,
he's interviewing you, but he can't. His job is to solicit information from you, not divulge information to you. His job is not to form opinions. Detectives, police officers are not to form opinions. They're to just investigate the facts. So if you had something to contribute to the defense of this case, he would ask you questions, and he would not divulge to you anything if he's any kind of, ethical investigator.
When I asked him how.
So you got people here from the beginning, from the start. CJ fell for it in the beginning. You got someone else saying right here, crime sleuthing is not someone to defend. Let's see. Kim was on Melissa Jade. CJ saw her BS a mile away. See, there's people contradicting one another. CJ did not see it a mile away. No, not in the beginning. Not to a lot of these creators, when Kim finally was not welcome anymore because she'd been caught in so many lies, then people decided to debunk her and not welcome her on the show. You know why? Because she was not useful anymore. And Kim's email to me, she clearly states that. They basically used her. They loved it when she was on the show. And she loved it. She loved the attention, in my opinion. She had to be relevant. I don't know what her personal life's about. I know that there's been some business issues. I know some stuff that's happened. So I don't know what her personal life's like. Maybe this is a supplement to what, she lost. I don't know. I'm speculating. I have no idea. All I know is this lady had to be relevant within the true crime community on YouTube every single moment of every single day. She went to every single avenue that she could possibly explore to get relevant. And they sucked her up and sucked her till she was no longer useful to them. That's the truth. And then all of a sudden, Jules debunks her. Really, Jules? How many shows were you on when she was on our shows and you entertained her? How many shows were you on, Jules? When you listened to her and entertained her, and you didn't start to debunk her until the very end. Liar.
How he knew, he said it was because who I was. He said it's because it's in evidence and they gave it to us. That's
What's
the
in
only-
evidence? What's in evidence?
what I said to him. And then he asked me questions. And that's why I answered, because I don't know who he is. He could be some random, right?
Well,
I mean,
he would have to show you credentials. Did he not show you credentials?
he called me. Why would he? No, I didn't ask for credentials. I just asked how he knew who I was.
So you gave
Well,
an
what-
interview. You gave him an interview over the phone to somebody,
He said it. Yeah. Well, he
and
was
you
there.
didn't vet to even know who that was.
Well, I guess I believed
And
it.
and
Like,
you
if-
live you live very close to where this occurred. Why would they call you? I
Well,
wouldn't
that's what
call
I
you.
asked
I'd
him.
be knocking. I'd be, hey, let's go to
Yeah,
Denny's and sit
I know.
down and talk about this. I'll buy lunch.
Well, I'd invite you in for coffee. I mean, they can come in anytime they want. Like, I honestly,
Right.
They
Or
call,
if
they
you're
always
not
call.
comfortable.
Honestly, she says they can come in anytime they want. Here's the problem, y'all. She lives right there. Why is an investigator going to call her on the phone and try and get a statement from her over the phone? Not going to happen. She's a potential witness to something. I mean, she's all over the place. This is WSU Kim we're talking about here.
Comfortable, Kim, if you're not comfortable with me coming to your house, and let's meet somewhere.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about it over coffee.
Well, I guess I just believe, like, when the Idaho State Patrol called or the FBI called, I just believe. I guess I just believe. Maybe that's naive. Maybe
Listen.
Maybe that's naive. Did you just hear that? Maybe that's naive. Maybe I just believe. Maybe that's just naive. Maybe you're just a liar, Kim. You're not naive. You're peddling garbage so you can hear your name every day. It turned you on. It made your world for a year. And I believe you got paid for it. Just my speculation, but I believe you did.
That wouldn't. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying they're going to do, tape it. They need to record it. So they're going to have to ask you for permission to record the interview.
The FBI.
And you're gonna be sitting down in front of them because they're gonna want to read you. They're gonna want to know things, even if it's the defense.
The FBI did record me, and they told me they were starting to record me from the time I started holding.
Okay,
And
how did they actually say that?
It was a computer thing, and it said, you can either email if you don't want to be recorded, or you can hold and the conversation.
That's not an interview. You're calling in and giving information on a tip line. Yes.
Yeah.
That is. You are supposed to be made aware that you are recorded. That way they can come after you.
When they called back, because they called back several times, I don't know that they said that I was being recorded. I didn't care if I was, so I didn't.
They would have to by law.
You know what? All I know is what I know, and what I know is that they did say it when I called.
All I know is what I know. She's losing it right now.
I love this part.
She's losing it because
He pounded that fist down.
I have broke her.
Yep.
She knows she looks like an absolute idiot and a liar. How am I going to get out of this? She knows she's done. But you know what? She wasn't done. And when did I do this interview, Kelly?
Of May 3rd, 2022.
May 3rd. Now, I knew the answer. I just asked.
I know. I know. I got it right though. Yay.
May 3rd.
Yeah.
It is now November.
Mm-hmm. They didn't take your interview seriously.
And then when they called me back several times, and when the Idaho State Patrolman called me back,
You hear her voice? She's done.
I don't know if State Patrol, I think State Trooper, I'm not, but Daniel had that information.
Idaho State Police. That's
Is that who it is?
All right. Go ahead and read that, Kelly. And if you want to make a comment, go ahead.
The First Amendment of the United States Constitution protects the right to freedom of religion and freedom of expression. Here's the most important words. From government interference. That's it. I think it speaks volumes.
So what does that mean to you, Kelly?
That means that I have the right to petition my government to seek redress, and I have the right to free speech, and it also pertains to government interference.
But do you think it gives you the right to go out there and spew lies and disinformation? Is that what the First Amendment says?
Nope. Nope. If your words have consequences, they are not protected by the Constitution.
If your words have consequences, they are not protected by the Constitution of the United States of America. Turtle boy.
Yeah.
You're going to find that out. Turtle boy.
Yep.
Real quick. When you're pleading out, when your head's sucked back in your shell because you're such an idiot that you get out there and you make up these lies and you point fingers at law enforcement when there's clearly evidence that a lady backed her 6,000-pound SUV vehicle. Watch my show, y'all, on Karen Reed. This guy, Turtle Boy, is making accusations that are outlandish and lies. And he's trying to duck behind the First Amendment when they finally said enough is enough. You're tampering with witnesses. You're interfering with an investigation. And they hooked him up. And they were nice about it. They didn't go to his house and knock his doors down in front of his children. They waited till his children got on the bus and were driving away, and then they arrested him. Then they did the search warrant. But no, they want to turn it around and make it look like he was arrested in front of his kids on the bus. And that's not what happened. But that's what they want you to believe. So if they were so nefarious and mean and vindictive and going after old turtleneck boy, then they would have knocked his door down, went into his house on a no-knock warrant because he's allegedly got weapons from what I heard. And they would have got that in front of his children and arrested him. But no, they thought about it. They weren't overzealous. You people that follow that guy are absolute idiots. Brian. Now he's backstroking going, I just wanted to ask him some questions. No, you didn't, dude. You wanted his subs. You wanted to get him on your show so you could get his subscribers. You wanted to patronize him and show him love so you could get his 44,000 subs. Don't insult my intelligence. You may be able to insult all these other people's intelligence, but I called you out on it. I sent you a message and told you, man, you're making a huge mistake if you do that. You'll lose my respect. But you did it anyway. You're paying for it now, aren't you? Big time. Your dream is not going to come to fruition because you've got no integrity now, as far as I'm concerned. Zero. That's another case, y'all. But if y'all want to watch it, go back to my Karen Reed case and you'll understand. I had Tanner and Charlie, and we have fun, and we do a reconstruction, and we have a lot of fun with it. It's like a THI, a little traffic homicide investigation. It's not controlled. It's not scientific. It's just bam, this is what happened. Here's a good idea. So anyway, here's the problem that everyone seems to have with the First Amendment. And what was that last part we talked about? Consequences, right, Kelly?
Consequences.
If what now? What was that? If what?
If your words have consequences, they are not protected speech.
If your words have consequences, they are not protected speech. Yep. That's pretty accurate. And guess what the courts are starting to say? That very thing. So these people that are spewing lies and garbage, like this lady and these other creators that are doing it daily, 24/7, creating entire shows based on lies, absolute insane theories, they're going to be held accountable. And I got news for you. YouTube legal, getting a lot of complaints. And the mainstream media is actually complaining about YouTubers. So the pressure is on YouTube legal. And I've had conversations to start policing these people. You heard of Armchair Detective? Guy had over 120 something thousand subs. Started sending some stuff out, started snipping some video, started doing this and that. There's another one too, sending stuff in. Before I even started my show. And all of a sudden, I'm not saying I did it. I'm just saying that I brought awareness to him, and a lot of other people did too. It was a collective, arrangement. Bye-bye, Armchair Detective. See ya. No explanation. YouTube just flipped the switch. You're done.
I don't know. Yeah, but that's the.
So Daniel has all of those records. I turn over my phone freely. I will turn over every bit of my information freely, privately to certain people, but I'm not going to turn it over to the world.
Well, you kind of have though.
What is she talking about? I'll turn over my information freely to whoever, but I'm not going to turn it over to the world. Okay, Kim.
Because there's 4 children who are never going home again. And I feel like I haven't.
Right. So if there's 4 children that are never going home again, and there's potentially 5 or 6 more suspects out there, hell yeah, I'd be standing on the top of the freaking, the cell towers screaming that stuff out.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
Who am I not yelling to? There's nobody.
We've had to kind of twist your arm to get you to talk about it. You sent out an email and you've called the FBI. If I'm a parent and I have the knowledge that you know, and you believe to be true, my ass is out there telling everybody that I can, and you're not. You're only telling us, and you barely even told us, and then you're leading us down trails, and we want to know answers, and you're dancing around them.
But
so tell us.
I think she was knocked out in the kitchen.
Oh yeah, you did say that. So he was hitting the head with a wrench, right?
Oh, this is where it gets really good. Now,
this is insane.
Remember when I told you I put something in her head and she went right with it? She constructed her story as we spoke.
Listen to this. This interview, I mean, you can get nothing other than John really knows what the hell he's doing when he's talking to people. She fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
She didn't know what hit her.
Nope. She even had to admit it.
People still entertained her after this.
Yep.
This 45-second session alone of the interview, right here, this part should have slammed the door on WSU Kim forever. She should have never, ever been a part of any show from this day forward. Ever.
That's right.
From this comment that you're about to hear forward alone. Not even counting the culmination of other BS that she spewed in here.
Yep.
I'm going to back it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Us down trails, and we want to know answers, and you're dancing around them.
But
so
you
tell us.
I think she was
But-
knocked out in the kitchen.
Oh yeah,
That's
you did say that.
yeah.
So he was hit in the head with a wrench, right?
That's, yes, my understanding.
So the perpetrator brought a wrench in there and a knife to do a quadruple homicide.
Well,
I would believe a hammer. I would believe a hammer. Maybe if he busted a window out, but a wrench.
well, and maybe it could be a hammer or whatever, but I kind of think wrench because, well, they found a wrench in Koberger's
See, but
car.
you can't think that way. You got to go. You can't.
What I'm saying is,
See,
he was
you're
hit in the head by
contributing. Kim, you're contributing to what we're worried
It
about.
was a wrench. And it was
You
a plumber's
think it was a
tool.
wrench
Okay,
because,
so-
but I just planted that in your head, and I changed your mind that quick.
Yeah, you did. You're right. And
I changed your mind that quick.
I'm trying not to tell you what I want to tell you. Which, what do I care about the plumber at the school? There's a plumber.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to back it up a little bit. This will blow your minds.
Who works at U of I.
You're contributing to what.
Yes,
See,
he was
you're
hit in the head by
contributing, Kim. You're contributing to what we're worried
It
about.
was a wrench. And it was
You
a plumber's
think it was
tool.
a wrench
Okay,
because,
so-
but I just planted that in your head, and I changed your mind that quick.
Yeah, you did. You're right. And
I
have
changed
to,
your mind
I'm
that
trying
quick.
not to tell you what I want to tell you. Which, what do I care about the plumber at the school? There's a plumber who works at U of I who was supposedly there with the wrench. That's where the wrench comes from. And when they
So one of the other people involved went
Yes.
with a wrench because he's a plumber, and he happened to be carrying a wrench around him because that's what
he
he
was
does.
the
He's
plumber
a
at the
plumber.
school.
It's
The
kind
guy
of like
who was
carrying a
at the
gun
school.
if you're a cop. So he's a plumber, so he's going to carry a
No.
wrench everywhere he goes.
No, well, no, but
At 4 o'clock in
that's
the
what
morning.
he said. I don't think they were killed at 4 a.m. I think they were killed before that.
Well, we all thought that. Excuse me.
They
We all
said
thought that.
Yeah,
We had a window, right?
yeah. I think that they were killed.
Get a more plumber wrench. And that's his
There to
trade. He's
fix
like
the
a cop
leak.
carries a gun, a plumber carries a wrench,
Well,
and a
maybe
carpenter
let's get-
carries a hammer. So Kohlberger
Okay,
must
you
have been
wanna
carrying
write
a clipboard and a pen.
And the guy came with the wrench.
Oh, are you guys, ladies and gentlemen, are you hearing this? Do you hear this crazy woman spewing this garbage? Honest to goodness.
Unbelievable.
Honest to goodness. And again, I can't help but saying these other creators continued to entertain this person. Lisa said, but CJ also believes BK is innocent and that Ellie is dirty. Yep, CJ does. I don't care for CJ. CJ, you heard it from me. I came onto your show the other night. You're full of it too, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Patronized me and Kelly when we were into your show, like, oh yeah, welcome aboard, blah, 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 blah. Then we go, and then you block us. And then I see you the next day talking to idiot over there and
Diego.
Who?
Diego?
No, they're enemies. No, Harsh.
Oh, Harsh.
He's up Harsh's ass now. Or has been. He's never got out of Harsh's ass. That sounds nasty, doesn't it?
Gross.
Getting up the
Poor Shrek.
Getting up Shrek's ass.
Poor Shrek.
Oh, there I go again. Oh, sorry.
Ooh.
CJ is so like overly, yeah, man. Peace, prosperity, and whatever. The 3 P's, man.
Yeah.
Do you think he's really like that?
I hate hypocrites.
Do you think he's really like that, people?
No.
I would say no, but that's just my opinion. Because I've seen him lose his mind. He's got a little temper on him. So, CJ,
So we could clean out the drains after everybody showered the blood off of them. No, I don't know. But what I'm saying is one of the people who were said to have been there was the school's plumber. And that's how I knew that.
And it's that there was a wrench listed in the property and evidence on the page. I don't remember.
So there's a plumber who works at the university. He was there, and he hit Ethan over the head with a wrench and knocked him out. Now,
and put the wrench in BK's car too.
Yeah, and put it in BK's car. How in the heck does WSU Kim? How's she privy to this info? I mean, good Lord, that's some good info. I mean, I would suspect that she would actually be under a gag order because she would be a witness if that's legit. I mean, come on. That's some great stuff right there, y'all.
But I'll tell you what I do remember, Cam. You know what I find very, very, very suspect?
What?
When you execute, when you have a murder, and you're an investigator, and you go get it, you go to a judge,
so great.
search a residence, a car, or whatever, and it's a murder, and you know what type of weapon was used. What are you looking for when you do that search warrant?
All right, y'all. So I need to remind you, if the mods aren't, I don't know if you guys are or not, but please like and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to get the algorithm up and hit that like button. We've got almost 300 people in here right now, and I'd like to get those likes up to match that would be awesome. We've got a lot of activity in chat. My private chat, which is like at 30 now, I haven't even been able to look at. So you guys are blowing for some reason. But I really appreciate it. Just help us out. I want everyone to be aware of what we have in society today that is allowed to spew this garbage, and these other garbage shows allow it, entertain it, suggest it, set up new dates for interviews with this person. They set up dates with their cohorts. One show will say, hey, come on over tomorrow to this show, Kim, and I'll be over there. Okay, I'll see you there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Pretty disgusting, but brilliant. Now, what we're talking about here, this is and a lot of people know this. Don't think that I think anyone is, stupid, because I don't. I'm just saying that there's things that people don't know. When you do a search warrant, the judge has to see a receipt of what you yielded from the search warrant, because he signed off on that warrant. So if he signed off on that warrant and you said that you're there to find such, he wants to see what the warrant yielded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because if it doesn't yield anything, then he needs to know that. And when officers or detectives go and they seek out a judge to sign a warrant, and the warrants don't often yield what the detectives have suspected was there, then that judge might become a little leery to sign another warrant for those investigators. Just something to think about. So this has bothered me since they released this receipt from the warrant. Now, am I saying that this is the knife? No. You hear me say it here because this is early on, and it really bothered me. And we're not hearing anything at the time, and I still don't know. But I want you all to think about this for a minute. Now, if you look down at all the stuff below number 1, you see great descriptions of everything. You even see a description of another knife, which is described very well in here. I don't know. It's blurry on my screen. I can't see it. What number is that? There's a couple other knives in here that are described. One with a sheath. But when you're going to execute a search warrant for a quadruple red rumming, the number one thing that you want to find is what? The method, the weapon used. You want to find that, right? So why, out of the however many items are listed on this, 20 something on this one, and then there's another one too, why would the number one item be one knife with no description? Now, I'll tell you from my experience, when I'm doing something like this and we find the actual weapon, there's a supplemental to this, which gives a description of the knife and whether it has, what appears to be blood on it, measurements, things like that. But they didn't do that here. And I'm just floored as to why they didn't do, why they just put one knife with no description. Could it be that they know that this is going to be released to the public and they don't want the public to convict this man before trial because they found the actual K-bar knife? I don't know. But I pointed this out from the very beginning and no one's saying anything about it. It's bothered me. And I'm not saying that's the knife. I'm just saying that's very strange.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're we're under a gag order, everyone.
Yeah.
So had they actually came out and said, post this document, that they didn't have the murder weapon, I heard something like that, but there's a ruse often in investigations. I'm bothered by that one knife with no description. Again, I'm not saying that's the knife. Could just be a butter knife. Who knows? But something tells me that if it was just a butter knife, it probably wouldn't be listed the number one item on that warrant return. Remember, warrant return. Now, the application for that warrant listed K-bar knife. Just saying. Food for thought. Again, don't crucify me if that turns out to be nothing, but it just kind of bothers me.
It caught my attention for sure.
I don't know.
You're looking for the weapon, the modus operandi.
Weapon.
You're looking at, right? That's a huge element of the crime, right?
Right.
But
sure.
what's the number one listed thing on that property page? What's the
I don't
first
know.
thing listed?
I don't know.
One knife. No description of the knife.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. Just a vague one knife. That's the number one thing listed on that sheet. So what's that telling me? That speaks volumes. Now, I might be wrong. It could just be a butter knife. Who knows?
Right.
But my theory is that's probably the 9-inch K-bar knife. And then there's a supplemental to that incident, to that property page.
Mm-hmm.
that goes into detail about that knife, because that knife was sent out for DNA. So that knife, the number one item listed, in my opinion, is probably the K-bar knife. And why did they not describe that knife? Because all of us sleuths out here would be going crazy and convicting this guy before he even gets to trial. So they left it blank. They left it vague because they can't. You're not going to get the rest of the report.
94 items just on this return alone from his parents' house. 94 items. Is there another page? There might even be another page with more. Of the 94 items, the number one item is a knife. Why?
Or until discovery, and all that stuff's going to come out, and the description of that knife is going to come out. So by not describing that knife, that says volumes to me.
And I thought that he got the knife out of the house. They got the knife from the houses. But you know, and if that's true, that's
it doesn't
good.
matter where they got
Good
the knife
news.
from. If they
Hey, Kelly, I got to use the restroom for a moment.
Yes.
So if you want to read some of the chat, I'll be right back.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, just don't ask questions for DJ because I'm not going to answer them. But what do you guys think so far? Let's see, Amy, what does it matter if it is the knife or is only the cops thought it was worth investigating? They thought it was important enough to test. Yeah, the knife was found with the other knives. These are the warrant returns for the family home in Pennsylvania. And you know, like John said, there's other knives on the list that are in full detail, but that one isn't. It strikes me as odd that the detective decided to write it that way.
All right, I'm back. You're off the hook.
Black Austin. Wait a minute, you're in Wisconsin?
In Black Austin, I think you asked about the whole football thing. Yeah, I believe that the FBI is going to get involved in that. So anyway, all right, I'm back. So let's roll through this.
They got the knife from his apartment.
We're almost
or
done,
they got
y'all.
the knife from his car, or they got the knife
Right.
from his parents' house.
It doesn't matter.
He was at all three locations. He was in the
Right.
car. He was at his apartment. And he was at his parents.
And trust me, I think it's good news if it's just him. Honestly, if this is just him.
Items. 3.
And he's off the street, that's a good thing. I'm not
Yeah,
looking
see.
to see anybody fall for this.
Can I do?
Okay, look at number 50. Look at item number 50. Note.
I want to know what that says.
Note to Dad from Brian. Note to Dad from Brian. I don't know about y'all, but I didn't write too many notes to my dad. Sorry, but I really didn't. Wrote notes to my mom. Didn't write too many notes to my dad. Just not very common thing to do. I'm not saying it's, you know, out of the question. But something tells me that Brian confided in his dad. Because you know what? Something also tells me that his dad was a tough love dad. Because who arrests their own son for stealing their sister's phone and pawning it? Who does that? Is it a dad that's over it because the son is out of control and has a severe drug addiction problem and has done everything they probably could as a family to try and get him help, yet he's stepped over the line and this is a last resort. So it has to go to drug court, which is what happened. And maybe try to turn this kid's life around before he really messes up. Wasn't he like 16 at the time? I don't remember exactly. He was
he was
16, I
young.
believe. But that note to dad could be something.
Yeah. I always wondered why he had his dad come back and drive with him if he likes to go driving around at night all alone.
Yeah. A lot of electronic devices seized too. Here you go. What does number 57 say?
That's what I was saying earlier.
What does that one say, Kelly? Taylor.
It says Taylor cutlery knife with leather sheath.
Taylor cutlery knife with leather sheath. Now that could be a fishing knife. I'm not positive. I'd have to look that up. But he did work in a fish factory, cleaning fish. Could be. But again, why did they describe this knife and not the number one item? Just something to think about, y'all.
Can I do you a favor?
Sure.
All right.
Close your eyes.
I'm going to rewind this. All right. This is when it comes to an end, but I want you to listen to this. So for all those that thought I was mean and all this stuff to Kim, like came out after this interview, he was so mean to her. That's honest to goodness. That's what people were saying. They were saying after this interview that I was extremely mean to Kim. They were vilifying me because Kim was following their narrative, but they were vilifying me. And I'm just like, what are they talking about? Did they listen to the same interview?
Gets the trial. So they left it blank. They left it vague because you're not going to get the rest of the report until discovery, and all that stuff's going to come out. And the description of that knife is going to come out. So by not describing that knife, that says volumes to me.
And I thought that he got the knife out of the house. They got the knife from the houses. But you know, and if that's true,
it doesn't matter where they got the knife from. If they got the knife from his apartment, or they got the knife from his car, or they got the knife from his parents' house.
It doesn't matter.
He was at all three locations. He was in the car. He was at his apartment. He was at his parents.
And trust me, I think it's good news if it's just him. Honestly, if this is just him and he's off the street, that's a good thing. I'm not looking to see anybody fall for this.
Can I do you a favor?
Sure.
Close your eyes and sleep well tonight, because you know what? There is nobody else.
Really?
I promise you.
All right. Well, I'll give that a go. I certainly
Right
do
on.
sleep.
I'm going to play that again. I want y'all to listen to that. Does this sound like somebody that's just a tyrant cop, just beating this lady up and just destroying her? I want you to hear this again.
They got the knife from his parents' house.
It doesn't matter.
He was at all three locations. He was in the car. He was at his apartment. He was at his parents.
And trust me, I think it's good news if it's just him. Honestly, if this is just him and he's off the street, that's a good thing. I'm not looking to see anybody fall for this.
Can I do you a favor?
Sure.
Close your eyes and sleep well tonight, because you know what? There is nobody else.
Really?
I promise you.
All right. Well, I'll give that a go. I certainly
Right
do
on.
sleep.
But you know who we could be.
Oh, I'm such a tyrant. I'm such a bad guy. I'm so mean. I'm a womanizer. I treat women like garbage. I beat women. I beat my children. Tanner, all the time. Tomorrow I'm going to beat you. As soon as you get up, your ass is grass.
Yeah, you treat your ex-wife so bad that she
Yeah, my ex-wife and I mean, I treat my ex-wife so bad. I mean, she comes onto the show and supports me, you
It's
know,
so funny.
brings my kid here, you know, because I asked her to let him come over here so he could help me when I was building this, you know, because I'm a, you know, technological idiot, you know.
No, you're not. You don't give
So,
yourself enough credit.
just so y'all know, I had a stroke in December. So and I did not know this because some of my cognitive is not there. So reading and comprehending things, following instructions, things like that, I've just come to realize those were affected. I can articulate, I can have a conversation, but I did not know. I've had to reteach myself a lot of things on the computer. The keyboard, ASDF, JKL, semicolon, bam, I know that like the back of my hand. I've had to actually relearn keystrokes, and I can type faster than a lot of secretaries. I'm a very good typist. Best class I ever took, actually. So I've had to rely on my son to help me, you know, through some of this, and he's been a trooper. And yeah, I paid him because he deserves it.
Yeah,
and
he's a good kid. All your kids are great.
But yeah,
Seriously.
the attacks that I've endured have been pretty incredible. You know, they've attacked, you know, me and my relationship with my first wife, which is my oldest two boys' mother, who had cancer, and you can go watch that show. And there was a lot of drama surrounding that because it was a pheochromocytoma, which was a cancer that attacked the adrenal glands. And Kim actually in her email says,
Yeah.
"Oh, that's not what that was." And she actually said that. She actually, what sparked me to actually address her again was last week. She came on and said, and I kid you not, she said this. She said, what was it?
Still up.
Who were you with when you met your current, no, when you met your current wife, you left your first wife?
It was,
Or something like that.
She worded it really weird. It was
absolutely
who are you with? Yeah.
Well,
She
go
was
ahead.
she said that you were cheating on your late wife.
Yeah.
With your
No, it was the other way
Didn't
around,
happen.
you guys, just so you know. And I had to, and you know, I've tried to avoid doing anything or saying anything about my first wife who's gone.
Right.
But I promised my boys that I would use this platform to spread awareness about the very rare form of cancer she had, and I did a show on it. It's in pink. If you go back and you look, you'll see it and you'll hear the whole story. I actually have my oldest son who's an alcoholic because he lost his mother. He went to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, and he's very smart. He's got 3 degrees from that school.
Yeah.
And he's pissing it all away because he's an alcoholic. Now, because we did that show, he's doing much better.
Yeah.
But to have this woman come on to one of my shows the other day and actually bring her up and try to twist it as to that I had an affair on my first wife when I was the one who had to get an injunction and have her removed from the house and get custody of my children, because we found out later that she had a adrenal gland cancer that caused adrenaline to be dumped into her body, which made her go into panic attack. And she was manic depressive all the time because of it. Biggest mistake I ever made was giving up on my marriage. And this woman had the audacity to actually bring that up the other day and today in the email when she knows nothing about the situation. When I did a show and my own son gets on and talks about what happened.
Yep. She's a pathetic loser.
Unbelievable, y'all.
She's as low as they go.
So anyway, keep it up, Kim, because I've got a big bomb I can drop on you.
Yep.
I got a lot more information, don't we, Don't we, Kelly?
Oh yeah, can't wait.
There's a
He says I
reason
have
why.
to.
There's a reason why old WSU Kim refused the invitation to come. Now she would come into chat and run her mouth all day long, but I said no way. You
Right.
come into this show, you bring your face, and you will be live. No more hiding behind a computer screen and a keyboard. I know what you look like. I know which one of those pictures were you.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't do dirty. But if you want to do
Don't
dirty,
need to.
I can. Is he okay? Sounds like he's hacking up a lung back there, Kelly.
He has COPD.
Okay.
In trouble, and here's why.
Hi.
All right. Now, you hear me say this all the time. Just because you can say it does not mean you should. I'm going to actually put that on a t-shirt, I think. Been talking about that. I think I might actually put that on a t-shirt and sell it here and send some of the proceeds to charity. Now, this is Jack Showalter's sister, Anika Klein. She's devastated. Now, if you don't know who Jack S is the one at the food truck that was kind of following, shadowing the girls because he was friends with Jack, the boyfriend Jack, who wasn't there that night. So he probably was kind of told to, hey, kind of watch them and make sure that, they don't flirt around with any guys and stuff. I'm just being real. That's what happens. So he might have been kind of spying on the girls, and they knew it because he walked with them. He's the one walking with them when the recording was made. But he was crucified. They were saying that he was out of town. He went to Africa. He ran. He did all this stuff. And these irresponsible people ran with it. And you know what? In the very beginning, when we didn't have a suspect, there was a lot of speculation. But once that suspect was hooked up, that all should have stopped. In the very beginning, we were all entertaining, who could this possibly be? Jack D, Jack S, who? I mean, the first person you think of is Jack D. I mean, he's an estranged boyfriend. They're broke up. Apparently, she's been trying to call him all night. He's ghosting her for whatever reason. She's out partying with Maddie. I mean, who's the prime suspect? I'm just being real with you. He was. He would be, no matter what. Evidence. Nothing. Remember, who would be prime suspect number 2 once they got the video footage from the food truck? This guy is following the girls. And actually, if you watch the video, it's pretty kind of sus when the girls just kind of walk away from him and leave him standing there, and he kind of goes and he stops and then he hastily walks away in the other direction. They totally said, they didn't even say goodbye. They didn't say nothing. They just dissed him from what it appeared. So is he a suspect? Sure. I mean, what do we have? We have nothing. We got the 2 Jacks, and it doesn't look good for either one of them right now. But there came a time when that should have stopped. And to this day, still hasn't stopped.
No.
To this day, this very week, someone did a show on Jack S and Jack D.
Outrageous.
Disgusting. And I want you to listen to the effect that these shows and this irresponsible reporting has done to this family and Jack's sister, who's pleading for it to stop. I'm going to rewind it a little bit.
Hey, I'm Annika Klein. And
Prize.
Well, I'll give that a go. I
Good,
certainly
right
could use
on.
a night's sleep.
But you know
I'll give
who
that a go.
we could be in trouble, and here's why.
hi, I'm Annika Klein, and I'm in this stitched video where they're insinuating that my family and the Showalters are politically powerful enough or would ever cover up a quadruple homicide. So
Now you remember what was WSU Kim spewing off early in the video? What was she saying that his uncle was?
In the Attorney General's
Yes.
office.
Worked for the Attorney General.
Yeah.
now that there's a suspect in custody, it's not Jack Showalter. It has nothing to do with my family or the Showalters. Are you going to take this video down? I'm so happy that they have a suspect in custody because it's justice for the victims and their families, but it also gives all of the people who were falsely accused and dragged through the mud a chance to heal as well.
Kelly, how long ago was this video? I don't remember. It was several months ago.
Yeah, this was quite a while ago.
It was right after he was taken into custody, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
So,
early January.
Do you think this worked, people?
Nope. It's still going on.
It didn't work. I don't think it stopped anyone. I think it might have made it worse.
This video has pictures of our houses. It shows where we work, and it has our faces plastered.
All right. So when we're putting this together, I wanted Kelly to put all these people in here. And I know I've left some out. So I'm going to name you, each and every one of you.
John, you froze? I think you froze. No? Can't hear you.
Hold on.
You playing with that mic again.
Am I back?
Yeah. Sorry.
Right.
I was like,
sorry, y'all.
I
grabbed
really
the mic.
hard there.
The screen keeps going up, and I grabbed the mic and I turned it off. I'm sorry, y'all. Did I get to read the names? Anyway.
No, you didn't start.
So
you didn't read any of the names.
Anyway, I wanted to. Did I say what I wanted you to do by putting the names up here? Did I get that far? Or did I?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I asked Kelly put these names around his sister's face here, and I'm gonna say it again. If you didn't catch it, you're all disgusting. You're pathetic. You are pathetic people. I hate to even associate you with the human race. You're animals, in my opinion. You have no regard for anyone other than yourselves. And greed has no conscience. You've clearly all proved that. Each and every one of you at some point. And you do it daily. I don't mind doing this. I love it. I love it. I love exposing each and every one of you for who you are. Your lack of integrity, your lack of moral compass, your lack of character, for continually to have somebody like this lady on your shows and entertain her, knowing what she is. It's disgusting. And for this year's anniversary, I think it's a hell of a tribute that I go ahead and call you out for what each and every one of you are. That's what's important here. Not only do we look at the victims and their families and pay tribute to them, but we need to just show our disdain and disgust for each and every one of you. Lana Oriani, Harsh, Dago, Rory, Jules, Sergeant Friday, Tommy Jude, Drip Drop, Turtle Boy, Brian Hoffman, JLR. You're a joke, JLR. You've got people fooled like they have no clue. People are so fooled by you. AR Hayes, another one. 38 felonies and he wants a hall pass. Like he deserves another chance, he says. Yeah, whatever, dude. Doc Thrifty. I don't know about you, Doc. I think you're just a smart ass. DTS. That's the Drunk Turkey Show. And you know what, guys? I don't dislike y'all. I like you, Daniel. But you know what? You entertained this woman far too many times. And you know it. And I went into your show and I sent you a message and you blocked me. Why? Because you too were getting clicks? You did it for the ratings, basically? So you lost a little respect for me. I think you're starting to get it back a little bit now. So I was hesitant to put you on here, but I think you still need to be called out because you didn't disprove her. You didn't do it, really. You said you did. You said you were going to, but you brought her back. I don't know. I find it a little sus. Olivia, you heard her earlier tonight. And there's many more. That's what I think we should be acknowledging. The people who caused what this lady right here and her family are going to, and she's testifying to it right here for us all. But it ain't over. Wait till this case is wait till this trial is over. Wait till the civil cases start to drop on each and every one of you losers who have entertained people like this. Oh, it's going to be epic. I promise you. And I'll be spearheading everything that I can. I'll be pounding my drum. I've already been in contact with a couple pretty important people that are, one of them's got really deep pockets. And they're pissed. So I'll let her finish. Sorry to interrupt you.
We have received threats and harassment. And we didn't deserve that. Jack didn't deserve that. And I hope in the future we can take away from this that this is not a game of Clue. And we shouldn't sensationalize murders like this. Because there were so many victims that were created through internet sleuth videos like this. And these are real people's lives. And the words you say, they have consequences. I'm really happy and really relieved that this is the start of a new beginning with this case.
That's what she truly felt. She thought it was over.
Nope.
We got a suspect in custody. And this young lady thought she was going to be in peace. Her brother would be exonerated. Her family would be exonerated. But no, it got worse. People like Dago.
Tommy Jude.
Dago and Harsh and Lana. You three are the bottom of the septic tank, as far as I'm concerned. Rory, you're just an idiot. Jules, you know what? Jules is a crying shame to me. There's something about her that I admire because she's pretty smart lady. But she's jaded. Something has happened to her. She's not telling us. Now, she divulged that she had a domestic issue and the legal system didn't handle it right here recently. And she's been through, she's got a criminal justice education background, and that didn't work out. I don't know what happened. But for some reason, she hates law enforcement. She'll say she doesn't, but in my opinion, she does. Just listen to her. She hates the justice system, anything to do with prosecution. I mean, that's my opinion again. But you know what, Jules? Get over yourself. Because you know what? I don't care what you think. I don't care what you say about breaking down documents. I don't care that you have a problem with something. Because you know what? You're not qualified to opine on any of that stuff. You're not. Sorry. Just because you sit down behind a keyboard and a screen with a microphone does not make you an attorney. I'm sorry to bust your bubble. I know people out there think that you're something, but you're not. You're just a scrub. You're just somebody with a mic reading a document like Lana, who actually thinks she's an attorney. In my opinion. She actually says it in some of her videos. That right there, woo! She just went back to its house and walked the streets that the poor lady walked with her dog. Scott Peterson's wife. It's been so long now, I forgot her name, and that's sad. But she just went back with a friend of hers to revisit that. She wants Scott Peterson released. She talks about, there's video of it. She talks about having oral, you know what, with him in jail. Disgusting. I have the video. Who does that? Why is she allowed to do that? TikTok. You know that nurse you doxed? You know that nurse that you doxed in Idaho that filed the noise complaints?
That was disgusting.
You messed up there. You messed up there, Lana. That's all I'm going to say.
And I hope that we learn from this. And I don't know. I would take this video down personally if I was in your shoes. Thank you.
I hope that we learn from this. What do you think, Kelly? What do you think, everyone? Do you think that we learned from this? Honestly, do you think as human beings that we evolved in the past year now and we've learned anything from this? I suspect not.
No.
Based on what I've witnessed over the past 10 months post arrest, no way.
No.
What I've witnessed is the absolute armpit of human beings, which are these individuals right here, in my opinion. The armpits of society right in this group. And there's many more. I'm sure I'm going to get scolded for not listing somebody.
The only way that I think change is going to happen, yes, we need to bring the truth to light and show people what's really going on. But the only people that can really make the change are the subscribers, the people who are clicking those buttons.
That's it.
They're the ones that got to send the message.
But here's the thing. This isn't really about justice with these people. Most of these people on this list have an extensive criminal history. This guy, extensive criminal history. This guy, extensive criminal history. This guy, extensive criminal history.
Well, don't forget Sergeant. Isn't he the one that
Sergeant
told on
Friday
himself?
says that his entire family was indicted.
His entire family, his words.
His entire family was indicted. I haven't dove too deep into this jerk yet, but he's pushing some buttons. This guy,
he's off the rails.
He's absolutely, in my opinion, gone off the deep end.
He's a loose cannon.
He's probably going to be in a lot of trouble. And I have that video. I have that video where he threatens a judge. That's not a good thing there, old Tommy Jude. Drip Drop, don't really know a lot about Drip Drop. So if anybody wants to give me the scoop on old Drip Drop, because he's kind of a mystery. He wears a mask, you know. I don't know a whole lot about it. And I haven't looked, to be honest with you. I don't really care. In the very beginning of this, I was actually entertained by old Drip Drop until we got a suspect.
I was too.
I thought he was kind of funny. I loved his approach on how he, you know, he dove around all these suspects, you know, and theories. You know, he was entertaining. But now he's just like the rest of these people.
He is.
I'll
give you one word to describe Drip Drop. His biggest fan is harsh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're up each other's ass. Mm-hmm. I'll give you one word to describe Drip Drop. He's a clown.
I actually know what you were going to say that time.
All right, let's finish this up.
Yeah, it's almost.
So comments like this are precisely the issue. 99% of the stuff that was said about.
All right, so I'm going to read this right here. So this person, I don't know who this was, but I recognize her face. I don't remember who it was. It says, okay, yes, absolutely. But why stay in a different country? Why not work with the police? So this lady is actually on a social media platform accusing her brother of being in Africa, which was debunked.
Such a disgusting lie.
Early on. So this is the sister doing a second video.
About Jack was a rumor. We never left the country.
Hold on, let me back it up a little bit.
I don't know. I would take this video down personally if I was in your shoes.
Sorry, I wanted to back it up a little bit there.
Thank you.
So comments like this are precisely the issue. 99% of the stuff that was said about Jack was a rumor. We never left the country. We never even left the state. Jack didn't leave the country. Jack didn't leave the state. And I tried telling people that in those groups and commenting on these videos, and people didn't believe me or just didn't care. I kept saying I've literally been with him in person. And second thing, Jack was fully cooperative with the police from the beginning. He gave multiple interviews, he gave DNA, and that's why he was cleared. He was cleared for a reason. But people seem to think that the FBI and law enforcement were just willy-nilly clearing people. There's a process, and their process is legit. And I wish people would listen when someone's cleared.
They don't. They don't listen. You know, Sergeant Friday said, and I quote, "I hope that BK, if he's found guilty and to have been the person that did this, I hope he gets off on a technicality. Because that will teach the American people a lesson." I'm going to say that again. Sergeant Friday, who is a frequent guest on Rory's show, on Dago's show, on many other shows, said, and I quote, "I hope that if BK is found to have been the person that did these homicides, that he gets off on a technicality so it'll teach the American people a lesson." I have that. I have that video. We played it on another show. And how about I quote Mr. Dago? Mr. Dago, now, I want you to think about this for a second, people. If I said something like this, I would be crucified. But Dago can say it and not be held accountable. He actually said, and we have this, the entire city of Moscow is nothing but a bunch of what, Kelly?
Inbreds. Yeah, of all people.
Because we all know they're nothing but a bunch of inbreds. He actually accused the city, the entire city of Moscow, of Moscow, Idaho, a city within the state of Idaho. So that means, pretty much the surrounding cities, maybe even the whole state. I don't know what he meant, but he said the city of Moscow is a bunch of inbreds. Detective John said that. Ooh, boy. I'd be crucified. You follow me, people? You see the double standard there? Think about what I just said that those two people said. Stand up. Fight back. Say, are you hip with the click? D-click. Bye-bye. We still have over 260 people in chat right now watching this show. That is amazing. Thank you, everyone, for your time. We've been on here for almost 4 hours now. And I want to thank my team because without them, none of this happens. And I want to cover something because we have a critic out there who actually did a little excerpt and said, look, this guy doesn't do anything. These two ladies do everything. Really? When every single show I praise my team. This is a team. There's no I in team. I know you all have heard that cliche. There's none. Not on my team. If there's an I on my team, they won't be allowed to stay long. They'll be gone. And each and every one of them know how I feel. I preach that in our pre-show get-togethers and our after-show get-togethers. I don't need a Discord. What do I need Discord for? We have a community page that you will all be welcome to go to. Look at the community page and look at the amount of chat that we have on our community page. I don't think there's anyone that even comes close. None. I challenge each and every one of you. Go look at it. Tanner, what does my last community page post show? I'm going to stand for what's right. I don't care about the consequences. I will fall on the sword. Doesn't matter to me. But I'm a dad. I have 5 kids. And I can tell you right now that if one of these were my kids, yeah, I'm going to leave it there. What was it, Tanner?
I found it. I just uploaded another file. I was made aware that the proven master of manipulation / liar decided to do a show just for me.
That's it. What are my counts on that? What are my responses on that?
302.
I mean, that's one, and there's another one. I mean,
207.
There's one that's over 500.
so one's over 500 already comments just on a community page. The next one's like 3 something. The next one's like 4 something.
Yeah.
I mean, we are engaging one another. We're having a good time. And you know what? If you come in and you disagree, unless you get stupid, I communicate back with you. I debate you.
Brian Hoffman was in just a little bit ago asking what he did.
Oh, what did you do, Brian Hoffman? Think about it.
Gee, I wonder.
What about the golf club scenario?
Yeah. Yeah, he's denying that.
Oh, you're denying it? Really? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brian, you know what you did. You're on
It was
these
on Rory's
shows.
show.
You're on the Rory show, running your gator about these conspiracy theories every chance you get. Don't claim the victim here. I don't buy that crap, man. If you want to have a conversation with me, email me, detectivejohn68@gmail.com, and we'll talk. And we might even turn it around and become friends. But right now, I don't like what you stand. I don't care on. So you're not going to get any respect from me. If you want to have a conversation, I'll be more than happy to discuss it with you. And I'll be very tactful and I'll be nice. Because if you have some kind of a, something that's going to lead me to believe that you're not part of that stuff, then bring it. I'll post it. So
who saw Brian? Well, scroll up, sweet and salty. He was just there. Brian Hoffman goes on different shows. I don't know if he has one of his own or not, but
I don't know. I don't know. All I know is he entertains the garbage.
Yep.
Garbage in, garbage out. You all have heard that before. These people are disgusting. I can't even keep up with chat, you guys. And I want to say to everyone who did contribute for my first time on this show, wow, thank you so much.
That
And
was such an amazing
if I
surprise.
missed you, I was totally blindsided. I had no
I
idea.
know. I had no idea.
I knew I was monetized. I haven't done anything really. I mean, I clicked the okay, and that was it. You guys must have known yourselves because
It
you
was
didn't hear me
Mindy's.
say a word.
It was Mindy who started it, and Karen, thank you so much.
Yeah, I think Karen from
There's in a
across the
couple.
pond. I'm sure
Yeah.
you're probably asleep now, but
Yes.
we've got people from all over the world in here, y'all. And I promise you, I'm gonna get better at looking at chat and being able to kind of do both at the same time. I'm not real good at it right now because I'm just so into engaging in what we're talking about. But what I do, not what I do. What I strive to do is take the time, instead of me sitting around watching TV all day, I will go into the community page and chat. And if you guys have something to say, I try to tell everyone, hello and thank you, and answer your questions. And it's hundreds, y'all. And not to mention, I had 700 emails last week. So if I miss you on an email, I apologize. Keep hitting me back. And hit me on a community page if you've sent me an email and I've missed it, because I'll go look for sure. But I don't care
from Australia.
Yeah, there's people from everywhere.
Awesome.
We had somebody from
Thank you for joining
Switzerland
us.
the other day. We had somebody from the Netherlands. We had somebody from Australia. We got England. Where was the one the other day? Where Sarajevo? Yeah.
Yeah, she's in here.
She's in here?
Layla. She's in
Layla.
here. Yep.
Hello, Layla.
Yeah. She's awesome.
And I'll try to, I'm gonna try to acknowledge everybody as much as I can, y'all. And hopefully, I'm not sure if the mods have been communicating with you, because I'm really not watching right now, but I'm sure that some of them are engaged with you. And
Oh, they're all doing great.
My mods are awesome. And I will tell you, although people are accusing us of doing the exact opposites, the mods know that they're not to kick anyone out unless they absolutely, and they have to screen what they did, because I don't want anybody kicked off of this show just because they have a difference of opinion. Now, if you get in here and you start abusing me or Kelly or something like that,
We're disrupting the chat.
I have zero tolerance. I have zero tolerance for that, and you will be gone. So if your goal is to come in here and make some crazy, nasty comment about one of us, and your goal is to be able to say that the eject button was hit and you were gone, well, you'll get it. But if you come in here and you want to debate and you have a question, or you just don't agree, that's fine.
There was a lot of people who had questions, and we answered them, as best we could. And if not, we told them to email you and let you know.
Yep. And there's been 2 additions to this team that are absolutely going to be phenoms. And when I get them on panel, y'all, I'm telling you right now.
The receipts.
I'm telling you right now, when they come on panel, you think it's fun now? I've got some comedy, some diversity.
Oh my gosh. It's so
super
fun.
intelligent,
Laugh till
people
you cry.
that are the wittiest people you ever want to meet.
Yeah.
And
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
I love it.
Yeah, and you know what, y'all? When you come in on chat, please tell me where you're from. I mean, if you're not comfortable with that, that's fine, but tell me the state or the country or whatever, because you know what? People don't do that. And I think that's a pretty
Yeah.
cool thing. If we know where everyone's from, I
Yeah.
think that's awesome because
Yeah.
it shows the diversity that the outreach that we've had and the diverse amount of people throughout the world that we've brought into this show that started from nothing but just an idea, you know. And I've vetted everyone that's on this team, and I'm very, very pleased with what we have so far. And again, there's no prima donnas here. Everyone has their own little niche, and you know, some people can't devote as much time because they work full time. Some people have a lot more time. Kelly has a lot of time. Patty has a lot of time. You know, Diane has a lot of time. Mindy doesn't have as much time. She works her butt off, but you know what? She's here as soon as she gets off work. She's engaged every day. She sends me emails throughout the day. She's concerned about my family. If I'm having something going on, my dog was sick. She's asked me multiple times, and I think they're all like that. They're all kind-hearted people. They're not tyrants. They're not power-hungry mods that'll snap at you. And if they do, they'll be gone. I've told each and every one of them, do not get into some argument on our chat. I won't tolerate it. It's like Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse. Be nice. But what if he comes up and punches me in the face? Be nice until you don't have to be nice anymore. When am I going to know? You'll know.
Yeah.
But you have anything, Kelly, you want to say?
I really just enjoyed everybody in chat tonight. It's a great, diverse conversation, and I love our subscribers that come back to us. You know, I love the people who I just mean that in an endearing way. I don't want you to take offense, but I'm really pleased with how fast the show has grown, and I will just continue to seek the truth and find justice for these victims. They're in my hearts, their families. I'm heartbroken for the families and what they're going through, and then to have all this on top of it, it's just too much. And so I feel like I'm making a difference.
You are
by
making
being a part of this team.
This team's making a difference. And you know, I want to say something about my team, and I want to address something that many of you have been on the fence about. You know, you hear me call Dago names, call the others names, but remember, it's okay for them and their associates on their show to make fun of people constantly and call people names constantly, but it's not okay for me. You see, I struggled with doing that because that's not me. I'm not like that. I'm not a bully like everyone's saying I am. I am making a point. So do you honestly think that I would have been able to drive my point had I been nice and tactful to these people?
Nope.
I had somebody come into my chat saying, well, I would have handled it this way. Well, you would have gotten nowhere, lady.
Right.
You would have been laughed at. Because the only thing that gets attention is attention-getting statements. So that being said, the old hypocrites that they are actually had the nuts to come into my show and actually verbally say this on their own shows and insult Kelly because she has salt and pepper hair. And said about one of my other mods that she I'm not even going to repeat it. It was just disgusting.
Disgusting.
You know, one of my other dearest mods, Patty, who all you knew as Angel Girl. She's now Lavender Girls because she had to lose that name. She's doing chemo 2 days a week, and because of the chemo, it's turned her teeth a little bit of a discolored grayish color, and she's subconscious about it. I brought her on the chat the other day because I wanted to congratulate her. And do you know that Dago said something about her teeth?
And just as outrageous, claimed that you talked crap about Tanya's looks.
Oh yeah, let me get something.
Full-faced lie.
Let me
He
get
lied
something clear here.
and then lied again.
Then Tanya, titanium build, she decides she's got a beef with Kelly from something from her show. So she decides she's going to come into this show and start crap one day. And I'm like, we can go back to that show because I'm like, Tanya, what's the problem? And I said, Kelly, don't worry about it. I'll talk to Tanya. Her problem was with, and you heard me bring it up earlier, that I mentioned that they probably locked the dog up in the other bedroom because they wanted to sleep. Like, that was inhumane. Okay. Then she says, what else was I doing? She goes, I did a video on a K-bar knife, and I was looking for footage showing, how the K-bar knife or a knife would actually affect the human flesh. And the one was not a K-bar knife, and I never said it was. That's not a K-bar knife. I guess her boyfriend was sitting next to her and giving her pointers. Not that she wouldn't know what a K-bar knife was, but I doubt it. Then she gets into it with Kelly. I kind of kick that to the side and say, knock it off. And
just ignore it.
We
She
have
tried
a
to
little
defend
debate back
T-Rev.
and forth.
I don't understand that.
And then I got into a conversation with her via email, which I have, by the way, which is really good stuff. And Dago constructs a scenario saying that I insulted Tanya's looks. And I said something bad about the way Tanya looks. And we all know that Tanya, whatever, was in a horrific car accident, and she had some facial reconstruction done. And that's, I believe part of her name, if I remember right. She calls herself Titanium because she's got some reconstruction. I would never, ever, ever, ever insult a person like that, especially a woman. He fabricated that, people. He totally made that up. And then when I sent her an email saying, look, I want you to know that I never said anything, she danced around it. Then she sends him a message thanking him for supporting her and getting all of these other subs over there. She didn't say that, but I know she did, because you can see in her chat, several of his subs are going in there and talking to her.
Yeah.
So instead of doing the right thing, where she acknowledges in the email, which I have, by the way, I keep saying that she acknowledges that she knows that I never, ever, ever said anything bad about her like that. She rode that wave. Still can ride that wave. Why? Why do you think Tanya from Titanium Built is riding that wave, people? Because she's just like everyone else. She wants those subscribers to build her show and get those clicks. I'm not going to sleep with the devil to get my subs. I'll earn mine. Maybe slow as hell doing it, but I'll earn every single one of you with integrity and honesty. I won't make up crap. I won't ride waves. But you know what that wave is going to do? She's going to crash off that wave and the sharks are going to eat her up. I promise you. Promise you. Because I've got the emails. She knows that I know that she knows that I know that she knows that I know that she has that email where she acknowledges it and she's riding that wave regardless of the truth because she can benefit from it because now she's the victim. She's the victim of Detective John. He's making fun of me too. In my opinion, that's what she's doing. I think I'll let you guys decide and opine on what she's really doing because I think most of you will come to that same conclusion. But that's okay. I did the right thing. I reached out to her very nicely, and she was quite frankly very nasty back. Bye-bye, she says. Okay. You want to play that game, lady?
She's nasty. I was
like
one of her biggest supporters. I was a member. She attacked me because I was correcting her.
I got three, and especially one former mod that's got a lot of nasty stuff, and she sent me a bunch of it today. So you want to play that game, lady? If you want to wait, I'm gonna give you a couple days to decide how you want to handle it. If you want to do the right thing and say, hey, you know, there's some false information being alleged by Dago that Detective John made some disparaging comments about me and my appearance. I just want to say, and I sent this to her. I said, look, if you do this, I won't have a problem. I think you should do it. That's the right thing to do. No, you should see her response. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you another opportunity to make it right because you're going to look classless as hell if you don't. I promise you that. I promise you, you will look like a fool if you don't. So I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'll give you till Monday to send out one of your little mini videos that you do and say, hey, you know, we may have our disagreements, which I've never had a disagreement with you. To me, you're not a problem. You have a problem with Kelly, and I'm not going to get into that. And I don't really care.
I am.
No.
Because it's really ironic, actually, because I was defending Jeff H. and the Linda Lane footage because she was saying that he doctored it. And I was defending Jeff H. And guess who went in there to kiss her butt when she got mad at us? Jeff H.
Yeah, I don't even want to entertain that guy's name anymore. He's a clown. But this is the character moment for you, Tanya. This is a character moment for you. Do you have the character to go ahead and do what I'm asking you to do? Are you going to let that wave roll down the beach? And are you going to crash and get on the shore pound and mangled up by the sharks that come and chew you alive? Because I'm telling you, that's what I'm going to do to you. I promise you, with facts. I promise you, I will not let it go because I will not let someone lie for their benefit about this show or me or any of my team. I will defend them. If they're wrong, trust me, I'll let them know. And
I'll
if
be the first to say I'm wrong.
If they continue to do wrong,
I
they'll
make
be
mistakes.
gone because I'm not going to tolerate it.
Yeah.
But you know what? We're going to handle things with tact here.
Yeah.
So
I'll own up when I make a mistake. I will. I embrace it as a learning lesson.
all right. So what crime sleuthing? You keep hitting me up here. So let's see. Hey, it's being said in here that I ever believed Kim WSM. Hell to the no. Who said that? I call BS on her from day one. She hates me, and I'm good with that. Crime Analysis 101 with Detective John. Thank you, Crime Sleuthing. I don't know. A lot of people are saying that. So I don't know if at some point
a lot of people are upset with her because of what she did to Kara. Kara
Yeah, I don't
Canal,
know. I don't know some of this other
or
drama.
Fort
What do you?
Northington.
So what she did to who?
Xana's mom. She had Crime
Oh,
Sleuth
oh,
had Xana's
yes,
mom.
yes. Crime
Her and
sleuth,
Jules.
crime sleuth, and you and Jules have had Xana's mom on the show. I'm telling you, that's poor taste. I really think that's poor taste. If you can actually sit back and watch that show and be okay with it, hey, I mean, we can agree to disagree. But I really think that's poor taste. And I got one of my mods and teammates that's pretty close to that situation. I'm not going to bring her in now, but she would have a lot to say, and she's pretty upset about that fact because, you know, you're exploiting her.
Mm-hmm.
She's exploiting you too. And y'all are
Yep.
paying her.
Yeah.
Y'all are paying her.
Stupid.
You're getting money for her.
Oh,
For what?
stupid.
For what?
And Crime Sleuth
Why are
claiming
you
that she
giving
didn't
why
get a
are you
dime.
giving Xana's mom, who has, you know, it's well known, has caused a lot of pain within that family, to her own daughter? She's even said it.
Daughters. Mm-hmm.
Jasmine and Xana.
Mm-hmm.
Yet you put her on some pedestal.
Crime Sleuth claims that
that's
she
the
did
problem.
not make a dime.
Who didn't?
That Crime Sleuth didn't make a dime off that show.
Oh, really? So none of your subs, none of your clicks, none of your you didn't
Members.
make any money on it. So people chiming into your show and getting you all those clicks that got you generated revenue from the sales from the ads on that show. What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you donated everything that you made from that show to her?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know. What about the everything that happens post the show? No, I'm not buying it. Sorry. I would never have that woman on my show. Ever. That's just me.
It was beyond disgusting. Showing her pictures of her own daughter that she refused to eat.
Oh,
It
here's
makes
some
me so
pictures
mad.
you've never seen of your own daughter.
And then to say, "Oh yeah, I know about that." It was pathetic.
It just to me, I mean, it just kind of rubbed me wrong, and I, you know what? Didn't really pay attention to who it was until you just acknowledged it. I mean, I don't.
Why pay Kara? Why not send the money to Xana's college fund? You know.
Has she been on Lana's show too? I bet she has.
I don't know.
Somebody would probably know. Has Xana's mom been on Lana's show? Somebody will know. So Crime Sleuth, and I'm not, I'm not mad or I have no right. It doesn't matter what I think. You kind of asked, and I'm pretty opinionated. So that's just how I feel. I wouldn't put her on my show. So let's see. Mother of Cycle Breakers. No, she hasn't. Who hasn't what? Sorry.
She hasn't been on Lana.
No, she hasn't been on Lana? Okay. That surprises me.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. What shows has she been on? I know she's been on a few. All affiliated with her. But anyway, I digress. So we still got 250 something people in here. Does anyone have a question they want to ask? I'm sorry I can't go way back. Ask them now. That way I will see them. And we'll do a 10-minute Q&A. Well, actually, we'll go till 1 o'clock. That's 15 minutes. You can go if you want to, bud. You can go if you want to.
Thank you, Tanner.
Let me talk to my son. And I want to thank my son. Pop in here and say, hey.
Hi. Thank you so much, Tanner. We really appreciate your time.
This is my monster son. He's like He's bigger than me. He's like,
He is.
he's like, what are you, 6'1" now?
Yeah.
Probably close to it. And somebody goes, take Tanner's shirt off. I'm like, take Tanner's shirt off? That green shirt, it's a spandex style shirt, or a breathe shirt, so it's snug. Take Tanner, she's trying to crack on me. Yeah. Tanner's shirt would more than fit me.
That's so silly.
So we want to thank Tanner, and I'm gonna let him go. He probably won't go to bed. He's gonna go play his video games. So I know what he's gonna do.
I don't blame him. He wants to.
I know what he's gonna do. He's acting
We
like
interrupted him.
He'll be up till 4 a.m. And you know what? He's a straight A student. He's dual enrolled. He's in high school and college. He'll graduate with his college degree at the same time. He'll graduate with his high school degree and then enroll into his biology degree.
Yep.
And he wants to be a
My
marine
boy said
biologist.
too.
He wants to be a marine biologist. I'll support him in that. I went and bought
Yeah.
diving equipment. We're going to do all that stuff, but I want him to be a neurosurgeon, but
No, let him be what he wants to be.
he can be what he wants to be. I told you I'd support him, whatever he wants to do.
I know.
But he's got the brains to be a neurosurgeon. He's a very smart kid.
He's got the brains to be an excellent marine biologist too.
Yeah, well, he's in the right place. We got a need for it here. We have the Marine Science Center, which is just a few miles from us. So I'm gonna cut him loose. So let me mute here for a second, and I'll be right back. And you can talk if you want to everyone, Kelly.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, Tanner's the bomb. That's true. You went from marine biology to psychology. That's a pretty wild change. Unless you want to analyze the animals. Oh man. Oh, Brian. Just email John, all right? You guys can work it out. Never heard of John. Yeah, right. Harsh talked to Kara too. That's right. Listen, she's a mother and she has addiction issues. And to exploit her is horrible. She exploited you. That's just as bad. Where's all the questions at? Yes, Sean would be swimming in Tanner's shirt. It's so awesome. My youngest guy is a shy guy too. I love it.
Well, I need a big shirt to cover my, my breast that I have.
Yeah.
According to Dago, I got gyno, because I did steroids. I mean, that's pretty solid, isn't it, Kel? You see any flab?
No, I don't see any flab.
But Dago doesn't have a net because he did steroids and he knows how. That's what he said. I'm not making that up.
This works.
And I quote,
I don't have a neck because I know how to do steroids.
I mean, he said it.
I promise you that's what he said.
And then his excuse for saying it was even more funny than that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And what else was it that he explained? It was hilarious.
So Brian Hoffman is in here. So Brian Hoffman, let me ask you a question. You can be honest. Do you truly think that Brian Kohlberger is innocent?
Oh, dang it. I need that. Crime Spies gave me the music. We got to load that up.
And I'm not cracking on you, Brian. I'm just asking because you're on these crazy shows. So
But the graphic, I was in good
you're welcome.
company.
You're welcome on here, bro. I have no qualms. And you know what? Dago even tried to say he went after Brian, the nicest guy in the world. He went after him. No, I went after what you said, Brian, not after you. After what you said, because you accused You basically said that a golf club was used to commit these heinous crimes.
He said that Xana used it with a broken golf club to kill everyone, and then she went and killed herself. And don't deny it,
Yeah.
Brian.
Brian, you
'Cause
said it.
we
We've
have
got it. We've got it. So do you want to correct yourself there? I mean,
No,
were
he
you
doesn't want to. He's
were you
he's
high
happy.
or something? I mean, I can get it if you were like doing shrooms or something. You were having a moment. That's cool. But just,
No,
just let us know.
he's happy with the company. He's happy with the company he keeps. That's what he said.
Is that what he said? Okay, good.
Mhm.
Well, you can come in here too. Just always be respectful. Okay.
Yeah. And don't lie. Don't lie, because that sets me off. No need to lie. They're your words. Just own them.
And what does heavy metal say? Let's see here. Now, you've been in my chat before, and you know what? At first you were kind of nasty to me, and then I spoke with you, and we came to, let's say, Detective John, just so you know, after your first video came out, I stuck up for you. I don't agree with your views on cases, but I sensed that there was a reason for the passion. I was unmodded because of it. No, you were not. You are still in my show. You are still. If you were, you wouldn't be in here. You wouldn't be in here. If you're blocked, you wouldn't be allowed to be in here. So I don't know.
He said unmodded. I think he means unmodded on another channel.
Oh.
That's
I'm
your
sorry.
problem, man.
Heavy metal.
That's your issue
I'm
with
sorry.
them.
I'm tired. I'm sorry. I get what you're saying. I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, so you had your wrench taken away because you stuck up for me. I'm sorry.
Supposedly.
No, I don't disagree with that because I know she's on another show. And you know what? It's kind of like Jeff H would say, I want to be disliked because of something I said, not because of something you said. Does that mean guilty by association? You know what? Pick your battles, heavy metal rehab. I get what you're saying. You're absolutely right. And you may not agree with me. A lot of people don't agree with me, and I'm cool with that. I am cool with that. It's all right. In fact, I'd prefer it that way. I don't want a bunch of yes people in here.
I don't have a problem telling John when I disagree with
you,
him.
You don't have to be like-minded to come in here and enjoy the show. All I ask is that you be realist and not spew garbage. Like
John and I's politics are opposite ends, and we still get along just like brother and sister.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. I mean,
why not?
I lean one way, she leans another way. Not severely different, but we, But you know what?
I think they all suck.
I don't judge people on their politics.
No,
I don't care what your politics are. I care what your character is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, whether you're middle of the road, I don't care.
And just so you know, I'm none of the above. I hate them all.
So
they all suck.
It doesn't matter to me.
No, me neither. I like our friendship more than that.
And no matter what y'all think, I do not spew hate. I mean, there's been some pretty outlandish things said about me. They've said that I'm a racist. They've said that I'm a misogynist. They said that I beat my kids, my wife. I'm all of these bad things. I'm a convicted felon. I can't have a gun.
You weren't a detective. You weren't a cop.
I wasn't a detective. Oh, it's funny. It's funny we should say that because here I am right here. We're going through we're going
guys, check this out.
And here I am on the front page of the newspaper.
This is cool. This is so cool. Check this out.
With some of my pals. Can you all see that? This is me right here. And just so you know, that was we had intel that there's a bank robber coming into town, and he had been hitting banks all up and down the coast. So we did surveillance. I was on, CID then, and we did surveillance, and I happened to be at SunTrust Bank. That was my bank to surveil. Sure enough, here the guy came. Wound up in a chase. He was in a van. I flipped the van on a pit, and he tried to jump out the window, and the guy wound up, he confessed to like 11 bank robberies. And actually, one of the guys from the FBI that was on that case with me is going to be on this show. He's retired now. Very good friend of mine. So let's read some other stuff. I said I'd go till 1 o'clock. DJ, what are some creators that you believe are doing good? Well, there are some out there, and they're very, very few and far between. And I really like, and you know what, guys? I am so sorry. I'm horrible with names, but she did a really good video, and we've talked on it. What is her name, Kelly? I'm sorry.
Masshole.
What is it?
Masshole Mafia. Masshole Mafia.
Masshole Mafia is excellent.
Is that Kate?
Yeah,
I think
Kate.
that's Kate.
She's awesome,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry again.
I'm bad with names too.
Bear with me. I'm bad with names. Things that stick with me, unfortunately, are bad things, not always good things. And these people that I've been mentioning are the things that stick with me, and they're in my mind. So you blindsided me with that question, and there are some out there, and there are some good ones out there, and I've been on their shows, and they're all women. I'm surrounded by powerful women. I am the minority, y'all. I don't know of one dude that's doing a good show. Now, people will say that Tyler Feller, feller. I don't even want to go there.
Yes, Grizzly True Crime is class act. Love her.
Grizzly's
love
got
her.
a very unique she's got a very unique show.
Yes, huge talent. Her and her husband.
She and her husband work together. He's a pilot, I believe.
Both
of them. I think she's a cool cat. I think she's very classy and an elegant lady, and I really like her.
She's awesome. She's just head up.
She's very professional, unlike me. I can be professional if I need to be, but I try to throw a little comedy in it. And I want you guys to have a safe place to come and be able to just throw down and say what you want to say without the cursing. If I said the A word a couple times tonight or the S word, I apologize. Just the fire in me sometimes. But if I ever drop the F-bomb, I'll probably shut the show down for the night because I'm really mad. That's pretty rare. But she's good. And there's a few more.
Laura, did you say Checkmate Humanity? Sorry, I was reading.
What's that?
I was reading chat. Did you say Checkmate Humanity?
Checkmate Humanity.
Laura?
Yes, I love her. She's super sweet. And but like I said, I'm a small fish in a big pond. I don't know. Everybody, and you know what's funny? There's actually people out there, and this blows me away. Because way back when on the T-Rev show, I made a comment directed at Lana, who was actually making an absolute ass out of herself reading the documents from the defense attorney. What's her face? I can't think of her name. Ann Taylor. Yeah. And she was bouncing around and giddy, and I thought, oh my goodness, she's She's acting like she's freaking having an orgasm or something. It was that ridiculous. And I made that comment, and that was spun into I'm some misogynistic nutbag, womanizing crazy person. And that's what I said. And it was off the cuff and totally unjust.
Yeah.
And
I can't stand it when people do that.
And it was just an opportunity for them to attack me. So I would say it again, because that's exactly what she looked like. And that's how she was acting. And that's how ridiculous it was, because the document actually was full of nothing but words. Ann Taylor plays on words with lies, and she got her butt handed to her after that document the following Monday or Tuesday when she dropped that
backtracking in court so bad.
She dropped that document on a Friday, and that's when Lana was eating it up, saying, "Oh, she just handed them their butt," going crazy. And I said, she's going to get her butt handed to her for that one. Telling you, she's
Hey,
gonna
John.
get.
Sorry, didn't want to interrupt you. Question in chat about whether we'll have call-ins again.
Yes, we will have call-ins again. What I want to do is I want to have call-ins, but I want to get. Remember those other two that I told you? Do you want to announce who the other two are? Go ahead. Go ahead, Kelly. I'll let you announce the other two additions who are absolutely the bomb in a lot of these shows' chats. They are part of this team now. They are mods, and I've been talking to them, and they keep me in stitches, and they're mega intelligent, mega witty. And I tell you what, when we get them on panel with us, we're going to
have
go
a powerhouse
syndicate,
of a
baby.
team.
Because
let me tell you,
these two combined,
J-Lord and Truth Exposed. We've been trying for so long. I've been on, John. Come on, we got to get them on the team.
J-Lord and Truth Exposed.
Yeah.
And they are badasses. Oh, I said the A word. Sorry. Very, 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 very intellectual and
intelligent.
Just love them. Truth Exposed.
Yeah.
Keeps me in stitches. And she's got a story to tell.
Yeah.
She's a victim of crime herself. She's been shot. She don't take any garbage, though. I tell you that much. She can wield a knife. And that's from a defensive standpoint. And J-Lord,
what you gotta do.
J-Lord's like she's gonna be like my HR, have a nice day, just the facts, you're done. Because she's in here tonight, and she was supposed to be on panel tonight, and we're having some technical, I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but we couldn't get them in tonight, but we'll figure it out. And they will be part of this show, and they're going to be a lot of fun. You guys, I'm telling you, you think we're having fun now? Wait till these two get on board, because there is so much diversity on this team right now. There's enough for everyone from every corner of the dynamic globe, because they all bring something different. But you know what they all are? They're all on the side of justice.
Yeah. All in.
They don't buy into any of this garbage. They'd be the first ones to go to battle with me, go to war with me, stand up for what's right. That's why we got them. So you guys should be very, very, very excited, because if you followed any of them on any other shows, they let them have it. They let them have it. And Truth exposed. She's been booted from a few. She can tell you. Now, J-Lord, she puts things in a way that makes it difficult. She puts things in a way that makes it difficult for them to boot her. But, unfortunately, and I've warned both of them now, that your association with me is probably going to get you booted. Because that's just the way they think. And that's probably, Truth Exposed and J-Lord, I don't do a show every day, but we're going to get better at that. And it's all about quality, not quantity. So I respect everything that my team individually has to say or suggest, and those two are Truth Exposed. Now, when you hear her talk, she's a straight up Alabama girl.
Yeah, Bama.
But I tell you what, she ain't
Bama in the house.
She ain't some dumb Southern chick.
Nope.
Like people are gonna accuse her of being because she's got a heavy accent. She is sharp. She is sharp, and she is a whippersnapper. She is a badass.
She's smart. She's very smart.
And J-Lord, I'm telling you, these two they have more knowledge about these cases, and they know a lot about, believe it or not, they know a lot about the process. I was very impressed by both of them.
Yeah.
So
it's great.
Truth Exposed has a lot of knowledge about biology. She's actually been in that field of sports medicine for most of her life. She's very intelligent. And J-Lord's the same way. She's more of a business. She's just the facts, ma'am. And she will dissect you and tear you apart with facts. That's what I want. That's the team that we're building. And if anybody on this team doesn't like it and they don't agree, I'm not telling them they can leave, but feel free to leave. And you can go to any other show you want. We don't have any of that. No. Everyone is on board, and everyone agrees with what we're doing. We had one that was kind of on the fence in the beginning, but she's seen the light. And she was more of into like watching trials and things like that. She didn't really know about this end of it, and she's learning. She's seeing what these people are actually about, and she's disgusted.
Yeah.
So we have no dissension, and
we're tight because we're all here for the right reasons. That's the key.
Yeah, heavy metal. I'm sorry, like you said, you were unmodded. They took your wrench away because you said something nice about Detective John, and they took your wrench away. That's like the fourth person that said that. Somebody else told us that in chat.
That just tells you a lot about the person who did that.
Well, you got a home. You got a home here. You got a home here, heavy metal, and right now, I'm not looking for any more mods, but I probably will be eventually. The more we grow, I'm going to need more. So, I'll keep your name in the hat, and check in with me every now and then. If when I bring a lot of these mods that I've signed up onto panel, it's going to be difficult for them to mod and do panel at the same time. So yes, I will be looking for more mods. So we'll talk.
John always catches me with my nose in chat.
Right.
Like, John, I can do both.
See, Brian Hoffman says, I think Pullman hired him. Hired who? Pullman hired who? Me? Yeah.
You give him so much credit. That's amazing. That's
Yeah.
quite a compliment, John.
I want some of that money.
Yeah, sit there,
What does
Governor.
Jailer say? Yep,
Plenty of
yep.
money.
He did say it. I heard it. And I almost threw my phone at the wall. Brian, you said it. See what I
Right,
mean?
you owe a phone.
See what I mean? Jailer said,
Yeah.
"Yep, he said it. I heard it. I almost threw my phone at the wall." Brian, you said it. We're talking about the golf clubs, right? Brian Hoffman. Did you have
Yeah,
your own
he's trying
channel?
to deny that.
Oh no, that's Giovanni. No, Brian doesn't have his own channel. He's just a grifter. He's a tag along. He goes wherever and gets in the chat whenever they'll have him. And he tries to be all passive and nice and everything, because that's what these people do. Oh, we're all about peace and love and the Constitution. CJ, we're all about peace and love. We don't have any negative things to say on this show. If you're about that, then you can go to another show. He cracks me up. Really? How disingenuous are you? I saw your little tantrums about Dago. You acted like a child. Give me a break. You're a hypocrite. Bring it, don't sing it. You think you're a badass. I've heard the things you've said, like you're some tough guy. I don't purport to be a tough guy, but I'll banter with anyone. And you think you're so smart? Go on over to the Dago show, or not Dago, but Idiot show, Rory and Harsh. That's where you need to hang, because you know what? You get subs from them. Because your goal is to make sure that no matter what, you beat Dago now. Well, that's not going to be an issue. You're welcome. So, Dalai Lama, John Heavy Metal was modding for CJ. Yeah, she was. That's right. That's right. I think Heavy Metal, you were on Dago too at one time. So let's see. Jessica. There's Jessica.
Hey, Jess.
That's a crazy opinion at Brian Hoffman, in my opinion. Yeah. Amy Terry, Brian Hoffman, Pullman hired him to do what? Yeah, let's hear. Hired me to do what? I'm working for him. I am working for Pullman.
To come on YouTube?
Yep. And blast all of these people. Yep.
Look,
I can't divulge how much I'm being paid, y'all, but Brian, you figured it out, buddy. You have just blown my mind. I just can't believe you figured it out. Yeah, good stuff. You're welcome to stay.
Brian, are you threatening are you threatening a judge too? Really? Really?
So that is what is so FYHU. That what? So what? I don't know. I don't understand Ebonics. Can you send me that and decipher film?
They got no leg to
Sweet and
stand on.
salty. She was unmoved in CJ's. What do you mean? She was unmoved, or she was unmodded? You mean in CJ's? That's what she said. Can we change Brian's mind? That 80s kid said, "Can you change Brian? Can we change Brian's mind?" I don't know, but you're welcome to try.
I'm not sure. Brian's talking about Delphi Judge.
Yeah, I don't allow that. So you say anything derogatory about a judge, and I'm going to give you the boot.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't think that's smart, Brian. So if you want a boot and you want to be able to go tell your guys, I pissed DJ off and he booted me, and they'll go, yay! If that's what you want, if that's what you want to be able to say to be a team player, bring it. I mean, I'll be more than happy to go ahead and give you the boot. He's carrying on about how I care about subs. You have a show? Does Brian have a show?
Brian, you got a show?
You got a show? Huh. I don't think so. Mustn't be much, because I never heard of you other than you being on other people's shows, making an ass out of yourself. My question keeps getting buried in chat. Okay, Nolo, I'm sorry. Ask your question right now. Sorry. Let me go down to the bottom here.
You do think that he was hired by Pullman? You think Detective John was hired by Pullman Police to do what? To do what? He's in Florida. What is he going to do? Oh my God. Yeah, Nolo, he was way up in the chat. He didn't realize he wasn't.
Nolo, if you asked about who I think's good, I answered some of that. I'm not sure if you asked that, but somebody else asked that too.
Nolo said that they asked that a long time ago. You
Sorry.
were way up in the chat.
This is going so fast, guys. I'm having to try and slow it down. I mean, we got 240 something people and the show's been running 5 hours. Nolo, Tyler Feller is a joke. Yeah, and what's funny is we had a long conversation because we have meetings and we talked about him. And I agree. My 23-year-old son is a minister. So I look at this guy and he makes me want to vomit.
Yeah.
Because he reminds me of Benny Hinn. Just kind of greasy, slimy, just sorry. I mean, that's just reminds me of that guy. And I don't like the fact that, he's tax exempt. He's all this stuff. And you look up his financials and they say, he's worth like $43,000 or something. Really? I'm not sure that was what was thrown out there. Somebody sent me. So that's just what somebody sent me. So I don't know that to be fact. But it was just kind of sus to me. And, I got a bad taste in my mouth. But if people want to go get a message about, scripture, he does, he spews some scripture out there to kind of, make it okay. And if that's what they want, hey, there's plenty of people out there doing that. As long as he's not entertaining lies like we've been covering. I mean, he's not on my radar right now. But I get it because I've just taken down, not completely gone yet, but he's hurting pretty bad because I've exposed him to what I believe, in my opinion, is fraud-like characteristics. And, and again, that's just my opinion, but it's hurt the guy pretty bad. And, because I know the truth and I've got some evidence that's been sent to me from former members of his Discord. There's some potentially criminal stuff going on that I've TO'd over to the right people. So we'll just have to see. Now, Amy Terry said, Brian Hoffman, that is still speculation. What's that? That I work for Pullman? Kelly, are you froze?
No, I'm reading.
Your video was froze.
I'm astonished. No, I was just sitting there like, really? Am I reading this?
Tammy Lee wants to know.
Hired
Tammy Lee wants to know what my opinion on Gray Hughes is. Well. Let me give you my opinion on Gray Hughes. I went into Gray Hughes's show one night, and when I go in, my title is this one. I mean,
your screen name, yeah.
Name.
Right.
So it's not like I'm going to create another screen name just to go on somebody's show. A lot of people, when he goes on to other shows, which I don't know that he does, I'm sure it says Gray Hughes or whatever.
Right.
So I went in there and he said something and I gave my opinion on it. And I was interested to, I keep seeing his name and I'm listening to him and he goes, "We don't promote other creators in here. Take that elsewhere."
Oh my God.
Promise you that's what he said. So I was a bit salty after that. I'm like, what the hell was that all about? So then I just sat back and then he blocked me because I questioned something that he said. I'm like, hey, that's not necessarily true, Mr. Hughes. I that's not how it's done. So he put me in timeout. So the more I listened to him, and then I saw the way that he talked to his people. This is why I get so aggravated with you people sometimes. You're so, he didn't say stupid.
Yeah, he dogs
What did he say?
Really bad.
Dumb. Basically, very condescending, very, very nasty and abrasive. Just snapped at this lady who obviously had just logged into the show and he had just answered the question, I guess, before she came on. And I don't even remember what it was, but she asked a similar question and he tore into her. And I sent him a message when my timeout was over. And I said, "You're an absolute jerk. I can't believe anyone would be a part of your show and subscribe to you." Then he does these, what are his chats that he does? What does he call? Oh, he puts himself, get this, y'all. This guy puts himself in jail. Can't make this up. So you got to give him money so he can get out of jail. I can't make this up. And people buy it and people do it. Because he won't do anything until he hits a certain threshold. If I'm understanding that right. Am I understanding that right?
Yeah. He's got to have the right amount of people.
He's got to have the right amount of money coming in, you know what I mean? To make it worthwhile for him to bless everyone with his presence. This is my opinion, but that's the way I see it. I could be wrong. But anyway, so I voiced my opinion. Was it in my community page or something, or it was during a show or something? And I got like 5 comments back. Since you said something about and you called him out, he's been a lot better, Detective John. Thank you. Because he was being an ass or some, I don't know, something. And so apparently, I mean, me calling him out and making him aware of what a jerk he was being must have had an effect on him, because apparently he's being nicer to his subs now. I don't know. I don't go to the show. Don't have any desire to go to the man's show, because you know what? He's another one that acts like he can opine on this stuff. And people believe, you know what I think? People actually believe that he is ex-law enforcement. I think people believe that because that's the way he presents himself, in my opinion. It's just like I've said before. People sit down in these chairs and they get behind these screens and pull this mic down to their face and they morph into whatever they want. I could be an attorney if I wanted to be right now. I know enough to BS my way through it. He doesn't. He thinks he does, but I see right through him. But you know what? I'm a trained individual. Most of his subs are not. So it's perception, everyone. Perception is reality. Or is it? So let's see. Folks, how do you get felony stuff dropped? Brian, what are you implying there, Mr.
Brian thinks this is entertainment for sure.
So
Brian thinks that BK was undercover for Pullman police.
Oh, so he thinks that the felony charges that he had, that he was working as a CI to work off felony charges. Because you saw that in what movie? So here's how it works, y'all. So I go out, I'm working street crimes. So I go out and I do a reverse prostitution sting, and I catch a chick with some paraphernalia on her, which is a crack pipe. I pull the crack pipe up, but here's what people don't realize. So if you have a crack pipe, which is called a stem, and you go into, you know how you get stems? A lot of these little convenience stores, if you walk into a little convenience store and you see those little glass cylinders with a flower in them, that's how they get around selling paraphernalia, because they're selling the flower inside a container. Well, that container is actually a crack pipe. It's called a stem.
Mm-hmm.
Then they walk down the aisle and they usually will buy that crack pipe, that stem, but they'll steal the charboy off the shelf in the store. Charboy, as you know, is steel wool. So if this is the stem, I'm not trying to teach y'all how to do drugs here, but if this is a stem, picture this as a glass pipe. It's going to be a little bit bigger. It's more like a straw, like a McDonald's straw size. So you take the charboy steel wool, you roll it up, you shove it in here at the end, about that far in. Okay. Then you take your piece of crack, you jam it up in there against that charboy, and you fire it up, and you smoke it. And that keeps you from sucking the crack down into your throat. So it's a filter. It's called charboy. I don't know where I was going with this. I lost my train of thought. But anyway, where was I going with this, Kelly? What were we talking about before? I'm so tired.
No, it's okay. We were talking about Brian being
working off the
undercover.
All right.
Yeah.
So anyway, prostitutes will often hide those stems in very, very bad places.
Uh-huh.
So when we arrest them, we have to call female in, and they make them kind of cough, and they do a cavity search, and they do all that stuff. And they often find the stems before we teal them out, and take that nasty stem, swab it, I fine test it, pops up lavender, which inside that stem is a residue. Now, state statute doesn't indicate how much cocaine you possess, just that you possess it. So that residue in that pipe is cocaine. So once I swab that, I pop it in the fine test, I pop it, it turns purple, I tag that, that's presumptive positive for cocaine, and guess what I charge her with? Do I charge her with possession of paraphernalia? No.
Why not?
I charge her with possession of cocaine because she possesses cocaine. And then, this is the game we talk about, y'all. Then I let the state attorney's office decide, based on her criminal history, whether they want to prosecute her for possession of cocaine or go ahead and drop it down to paraphernalia. But in the meantime, she thinks she's going to get habitualized and sent to prison for possession of cocaine because this is a multiple offense. But I say, you know what, Jane, just name a name. Are you interested in being a CI? I could use some help out here. I want to set up 4 Gold, just to name guy that we used to be a dope dealer here. Is called 4 Gold. He had 4 gold teeth, so we called him 4 Gold. I really want to get this guy. He stood out there. He said I would never get him, blah, blah, blah. I'll do anything. Mr. JP, I'll do anything. Well, you know, it doesn't work that way. I got to set you up as a CI. I got to maintain you. I got to do a packet on you, and it'll take some time. I got to look at your CH and make sure you qualify. And then I got to maintain you for a certain amount of time. So I have to stay in contact with her. I got to make sure that, you know, she's somewhat clean, you know, but, you know, I got to feel good about it. So then I tell her, you need to clean up. You stay clean for a while, and then I'll put you to work. So I put her to work, sign her up as a CI, get her to do a purchase for me, 50-cent piece, get a delivery, get another delivery, get another delivery, get multiple charges on 4 Gold, and bam, done deal. 4 Gold, bye-bye. CI number 12345, you know, called, you know, suspect S1, and he made a delivery. She asked for a 50-cent piece. He brought a 50-cent piece. Then subsequently later, he brought another 20-cent piece, blah, 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 blah. Goes into the what? What does that go on to, Kelly? The what? PCA. A probable cause affidavit. Now,
yes,
all of the other stuff that led up to that, the CI packet that's done, she becomes a number. She's not a person. She's a number. And she will never be brought in to testify because she's a CI. She's been wired up. She's been sent in. She's done a controlled buy, and that's how it works. So what are you implying, Brian Hoffman, that this guy was a CI and he had a felony charge that he wanted dropped? So he went to work for Moscow or Pullman or somebody, and he got the felony dropped? What are you implying, Brian? Please enlighten us. We want to know. And I'm scanning down here. Let's see. He's now patronizing me. Grizzly is awesome. Okay, we already said that. Thank you.
she is.
Here.
She's very talented.
Let's see what we got. Nolo. Oh my God. I remember when Lana was going crazy about the sheath being placed. Yep. Remember that? And Nolo, that is what I'm talking about. Remember when she was orgasmic?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, oh my goodness, she's orgasmic about this. She is losing her mind over this placed verbiage that Ann Taylor geniusly used, which she got admonished for. I promise you, no matter what anyone says, the judge admonished her for that document. And subsequently, on the Tuesday, I believe it was, she came out and she was backpedaling. She was stroking. Oh, Your Honor, I certainly don't want to imply that the state is doing anything wrong here or withholding evidence. Really? So that legal document that you filed on Friday didn't suggest that? So Lana looked like a total fool after she went into her, whatever you want to call it, about that document that she thought was the greatest piece of literature ever written. You know what? Ann Taylor is a C- attorney.
Yeah.
She would never in a bazillion years make it here. I promise you. She wouldn't even get past intake. She sucks, in my opinion. Who tells their client to say, oh, well, yeah, just go ahead and say you were out driving around? No, what you should have said was, hey, you know what? What was it, 48 days before they caught him? Something like that, 49 days. You know, I mean, Kelly, if I asked you what you were doing 49 days ago between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., are you going to be able to tell me?
I was like, are you crazy?
Yeah,
I can't remember yesterday.
So what would the most intelligent thing to be able to? I mean, I'd be like,
I know.
What do you? Let me get my day planner out.
Yeah,
No,
but
what I
you
would
don't-
say if I was his attorney rep, where you were days ago.
Can I say it? Do I get to say it this time? Can I say it?
What?
I don't recall.
Yeah. And instead of saying I don't remember, which if you don't remember, y'all, in a court of law, if you don't remember, you don't remember. So if you all of a sudden say you don't remember in a deposition and then you go to court and then they ask you the same question and you remember it, how do you remember something that you didn't remember before? How's it all of a sudden you remember? So you can be impeached on your testimony. So what you say, and this is a little 101 for you, if you say, I don't recall, you can always recall something from your gray matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
If someone reminds you or gives you a piece of evidence or, what is that thing called that we're waiting on? The cast report. If the cast report shows that BK was there at a certain time, now he can say, oh, yeah, I was there and here's why I was there. But now she's closed the door on all that because he was just out for a nightly drive. Instead of just saying, hey, Brian, let's go with you don't recall where you were. And then let's open the door to see what they got. She's an absolute idiot. Sorry. You guys are giving her way too, not you guys, not anyone smart on this side of the aisle, but those dummies over there are giving this lady way too much credit because she's not that sharp.
No.
Sorry.
But she does need to present a
I said it.
substantial defense.
And because I said it and she happens to be a lady, I'm going to be a misogynistic woman hater.
So ridiculous. So ridiculous. I can tell you, if you really were that way, John, I can tell you I would never.
Brian says, does he ever stop talking about how great he thinks he is? No, I don't. I'm awesome. You're welcome.
We love it. He's awesome.
Bye-bye, Brian.
And he's always right.
You can stay in here and if you want to keep being abused, go right ahead. I mean, if you want to keep looking like an absolute tool, please feel free to entertain us because we are enjoying you. Okay? Keep it coming.
Yeah. He's cracking me up.
Just Dawn. She's a moron. It's okay to say her name, Just Dawn. It's okay. We know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Brian, no masks, no booties, chain of custody crap stuck at the door. How does that make Brian Koberger innocent?
What's this? Who's saying this?
Brian, he's listing off all this crap. It's a failure of our education system, and I am a teacher. Oh no, that's Amy. Sorry, that was too Brian up, and I'm like, oh shit, no, he's not a teacher. Don't tell me he's not a teacher. That'd be like Tommy June being a teacher.
See, truth exposed. Hey, I don't want just smiley faces out of you. Come on, you could do better than that. You're one of my superstars. Stop with the smiley faces. I need some dialogue from you, lady. Let's see.
Okay,
Tara,
so
crime
let's talk
analysis
about
101. Could Rory be drip drop? No.
No.
Somebody else said that, and I actually
no.
did look. No, not the same guy.
I looked too. No way.
They're both idiots. So yeah.
Their
but
beards are completely different.
They're not the same person, in my opinion. Yeah, I took a close look. Yeah, they're not the same.
No, I looked too. I was like, oh, I'm curious, but no, it's just dumb. and I am pissed off that Drip Drop had to totally change.
Well,
that
better to
pissed
be,
me off.
as my meme always said, it's better to be pissed off than pissed on, Kelly.
That's true. That's true. But Drip Drop can pound sand because I was a freaking member of both his channels.
You know, like I said in the very beginning, before we had a suspect, I was quite entertained by that guy.
Yeah, I was too.
I used to sit and laugh. I'm like, this guy's funny as hell. Now he's actually serious, which is actually pretty scary. And he's got a following, which is even scarier. I think people just tune in. What is this saying? Let's see what we have to say about myself today. Let's see what I have to say about myself. I don't know. Crafty Crime Sleuth of Marianne Thorpe. Yes, G puts a lot of time and effort into it. What is that? Who's G? Am I losing something? Yes, G puts a lot of time and effort into it. I am lost there.
He never said anything about golf clubs. Okay, Brian. But if I go back, and that is you saying that, because I'm almost positive it is.
It is him saying it.
I thought so. I'll tell you what, the next show, you're going to be on it. You're going to be the star if you want to keep going with that.
No, I have neuro blank. My right had is a mess. Your right hat, your hand, maybe?
His hand.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, buddy. Use your left hand.
I have bad hands too. I was a crane operator.
There's no evidence there are theories and speculations from the actual evidence. There's not evidence. There are theories and speculations from the actual evidence. Am I missing? Am I reading that right? Amy, is that what you meant to say? Because I'm kind of confused. There is not evidence. There are theories and speculations from the actual evidence. Okay. We can all speculate on what the evidence is, I guess. I have no idea. I'm going to digress from that one because I think you said it wrong, but you can correct yourself and maybe I'll get it. Or if that's right, I'm sorry. I'm just not that sharp this late. Let's see. It did look that way, and I thought the same thing, and I'm a woman. See what I mean? See what I mean? You're talking about Lana, of course, correct? Yeah. I mean, coming from a woman, I guess it's okay, but coming from a man, it's just like I'm a womanizing sexist pig. Lana is hideous.
I don't get
She
it.
posted pics on a live of her victim's vajayjay. Yeah, that was pretty sick. She's like, or was she like one for how many cases now?
20 some.
I don't know. She's batting like sub-zero.
Right.
Oh, but you know what, Lana? I know you're probably watching, but listen up. I'm ready for you. If you want to come up with me, just remember, this is a civil case. So anything that you've done previously can be used against you in a court of law. It's not like a criminal case. Civil cases are different, if you haven't learned that by now. So I think you're probably getting a little blackballed in the criminal process. I'm not sure. Maybe your frivolous lawsuits are just kind of being pencil whipped and null prost. I'm not sure, but I'm kind of thinking that's going to be happening if it's not already happening. But, you get due process. So keep following them. I'd love to come to one. I would actually fly up there just to meet you face to face and say, hey, can I take that pencil out of your ear? Let me underline something. You're an idiot, in my opinion. Okay. Heavy Metal Rehab. Again, Amy, I saw him talking about charges. I only saw him talking about charges. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. But
you need to get down to the hit your down arrow so you get all the way down.
I'm too slow. I'm sorry.
Those people have already left, John. We need to get to the people who are here.
We still got like 230 people in here.
I'm kidding.
I love it. I'll stay up, y'all. I'll burn the midnight oil. Let's see.
You want me to tell you a little known thing about John?
Tell me something about myself, girlfriend.
Okay. So Patty and I,
Better not
we
be
have been,
bad. Better not be bad.
no. I
All
wouldn't
right.
do that to you.
All right.
Patty and I, we have been trying to prank him. And I did it. I was successful. I pranked him. I
No,
got him
you
really
weren't.
worried.
No, you weren't. Because I said,
Uh-huh.
did she really think she's getting over on me on that? I knew that wasn't real. I said it.
No.
You didn't.
About
No,
me?
you didn't get me. Don't even try. But go ahead.
Come on, you gotta give me something. Okay, so I tried to make him think that I wasn't going to be here for the show one night. But Patty, she really tried to get him with the vampire teeth on the Halloween show, and he busts us every time. It's hilarious. I feel like I'm that little girl getting caught with her hand in the cookie jar, getting busted. We have a lot of fun like that, though. It's nice.
Giovanni says Giselle's wicked smart. Yes, Giselle's wicked smart. I'll tell you what, Giselle, you're getting some props over here. So, I mean, can I get some of your subs, please? No, I'm just kidding.
Just send us the ones that can't afford you anymore because she had to raise her prices.
Yeah, right. Let's see. Welcome to the team, J Lord and Truth and Exposed. That's Patty, Lavender Girls. Thank you, Patty, for welcoming me on board. J Lord, Brian Hoffman, who thinks they are great. Brian, you need to kind of, let's see. Okay. Keep saying nice things. You're good. Let's see. Truth Exposed makes me laugh every time. Yes, she does. She is a riot. And you know what? I'd be lying if I didn't say I almost peed my pants when I was talking to her in my truck. I had to pee. And she had me laughing so hard the other day. I was in Orlando. I was coming back from Orlando. And I'm like, do I stop and pee? Oh man, I can make it home. It's like 40 minutes. Ah, man, I don't want to get in that I-4 traffic. And I'm talking to her, and I you know, I'll have to admit, I probably squirted a little bit.
You piddled a little.
I was laughing so hard.
Just a little bit.
She was killing me. She was absolutely killing me. And you know, I just don't have control over that part of my body as you know, at 55 that I used to. Had a couple stents from kidney stones, and it just doesn't work like it used to.
Careful, they're going to have you in a colostomy bag next.
I know, right? But I was dying laughing, you know. So she's just down to earth lady, and you guys will love her. When I get her in chat, you'll love her. You'll love her Southern draw, and don't let her fool you though.
She's witty.
And J Lord, I'm telling you, when they love each other, J Lord. I mean, they got mad respect for one another. So, which is good. You know? So, when we get them up and get them on panel, people are gonna want to come just to hear these two talk.
Oh
I may just sit back.
Just let them go.
How about this? That's probably what I'm going to wind up doing. Now, if I have to get up and go to the bathroom instead of like 30 seconds, I'll make it like an hour. I'll be back.
I'll be back to cover.
Make a sandwich.
Well, at least they get to have someone to talk to when you walk away. I got to sit here and try and figure out what I'm supposed to say next.
J Lord says, truth exposed is a big gun or a knife. A pear knife, right? She can wield a pear knife. She tells that story. Hey, y'all.
She's a survivor, man. She is a survivor.
Warning. She tells a story about, you know, she was attacked and she stuck some guy with a pear knife right in the gut. And she, you know, your innards are under a lot of pressure. And so I can only imagine her doing it. Her dad was a butcher, so she probably did the right thing, put it in, turned, twisted, turned the other way, twisted, and pulled it out, and it was a gaping hole, I'm sure. And she said that guy's intestines shot out like I forget what she said, but like a string, like a can of string, silly string or something. And
under pressure.
So that's not what she said, but it was something like that. And just mad, and she'd do it again. So yeah.
Thank you, Nolo and Lavender Girls. Patty, you guys don't have to do that. Got some super stickers.
Who got super stickers?
You got super stickers.
I better not be getting any from Patty. Don't you be doing that.
You're still up in. You're still way too up in the chat. What time are you at?
5 hours and 20 minutes and 30 seconds.
No, I mean, what time on your chat?
What?
Do you have your time? Do you have the timestamp showing?
Yeah.
Are you back at like 8 o'clock?
What are you talking about?
You're way up in the chat.
Oh,
you're way behind.
Let me move down. I'm sorry. I'm telling you, I can't keep up, y'all. I'm still pulling down. Holy cow. You guys, I'm so sorry. I'm at 1:24 a.m. right now. I'm at 1:24 and I'm at and I've been pulling and pulling. Okay, all right, J Lord's in here.
It's the best. You have the most comments I've ever seen.
You comment. Here, you read this one. You see J Lord right there?
Where?
You caught me, truth teller, and such Friday. I can't stay on panel. Isn't my thing. So I lied and said it's my phone.
You're still way up there.
You caught me. Yes, I lied. Scared on panel. Oh my God, J Lord. She just confessed. We worked for an hour trying to get her on panel, and she couldn't get in.
I think it was longer than that.
I confess. I lied. I was scared. She was scared to come on panel.
Oh,
all right. Hey, now
definitely got more courage than I do.
Are you two conspiring together because you both had the same issues? So it's not StreamYard. It's you're scared.
Scared. Don't be
can't
scared.
handle it. I mean, Brian Hoffman's got you scared. You can't handle people like Brian Hoffman. I see.
Can we address Brian's theory?
I know Brian Hoffman. Brian Hoffman, see, you're scaring my new people away. The new teammates didn't want to come in because they saw you were in the chat. You just bring so much intimidation to this chat. Let's see here.
But 80s kid wants to know what Brian's theory is.
Let's see what's Sportsy Girl say. I will back up our mods and not allow anyone to be bullied. You know what? We talked about bringing you Sportsy Girl. Email me. Detective John 68 at Gmail. Sportsy Girl. You know, she's always got something nice to say.
Yep. Well, we missed you. We noticed that you weren't around.
Yeah. Amy Terry, Brian Hoffman, I do agree the English in the PCA is awful. Really? I thought he did a pretty good job writing that PCA for a rookie. They're supposed to be vague. Yes, you're absolutely right, Amy. When I saw that PCA, before that PCA even hit, I said, and I'll quote myself, I wouldn't expect you see the paint taken off the walls here. PCA is not really going to contain a whole lot. It's just going to contain some of the elements of the crime. And boom, we get how many pages was it? A book.
Yeah, I did not expect it to be that long.
That's not how you write a PCA, y'all. I'm just saying. There was a lot in there. Now,
yeah.
That he could have probably got away with, half of that. And the judge would have signed it and extradited him. But I think that was inexperience. And I think because so many eyes were on it that he did that. But typically your PCAs, Amy, you're right. PCAs are not very revealing.
Right.
It's the incident report post arrest where the
Yeah.
details go into. So the judge doesn't care about what happened in the case right then, because you know what? It's not going to trial right then. All's the judge, that's the first appearance, and all the judge has to do is sign off on whether we have enough PC to hold this defendant, to set a bond, or to file an information. So if you file an information, that basically is when a judge says, hey, you know what? I'm not comfortable with the PCA. I don't think there's enough here. So contact this detective or this officer and have him send me a supplemental ASAP as to what else he has on this guy. In the meantime, we'll hold him until we get that response back. If it's not in a timely manner, we cut him loose and we no pros the case. No pros means throw it out. So, you know, it's very rare that happens, but sometimes judges want to see more. Brian, are you trained in writing a PCA? Of course not. I don't think he's trained in writing anything. But let's see.
Hey.
The defense. Yeah.
Hey.
Do I need to go down?
No. Yeah. Well, just hold on a second. Okay. Just repeat after me. Say this.
Say this.
This. Shar.
What?
Say Shar.
Shar.
Vigil.
What?
Vigil. As a handle. Vigil.
You're cutting out.
Vigil.
I'm not reading you. You're breaking up. You're breaking
Vigil.
up. You're breaking up.
You're faking.
I'm not reading you.
Vigil.
I'm not hearing you.
Say Vigil.
I'm not hearing what you're saying.
Damn it, I almost got him. Say Shar Vigil.
Can you sign? Write it down on a clipboard. Hold it up.
I could sign. Vigil. V-I-G-I-L. Vigil.
Vigil?
Say it. Yeah, Shar Vigil. Say
Shar
it again.
Vigil. No,
there you go.
You're
He
not
said
tricking me.
it. He said it. Yeah. Oh, I got him to say it.
I don't know.
Shar Vigil said that she was only coming to hear you say her name. So I said, I'll get him to say it.
Oh, okay. See, all you had to do was say, hey, somebody wants to say your name. Remember, that goes way back. Yeah. Where did that come from? Say my name. Say my name.
Say my name.
Oh, it was when we were talking about Dago, how he baits everybody, in my opinion, to come in there. Oh, hey, Tara. Hey, Crafties. Oh, how's your dog, Brian Hoffman? Oh, that's so great. Cha-ching, $20. So, Shah Vigil?
Yeah, Shar. Yeah.
Shar. Hello.
Yeah. She's laughing.
Oh, let's see. We're going on almost 2 a.m. here, people. How many we got? We still got over 200 people in here. That's amazing.
It's awesome. I love it.
I got more.
I love it.
I cannot keep up with chat, y'all.
I know.
Sorry.
I know. We're over 4,000
Nolo,
comments.
Nolo, thank you. You didn't thank you. You know what we got to figure out? We got to figure out how to do memberships. I have no idea how that works, people. So if you guys have super ideas for doing memberships, I don't know what I'm going to have to do research on that. I don't even know what that consists of. What happens in memberships? Do they give them something special?
Yeah, they get badges, like, when they're in chat, so it shows how long they've been a member, and there's all kinds of member
I know that
benefits.
their letters turn green or something, right?
Yeah, their names turn green.
I'll give you a color.
And then you can do members only chats where people can only chat members if they're a member. Like if you want to slow it down or whatever, You know, that's when we get up to like 100,000, like where Grizzly's at, where she has to.
I'm sorry,
raise
guys.
her-
I'm so ignorant when it comes to this stuff. I'm
It's
just
all good.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
learning too.
I pick names up and put them down.
And he does a very good job of it.
I need help.
Sometimes he loses them too.
So
You could hide your own Easter eggs, huh?
Yep. T. Jordan says, "Thanks, guys. I hope it's because we made you laugh." T. Jordan,
Yeah.
Jordexon, T. Jordexon.
Who's that?
I've seen it before. I can't. I'm again, man. Our lady. I'm sorry. I don't know. You got.
Wait a minute. Who are you talking to?
It's TJ ORDXN.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Do
Am
they
I
have a
missing-
wrench?
No.
Who's T? What is it? I don't see it.
T. Jord XN at 1:50 a.m. 10 minutes ago. Truth exposed in a heartbeat. There you go, Truth exposed. You got 3 words there. I know you can do better than that.
She's being
And
shy.
the next one's a smiley face. I want some wit out of you. I need wit. I don't want 3-letter words or sentences. Wit. Come up with something brilliant like you always do. Let's see.
T.
Brian,
T.
all right,
Jordan
buddy.
X.
I don't know what
Is
you're
it-
talking about,
yeah,
but
Tanner.
take it to my, if you got a question for me, I mean, I can't, there's other people in here, buddy. I gotta pay attention to some of them. They're going to get jealous.
Crafty Crime Sleuth. Thank you so much. Look at her.
J Lord says, no. Didn't you know I confessed? Truth teller was totally right. I'm lying and a big fraidy cat. I said yes, but really meant no. Hey, that's a criminal charge in some cases. When a woman says yes, but really meant no, that could be bad. So let's see here.
Crafty Crime Sleuth gave you a super sticker.
What's that?
Crafty Crime Sleuth gave you a super sticker.
Thank you. Hey, again, hey, y'all, tell me where you're from. I think that's cool. If we're gonna roll a little bit longer, everybody, put
They
in
did
here where
earlier.
you're
Let's
from.
do it. Let's do it.
If I missed it earlier, I'm sorry.
It's Black Austin's birthday. Yeah, wish him a happy birthday.
Who's?
Black Austin.
What's up?
And
Happy birthday.
And he knows where I raised my kids.
How do you know? You ask him?
No, because he lived there. That's
Happy
pretty wild.
birthday, bro. How old are you? Black Austin.
I don't know if he was kidding or not. Happy birthday. Yeah, no, he
See, I'm just now coming up to Char
48.
Vigil, and it says say my name. Char Vigil. You got it again and again. Char Vigil.
Yeah.
That's a little inside
Did
joke.
good. I did good. Yeah, you got to get down to the bottom.
All right. I'm moving. You know what? Crafty, thank you so much. Wow.
That was so nice.
$20. That's awesome. Thank you.
That's wow.
All right, I'm at the bottom.
Yes, true Texas girl. Yeah, I was trying to get him to realize that T. Jordan is Tanner.
Oh, that's my son. Damn it. What was that? Did you just fart laugh? I heard that. Did y'all hear that?
I'm starting to
Did y'all hear
cough.
Kelly fart laugh? I heard that. Jordan, Tanner,
that's
I'm
just-
sorry, man. That's so funny.
I
That's
was like,
not what
come
he
on.
used to be
I
under.
was trying to make it register there.
I thought he was going to bed. I never pay attention to his chat name, and it's Tanner Jordan, but
Uh-huh.
the X stuff threw me off.
That's funny. Oh boy.
Yeah, yeah. J Lord, Brian thinks BK was hired by Pullman. He's a CI. He's working off a felony charge.
And he was at the pool party.
Yeah.
That's right. He thinks he was at the pool party and he was it went bad. Oh my gosh, I remember all that. Brian, come on. Can we get some common sense? You're funny though. I'll give you that. You're a fun guy.
Happy 48th, Black Austin. Thanks.
Yeah.
We love having you here, man. Where are you at, Black Austin? Did he say where he was from? Did you know where he was from?
Well, I don't know where he's from now, but he said that he was from a lake where I used to live. Yeah, pretty cool.
Crystal Lake?
Close, no. Owner's Lake.
Bella Italiana is from Nashville, Tennessee, originally from Italy. Ooh, I'm a poet and didn't know it. Glad to have you, Bella. True Texas girl. I don't know where you're from.
maybe same place as
yeah. See, it used to
Texas
be
Ranger.
T. Jordan. Yeah, that's right. Whatever, he came up with some new name. I didn't catch it. My bad.
Yeah.
They're gonna eat me alive on that one. DJ didn't even know his own son when he came into chat.
That's true too.
They will. He didn't even. He's so stupid. He didn't even know his own son when he came into chat. He's a terrible father. I can hear it now. Headlines on the Dago Show.
A little clue.
Biology
John
101.
spoils the
You're from
crap out of
Virginia.
his kids.
Going to bed. Good night, Biology 101. That's gonna be my DNA person right there. She's a plethora.
Yes,
of knowledge.
Black Austin. That's where I raised my children. Yep. Yep. Chocolate City, USA. He's from my hometown. How can that be? Such a small world.
Ah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Not your ex, is it?
No. No, my ex, we're co-parents. We're really good. We have a good relationship.
I know. Maybe he's messing with you.
Yeah.
Brian
well,
Hoffman,
now
Brian, I have a mission for you, buddy. I want you to email me your theory on the BK saga of being a CI and working off his felony charges. Can you do that for me? Because then we'll bring it on. I'll pull it up and we'll break it down with you. How's that sound? All right, Brian. We'll even bring you on panel. You just let me know. Email me, detectivejohn68@gmail.com.
Yeah.
detectivejohn68@gmail.com.
Let's do it, Brian.
Yeah. But, I'm not just going to bring you on panel with some, rehearsed story. Go ahead and articulate your thoughts for me. Email it to me. Let me look at it and we'll break it down. I'll entertain it.
Mm-hmm.
How's that sound? Is that fair? You're welcome. Thanks, DJ. It's going to be a great day, I hope. Black Austin, I hope so too, bro. I don't know if you're going to a ball game or what, but whatever it is, happy birthday. Amy, Terry, no, more recent than that. June, July, I believe. See, we got people talking to each other in here, and I'm missing out.
Yes, you do. You miss out on a lot.
Let's see. If you see something you want to read it.
Yeah, I was just talking to Yeah. Giovanna says, "Yeah, we knew that Jordan is Tanner, T. Jordan.
Oh yeah, now I
Everybody
really
knew but you."
Hey, thank you for getting my back. Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks. I love you, son. I forgot I named you that. I did have a stroke, you know. Give me a break.
Black also says he misses the racing Pringles from Wisconsin. Yes, the Kringles. Pringles are awesome.
The what? What's that?
The Kringles. They're kind of like a Danish.
Oh, okay.
Kringle. Yeah.
You know what I miss from
pastry.
Wisconsin that I used to eat all the time? Cheese.
Yellow snow. I'll tell you, living in
Well, I seem to
California
have become lactose intolerant lately, so I don't know what's going on with that.
could be the cheese. Maybe it's California cheese.
Been a bit stopped up lately, folks. Haven't been feeling well the past week. Had a little bit too much of that Wisconsin cheese.
The cheese is awesome. I will.
I'm
have
not
to say
kidding.
that. Yeah.
I got all kinds of
All my
stuff going
family,
on.
especially in Florida, they always send me some Wisconsin cheese. I'm like, I'm not in Wisconsin anymore. Get
See,
into the dairy.
Taylor, you know, you had to lie tonight, and you could have been a part of this. You could be right here with us right now. You sure you don't want to come in? I'll send you the link.
Well, you
I'll send you
shouldn't
a
have
link.
thrown your phone over it, though.
Going once, going twice. I'll send you the link. I'll give you the floor for about 20, 30 minutes. And if we can get our partner in crime in, oh man, like I said, I'm gonna go to bed and let y'all roll.
It's so much fun. This is so great. Yeah.
All right,
California
we're
Bay
down. We're
Area.
down below
I'm in
200
San
now.
Diego.
It's slowly dwindling.
Well, I know it's because we're kind of getting giddy, loopy. Found out I talked to Kelly and John and Tanner on the phone. Now it's show face.
What'd she say?
Truth. The fucker found out I talked to Kelly and John and Tanner on the phone. Now it's show face. Eh? I don't even know who she's talking to, but it's funny.
Were you two conspiring together to create this freaking debacle between you two tonight? You guys are just totally. Hey, are you infiltrating me?
Oh, there's another rumor.
Did Dago send you? Did you come from the dark side? Are you working for Darth Vader?
Hey, very Chuck Woosley. I cannot get this congestion out of my chest. It's been here for months. It just won't go away.
What's wrong?
I got this congestion. It's just right in my chest, and it just won't go away.
It's called smoking, and you need to stop. How about that?
Yes.
I'm so blunt. I'm working on her, y'all. I'm working on her. We're trying to get her to quit, but her excuse is her boyfriend smokes. So what? The brain is a powerful thing, Kelly. You can do it.
I know. It's a choice. I know.
Let's see here.
Yes. Laughing is great. And I love it because it's infectious and it's so cleansing. And sometimes you get so exhausted, you just sleep really good after you have a really good laugh.
Taylor said, I never said I would show my face on panel. Okay.
She said she could be on the panel.
It's not a requirement. I told hey,
You misread that.
You know, this is what the part that I was cracking up with our other partner in crime, and we'll just call her Rachel because that's her real name. And I'm talking to her on the phone yesterday, and she said something, you know, are you guys the same person? Because I swear she said the same thing. And I said, you don't have to have your face. I just need your mouth. And then I'm like, oh my God, here I go again.
That didn't work.
Now I'm really a sexist freaking jerk. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, Rachel. I didn't mean that. And I was just like,
I do that a lot. I insert my
hey,
foot in my mouth.
hey,
I don't
true
think what I'm
story.
talking about.
True story, y'all. And I sincerely felt bad. I'm glad we weren't a major corporation because I'd have a sexual harassment charge on me. I'd be in
Oh,
front
no
of,
kidding. That's so
you
funny
know,
though.
I'd be in trouble. I'd be getting a final written warning. Might even get terminated for that one. So let's see. Brian Hoffman, are you Truck Woolsey? Woolsey? Black Ops
Yes,
says,
I have lost it. Dylan Lava. I have lost it. Oh my god.
oh, now you're scared again, J. Lord. You have no idea what you got coming.
Oh, these guys crack me up.
Y'all
all
are
day long.
slap happily. Bella says, yeah, we are. And I don't drink. You know, I don't
I don't
drink.
either.
I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. I do. Hold on. I'll show you what I do.
We need the.
This is my drug of choice right here. It's for heart health. It's for heart health.
What is it?
It's my Bear aspirin.
Oh, like what the heck are you holding up?
Dude, look how small these things are, man.
I know they're tiny, and don't they smell? Don't they smell like formaldehyde?
No.
Oh,
Formaldehyde.
yeah. I'm not
No.
kidding. The ones Tony gets, they stink
Oh
really
yeah,
bad.
they
Like
do.
chemical.
Smell like glue.
Yeah, the
I
ones
think
he
that
gets-
I don't think that's the aspirin. I think that's the bottle. Honestly, yeah, that's a bottle. But anyway,
that's gotta be the
drug
aspirin.
of choice, y'all. That and tea.
Yeah, I gotta have my coffee.
We're holding at 185, y'all. We've been
Love you
rolling
guys.
we've been rolling for. Hey, we're gonna get 6 hours again. We got 5 hours and 46 minutes or
There we
47
go.
minutes now.
Let's do 6 hours.
We're gonna do 6 hours.
What do we?
So
I never thought that we would go this long.
That person that came into chat started bickering that we did 6 hours, and I'm like, look, you know, if you need to break it up in 30-minute segments so you can take notes, I don't care how you do it. Just don't complain that we do 6 hours because we're covering, you know, we're having fun. If you like to be bored, then go on over to Dago and watch him chip paint or something. Listen to him say names. Or you can go over you can go over to Tommy's show and watch him simulate stabbing somebody 54 times.
Yeah.
And then going into
Lord.
at the end
crazy rant.
I almost called 911 for the guy.
Oh, man.
Or you can go over to Mr. Cornrow and hear his lifelong story about how he's a convicted 38-time felon. And I'm like, come on, dude, couldn't you get us 2 more? 2 more. You know, a nice 4-0. Let's see.
A nice 4-0.
Truth Teller says you can't make this up. Well, I don't know what you're referring to, but you can't. We're rolling. I guess, yeah, you can't make this up because we're just shooting off the cuff. Let's see. Sportsy girl, Truth Teller, where's your pick? You're trying to call them out and you don't have yours posted.
They're trying to get truth on panel.
Oh. Yeah, we got to get truth on panel. Yeah, we'll get. You know, I'm going to have some prerequisites, though.
Uh-oh.
Truth Teller said, watching Rachel squirm. Oh, yeah. Rachel sent us pictures, though. She looks like you don't want to mess with her.
I've seen her.
I did, too. She sent me a picture yesterday.
I seen her live.
She's got some guns. Rachel's been in sports medicine for
Yeah,
most
she's
of her life.
awesome. Oh my gosh, she's so smart.
And she was
So
telling me
intelligent.
today, you know, about when she was shot and, you know, the effect it had on her foot, and because she was shot in the foot and it messed her up pretty bad. So she's having to deal with that, you know. But hey, she did take somebody down with a 3-inch paring knife.
Paring knife. Yeah.
What's weird?
What's weird?
That's what he said, John. What's weird? Truth is, but she's saying
weird?
that's weird, John. What? What's weird?
You're not caught up yet.
That was 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry.
No, you're not caught up yet.
I'm a bit all
We're
sorry.
4,300 comments already. That's amazing.
How many?
4,300. There's
4,300 what?
comments.
We've had 4,300 comments.
Yeah, almost.
No way.
12 more.
Are
Yep.
those words or actual comments?
Comments.
There ain't no way we've had 4,300 comments.
Yep.
I'm not looking at the stats. I'm going to have to call T. Jordan.
And I think that's just the ones, that's just stacking up the comments that I haven't read yet.
Oh my goodness, y'all. People are going to go nuts. They're going to lose their minds.
They're already losing their shit. Yeah.
Oh.
4,300, like that's unheard of.
See, Crime Analysis 101 had 4,300 comments after 6 hours.
We engage our audience. What can I say?
Let's see. Tara said, sorry, but I disagree about AT. She has proven track record and not guilty verdict. Yeah, let me tell you something about that, Tara. She got off a convicted murderer, and guess what? He got retried and convicted.
He got convicted.
Bam! Is that your claim to fame for her? She got off somebody because a piece of paperwork wasn't filed correctly, and then guess what?
It was a technicality.
He got retried.
So
it was just
ridiculous.
temporary, and he got convicted. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
And Taylor's Elementary. I've worked with some great attorneys, and I can tell you right now, she is below average. Now, because I'm saying that, and Ann Taylor happens to be female, that's going to make me like some sexist pig. I know. But I'm just telling the truth. She's not very good. Think about it. She's in Idaho.
Think about
Do you know how much crime is in Moscow, Idaho, and that county? Not very much.
All right.
She's not very experienced, really, in the grand scheme of things. So you believe what you want to believe. I know the truth. What she did by waiving his right to a speedy trial and announcing that particular alibi was the most ludicrous thing I've ever seen. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't try to get a mistrial just based on that. Now, hopefully he didn't. I don't know. If he agreed to it, he agreed to it. I think it was a huge mistake. But who am I? I digress.
That alibi was dumb.
Tara, I don't mean to. I'm not trying to argue with you, but I mean,
No, you know what?
I
don't
know
really
we
like.
all love.
mean,
They all love AT because she's the cat's meow. She's a horrible attorney. Sorry.
And she said that it was an accused woman. Well, actually, she was convicted the second time. So she's a convicted woman of killing a child. You know, I don't
Yeah.
think that's anything to brag about getting off.
Yeah, I wouldn't. That wouldn't be claim to fame for me, especially on
No.
a technicality when you were guilty. But you know, generally those things work out. You're not acquitted. You understand the difference? You're
Right.
not. She
Sorry.
was not acquitted. If she had been acquitted, it would be a different story. But she was not acquitted. You're welcome. Let's see here.
What's going on with this
Truth
teller?
teller has repeated herself about 20 times in 10 minutes. I don't know.
She keeps attacking.
Just Dawn said amazing. Bella 4300. She says it too.
Yeah.
I'm too tired to click the mouse to even look. That's way up there. I can't reach up there. My screen's way up there. I don't want to make my mouse go up there.
It says 4341 comments.
That's insane in the membrane, y'all.
Yeah, it's
Let's
amazing.
see.
It's amazing. That means there was some
Oh,
great conversation.
Brian Hoffman. Yeah, here's the latest. Brian's jumping on this train. He says, I never did understand why everyone thinks AT is amazing. Yeah, and that's what everyone's jumping on that train now. She's the greatest attorney ever. Now everybody's like, she's horrible. He needs to get another attorney. Have you noticed that?
There isn't another one. He's got them all.
Damn. My feet smell bad or something. Is that my feet?
That was so random.
Something stinks in here.
You got the dog in there?
No. I don't know what the hell it is, though.
He's looking at himself.
Y'all have you laughing so hard, I might have sharted. I'm just too afraid to look.
Oh, good Lord. No, I don't think Patty says, do you think BK will get another attorney? No, I don't think so. I think she's going to do what she has to do.
Well, you guys got to all understand. This is a DP case, and he's going to get an automatic appeal. That is non-debatable. That is automatically done at the point that he is convicted and sentenced. The appeal automatically is done by the state, whether he wants it or not. Just the way DPs are. So the unfortunate thing is, this man will probably live another 25 or 30 years before he's put down by, and here's another thing people don't understand. And I was all excited about it. So the Supreme Court ruled that they can, as an alternative means of the DP, use the firing squad. If the lethal injection drugs are available, then they will use that. But because the pharmaceutical companies are saying they don't want to be a part of supplying those drugs for that means, they are now forced to bring in another means, which is death by firing squad, which they'll line up 5 people. And I don't remember, but I think 4 of them have bullets and 1 doesn't. So they really don't know who actually, does it.
Yeah, right.
But that is what people don't understand. They're thinking that it's automatically he's going to die of lead poisoning. Well, that's not necessarily true. I mean, if fentanyl's an awfully potent drug, why can't we just use fentanyl?
I know,
we have
right?
a plethora being seized every day. Why don't we allocate that to the prison systems to utilize? I mean,
I don't understand
the end of a pen will kill you. I mean, I don't know. That's not my gig.
I agree, though. It's got to be more humane, because people were suffering. It wasn't actually killing them. It's lethal injection. That's part of the reason why it's questionable.
Y'all don't pay attention to me. I get stupid sometimes, and I if I gross you out with something I said, I'm not going to apologize. Just the way.
It's humor.
Amy Terry said, "See, Brian knows AT is not all that." Yeah, you know why? Amy? You know why Brian's saying that? Because he's not getting his way.
Yeah.
Things aren't looking too good for old Brian Kohlberger right now. So it must be the attorney's fault. Can't be the culmination of evidence that's stacking up against him. No, none of that. Just got to be the attorney's fault now. But just a month ago, she was like, you ask Lana, and she is the most dominant attorney ever. She had her jumping up and down, peeing herself. You're frozen, Kelly. Unfreeze.
No, I'm reading. Sorry. I was really into it. Hold on a second. Let me get back to it now.
All right, what do I got left?
Bella Italia says, this is important. I am a pharmacist. There's plenty of DP meds supplied for DOC inmates. So is it that the drug is controversial, Bella?
I'm not. You're cutting out. So let me see if I can find Bella.
Yeah, Bella said that she is pharmacist and there's plenty of DP drugs.
Oh, T Jordan XN's telling me to go to bed.
DJ, go to bed.
It's 2:30, he says.
What is it that you want to get away with, Tanner? And that
Son,
you want Dad to go to bed?
just shut up and get back to your video game.
Oh, it's so cool.
All right,
let's
get back to what she was saying. She's a pharmacist.
She's a pharmacist, and she said that there's plenty of DP drugs available.
Well, if you look it up, Kelly, you'll look it up. We'll cover that next time because I've got something planned for that. Remember? But yeah.
Yeah.
But
Molly said in the news, I think November 2nd, 2023, Idaho was able to get the chemicals for the injection. Okay. Good
who was saying that about the drugs?
Bella Italia is a pharmacist. And
Bella,
Molly,
how do you feel about the PDMP?
Yeah.
So the PDMP, y'all, is the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program. So about 8 years ago, maybe 7 years ago now, most of the 85% of all C2s, which she'll tell you are oxy, hydrocodone, things like that, came from the state of Florida because we didn't have a PDMP, we were called the Oxycontin Express. So the reason why is it would come down, like from Kentucky, go 75 down, come back up 95 and go back up. And they would doctor shop and they would be able to get, if you went and saw a neurologist and got an MRI and he said you had a herniated disc somewhere in your back, they'll write you a script for a C2, which is one of those medicines. So they would just take that script and go right down the coast till they got to Florida, and they would be able to stop at Dr. Jones, Dr. White, Dr. Blue, Dr. Green, Dr. Purple, Dr. Gray.
Oh, wow.
And they would doctor shop using that same script, and that's what it was called. And you had all these little clinics set up, and a lot of times these clinics would be owned by rich people that invested in buying a clinic, and then they would hire a retired pharmacist to run that clinic, and there were pill mills, and they made millions of dollars, a lot of them. Wow. And she can tell you, I don't know which pharmacy group she works for, but I won't say the chain, but a major chain here in Florida and throughout the United States. 2 of the stores in Sanford, Florida, were the largest distributors of C2s in the entire country.
Yeah, she just said pain management capital in Florida.
And guess what? Right here in Sanford, which is about 20 minutes to the west of me, those 2 stores were taken down. I was actually part of that. So then, lo and behold, all of you, if you had a toothache, before you go to the doctor, he'd give you a script for, 30 Percocet. Now you get ask Bella, you might get 6 or 7. And a lot of pharmacies won't even fill them anymore because they're so scared that they're going to get caught up in the PDMP stuff. So now anyway, what the PDMP is, finally, the state legislation passed the prescription drug monitoring program, which rest of the freaking whole country had, but Florida for whatever reason. And it was all about money. I know what it was about.
Yeah.
So then you couldn't go to Dr. Jones, Dr. White, Dr. Green, Dr. Purple, because as soon as you got that script as soon as you got the doctor issued that script, you went into the prescription drug monitoring program database, which is nationwide. So you can't go buy multiple pills anymore. So what has happened, the reason why heroin has made such a spike is because supply and demand. We don't have the access to the opiates anymore. But guess what heroin is? Heroin is an opiate. Why fentanyl is all over the place now is because they're actually disguising fentanyl and Percocet. They're not real Percocet pills, but they're designing Percocet pills to look like Percocet pills. And they actually have an undisclosed amount of fentanyl in each pill to give you that buzz. But you know what? It's coming out of Mexico, a lot of it, and it's not regulated. So one pill might have so many grams in it. Another pill might have, it wouldn't be grams, but micro, whatever. She would be able to tell you. But you might get one Percocet pill that just give you a little bit of a normal buzz, but the other one will kill you. So if you're buying Percocets off the street, don't do it. Don't do it, y'all, because I'm telling you right now, you're gonna wind up dead. I promise you. So anyway, I like to educate people a little bit. Yep. And Bella said, most states only give 4 to 6 tablets from fractures in ER. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
So you have to go see your, primary care to get more. And it's really hard. So the abuse has led to people that really need these pills not being able to get them. But you know what? The abuse is so bad that, it's ruined it for everyone. All right, y'all. We actually went over 6 hours.
Holy cow. I just can't believe that.
So we're going to get just destroyed. We're going to get scrutinized by that same lady that scrutinized us that just couldn't handle the fact that we did 6 hours. I hope she can, hit pause. Hey, y'all, if you can't handle the 6 hours, just pause it. You can always come back later. I don't care if you watch the live or not. Come back later, take some notes, send me an email, ask me some questions. If I, hopefully I'll be able to get to you. If not, we'll see you next time. Right?
There was a question in chat about what was your most challenging case in LE. Sorry, Patty, I just seen that.
My most challenging case in LE.
Yeah.
Could have been the guy with no teeth in the moonlight that
on Oral Street.
The Oral Street. Probably my most
you're gonna get me gone.
You talking about major case? You talking about, there's so many different types of cases. You have major case, you have financial, you have, I didn't like doing anything with kids. I just couldn't take it. So I didn't go in that direction.
That would be hard.
I spent time in homicide, persons crimes, homicides, property crimes. I did fraud. I did a lot of that. But you know what? One of my favorite cases that I did, aside from any homicides, was, here's the deal. And what people don't realize, you see these people that are going out and doing smash and grabs in stores, and you have somebody standing there next to you with a backpack, and they're filling it up, and they're not prosecuting unless it's over $1,000. All this crap that's going on today. Those are called boosters. So boosters will go out, and these little convenience stores that you see, and don't take, somebody will blow me away with this too, saying I'm racist or something, but they're, usually foreign owned little convenience stores that have the same little tubes that have the flowers in them that sell crack pipes, and
Yeah.
they can sell paraphernalia because they put that little flower in it, but it's actually a crack pipe, and they sell them all day long. But a lot of these little convenience stores that are, not corporate, they're privately owned, don't like to deal with vendors. So a vendor is, somebody that represents, that sells Tylenol to the store, Advil to the store, things like that. Candy bars, candy in general, chips, things like that, beer, meat, things like that. So a lot of these stores that are independently owned will get to know a network of people called boosters within the community, and boosters are thieves. So they go out in groups, and that guy that owns that store will give them a list of what he needs. I need Tylenol. I need Bear. I need OTC, over-the-counter meds. I need Slim Jims. I need, I need beer. Get me several cases of beer. So give them the list. They'll go out, and the boosters will go hit your big box stores like your Walmarts, your Publixes, things like that. And then they'll come back to that guy and sell that product. He's a fence now for pennies on the dollar. So let's say like Snickers bars, they're in a box on the shelf, right? So the booster would go in and take the entire box, which has like 50 bars in it, $100 worth of Snicker bars. And he'll take it to that guy, and he'll give him $10 for them. But they would take Snickers, Mars, you name it, and load up. One's Lookout, and they'll load up the backpack, and they'll fill it up, and they'll go into the stores, and they'll sell it. So I worked a major case where we tracked fences all the way back to Houston, did a 2-year surveillance on these fencing networks, and followed them and all over the country. And we took down, a lot of these little convenience stores, and it was such a pleasure, because what we did was, we round out, because one of the convenience stores was him and his brother owned 15 of them. And we took them all down. We seized their property. And the one brother had just went to India to catch his daughter's wedding. Fortunately for him, when we took we took all the stores down simultaneously. So when you do that, you don't just randomly go in there, because they start calling each other in the morning. So, 2 p.m. we're taking them down. Bam, we hit them all at the same time. So that was just one network of convenience stores. But it was a long investigation, and it was awesome. We took down, millions and millions of dollars worth of networks throughout the entire country. And I was very, proud to have been the case agent on that, and worked with the Secret Service, because in that you actually, EBT cards are part of it. So people will get EBT cards, and they'll go into these stores, and those stores will, you're not supposed to be able to buy certain things with EBT cards, but they'll let you. You can't buy beer, but they'll let you. You know what I mean? So you'll spend a lot more for the beer, but you can use the government money to buy it. It's all crooked stuff. And then a lot of the EBT cards are given to drug dealers who were taking the EBT cards into this same network of store owners, and they were fencing the EBT cards. It's a huge thing. And, believe it or not, all the dope cases I worked and everything I worked, that was probably the most rewarding, aside from homicides that I was part of. But I'm talking about a long investigation. It was really cool, and I was the case agent. I had to put it all together. I had to communicate with, Secret Service, which handled, EBT, food stamps, or whatever you want to call it. and believe it or not, Secret Service handled them. And, you know, we did racketeering. So, you know, that's a federal charge, which RICO is you have to have 2 or more people conspiring together to commit a crime, which there was multiple people.
Yeah.
And we seized. So that guy, one of the store owners, went to his daughter's wedding, and I just found out that he's been gone for 8 years and was just able to get back because they lifted the warrants for him. He has not been back here for 8 years because he was stuck in India. You're welcome. So, sorry. That was boring.
No.
But I get it.
No. It's all good.
All right, y'all.
Brian says, there can be no way my new love, Detective John. Did you convert him?
I'm a little uncomfortable with that, buddy.
Did you convert him?
But I like you.
No, I think the 80s kid and Amy did.
All right. Did we convert you, man?
If I've been following it right.
Can I get
Well, this does not sound like a fake detective to me. No, you're not a fake detective. I can attest to that.
Who said I was a fake detective? Oh, please bring that. Come on.
No. The 80s kid said, well, this does not sound like a fake detective to me.
Oh, yeah. I'm a fake detective.
Yeah, I know.
I got a fake badge that I got at Walmart, and my uniforms are all fake, too. I got those at Walmart. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I got them at Walmart right there, like that, right there, like that. I got this at Walmart right there.
Well, and you got your whole family on the roost.
Security guard vest right here. This is my security guard vest. This is actually a traffic homicide vest that I had with my THI kit. I've had it for years, and it's pretty much pristine still. And they're really hard to get and keep that way, so I've always kept it. You know.
Yeah. That's cool.
But you know, there's a hey y'all. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm the most experienced cop and I know everything, because I don't. There's way more experienced people than me. Way more. I'm a peon.
Yeah.
But what I do have is a little bit of knowledge about the actual law and how the process, because I did take some pre-law. I was an aspiring attorney at one time till, I decided to impregnate my wife a little early, and things changed. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Things were hard. Life was hard. So I copped out. I mean, what do you want me to say? And then I get, why did you decide not to be a cop? Well, money. Things happen and you don't want to do that anymore. I got shot at 9 times. 9, all in one night, not 9 times differently, all in one night. But someone dumped 9 rounds at me. A round blew by my head and blew my rearview mirror off. Shot my tail ends out of my car. I could feel the rounds hitting off the bottom carriage of the car in South Street Projects in Daytona Beach. I was a little crazy. I was stupid crazy. I was by myself doing surveillance, waiting on a big doper to come in from Miami, and he wasn't supposed to show up when he showed up. Well, he showed up early. And I became a little overzealous, and I caught him, got the dope, but it pissed off a lot of people. Before I got out of there, they tried to kill me. So, that's still an open case. Never did catch the guy that dumped all those rounds at me, because he wasn't from Daytona. He was from Miami, supposedly somewhere. But anyway.
Hey, I'm just responding to this. And his bond amount. So Dago is trying to say that booking photo is his driver's license photo. I said, we showed the charges, the booking date, the release date, and the bond amount. But that's his driver's license.
Okay.
Yep.
He's saying that right now? Or that was the other day. He said that like last week. I remember that. He was saying that was fake. Some shit. You know, I don't care. You know, that guy is like yesterday's news.
He's just a total. He's such a
You
liar.
know, I will say this. He looked like a bobblehead yesterday, a short neck bobblehead.
I just worry. I worry about the people who are being scammed by him. You know,
Allegedly.
taken. Yes, allegedly.
We
Taken
don't.
for a ride. Everything I say is allegedly. But you know what? That word doesn't really protect you.
If they're voluntarily, you know, giving it to them, hey, what can I do? I can just educate them a little bit and tell them they're, you know, being silly. But hey, if it makes them feel good, I mean, whatever floats your boat. I just know that if that was my mother or grandmother, I'd be pretty pissed. Because you got one lady in there that's like, she throws down at least $500 a show.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And you know who you are, Rock. So whatever your name is. Close to it anyway.
Yeah.
That night what did I say during that show? Was that last night?
Yeah.
I'm like, Kelly, hit the record button because he's gonna delete this show afterwards.
Yeah, he did too.
We recorded it. We got it. And he's in there. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go to the skate center. Boom, 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 boom. He's like, yeah. He's like getting it on. He's like,
oh my god.
He's like, I'm like, so we're watching old Dago, and I tell everybody, hey guys, Dago's on right now. So they go on. We're watching, and I said, I promise you, I'm texting everybody. I'm going, watch this. I'm about to go on right now because he's got me blocked. So I'm about to go in right now, and I'm gonna say something to him. So I go in there, and I say, watch his face when this happens. And they're going, wait, hold on. Let me get this. I'm like, all right, I'll tell you when I send it. So I typed in there what I said, and I won't say what I said. Yeah, I will. I'll say, hey, you don't look too much like you're disabled to me. Boop. And he went from bump, 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 bump. He went from hero to 0 in 0.2 seconds. I ruined his night. Hey, what? Yeah, we're gonna show it more than likely. I don't know. I'm kind of over old Dago, but we'll see. If he spews my name, it says anything about me or this show, then I'm gonna go after him again with some serious facts. But I think we've done our diligence, and you know, I'm pretty sure that problem is going to take care of itself. But anyway, he went from hero to 0 in 0.2 seconds, and you can see his face, the color just went out of it. And then he starts explaining himself about his disability. Well, that's not. I got a pinched nerve in my neck and my low back. But that's not all I'm disabled for. I got this scar on the side of my head. And he starts trying to explain it. And I'm telling Kelly, I'm sending her, I'm like, look, you got to start recording this now because I promise you he's going to do what, Kelly? What did I say he's going to do?
Same thing he did last time.
What did I say he was going to do?
You said that he was going to shit his pants.
No, he was going to delete the show.
He did say that. Yeah. I'm just messing with you.
So I stay in there and I'm messing with him for a while and talking to him. You know, he's like, you know, he's like trying to blow it off. He's like trolls, you know, and saying all this stuff. Meanwhile, Kelly's recorded the whole show. And guess what? There is no show. I mean, this guy is about as easy to read as a tarot card. if you're that good at it.
Very
he's
obvious.
he's done.
Mhm.
But he tries to go out there and fake like he's got a little pep in his step every day. But he's deflated. He might actually have to go out and get a job. Because I'm just speculating, y'all. I mean, this is just my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was, this is purely hypothetical, but if I was his wife and I'm going to work every day and I come home and I see my hubby on a computer all day long,
yeah,
and that revenue's starting to go down a little bit, and I can't pay my internet bill, but you know what I can do? I can get multiple brand new tattoos all over my arms.
Yeah, what's up with that?
And I can actually be dumb enough to hold up my arms and brag about the brand new tattoo I just got, but I can't afford to pay my internet bill.
Yeah, and now he's having internet
priorities
trouble.
are a little bit screwed up. What do you think, Kelly?
I think they're way screwed up.
Yeah, I think they're a little screwed up. But we have all that on video too. This guy's just like the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
I've never seen such an idiot in my life. I really have not. Purely my opinion, of course. But I really, I've worked some cases, a lot, and fraud was, I hated working fraud because it was so damn much work. But this guy makes it so easy. It's like, man. And, I just TO'd some stuff. Oh, shouldn't say that. But we got some good stuff from some people that, Mr. Dago is not going to look good. Oh, he's got a lot to worry about.
Yes, he does.
So, and it shouldn't be his internet page or his YouTube page. But good luck to you, Dago. Joseph.
Yeah.
I had so much fun dealing with your lion butt.
Gig is up.
But anyway, any closing words? I've asked you that before. We just kept on going.
I know, it's okay.
Well, we're down to a whopping 160 now. But hey, that's more than old Dago had in a whole night. He had like 65.
Yes, I would.
We had like almost 400 in here at one time.
I know.
That's crazy.
It's awesome. I love it.
We can hold an audience. I appreciate each and every one of you guys and ladies and gentlemen. And we had some fun.
Before we go,
look, Truth Exposed. She's laughing again. No words. No words. I just get. Hey, emojis is all I get. Oh, wait. Red below. Let's see. 256. What is it now? It's 257. So a minute ago. Then he deleted. She said. Then he deleted the show, so we couldn't get copyright struck. So he couldn't get copyright struck because all that.
He's playing all that music.
Because all that music he was playing. I don't know. I was wondering how he's doing that. But
yeah.
Hey.
That's how he does it. He deletes them right away.
Hey, you think if we reposted it, we could get in copyright struck?
I don't think we could post it under his, though. I would like to say something, though, about the families and the kids, the Idaho 4. Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Monday marks the 1 year, and just keep those families and their friends and their communities in your hearts, in your prayers, your thoughts, however you do it, because I know they're going to need to feel a lot of love. It's going to be a tough day.
Well, it's hard to put words down. I can't imagine what they're feeling.
I can't.
But
and I'm worried.
Go ahead.
I'm worried they're going to be infiltrated by all these boots on the ground, like AR Hayes, crap like that.
I don't think
I
ARS
feel.
is gonna. I don't think ARS is gonna get an interview.
I don't think.
But
I don't
I
know
don't
if he
know
can
if
leave
he,
town.
if he tightens up those cornrows, he might. I don't know.
He might have an ankle monitor on him or something.
Well, I don't know. You think maybe if he got rid of the gold piercings and used silver, it wouldn't be as. He's got those. I mean, they're weird looking. They're like big hoops going in the.
Septum.
I don't know. They're weird looking. I almost look like I just picked my nose because I did that, didn't it? I didn't eat it. I didn't eat it. I promise.
Didn't eat it. No snacks.
Now we're
No
just
snacks
busting
before bed.
on the AR. And you know what's funny is AR had some kind of a diabetic event, and Dago tried to blame me for it.
He did. He
I
seriously
can't
did.
make this up, people. He tries to blame me because AR is in the hospital. I can't make it up. I hope AR, I
Too
hope you're
much.
okay. I wouldn't want you to be
Of
hurt
course,
or
we don't
sick
wish
or
anything
anyway.
on.
I think you're
Yeah.
fine. I heard you were fine. So said a prayer.
It's too
Oh,
funny.
and you asked if he's in Vegas. No, his girl's I don't know if she's a part of house cleaning or the hospitality. So I'm sure she's doing something in the hotel motel association there on Vegas Strip. So I'm not sure. I'm just guessing, but that's why he had that Vegas backdrop that night. So she's probably working at that hotel.
All right.
I know you're concerned that he was so close to you.
It's a little creepy.
All right, y'all.
I'm all over the place, so nobody can catch up to me.
All right, y'all. I got to go to bed.
No.
It's been real and it's been real fun. Truth exposed. J Lord.
All of you. Patty,
J
Diane,
Lord says she
Mindy.
fell asleep. I missed it. You mean you fell asleep? Come on now. I gotta spell check you. She feels asleep. Oh, she could feel asleep. Wake up, you're dreaming. But we had some fun.
11:13.
We had some fun. Amy Terry, she is here. Let's see. Truth exposed. Those rings are about as attractive as boogers hanging out.
Oh, gross.
Oh, you're not right, lady. So let's see. Layla said, John Dago is way too stupid for you. I'd have to agree with that.
Yeah.
All right. Guys, I gotta go to bed.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
All right. I don't love y'all.
Great night.
I like y'all, though. I like you. I'm not going to tell you I love you because it's just not there yet. I don't know where it's going to get me there. I have no idea. I guess Dago could teach me how to get some love. Or start feeling. Dago, I'm waiting on the manual from Dago, so I'll know how to love y'all. I'm sure it's got something to do with, the greenback somewhere. I'm not sure. But right now, I like you a lot. All right. Kelly, I'm glad you got to see me.
It was a great night. It was a great night. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you so much, y'all. It was a lot of fun. And to Kim, WSU Kim, I wish you the best in all honesty. I hope that.
Yeah, just leave it alone.
I hope that we made you think. And, to wrap it up, she said in her email that she has apologized to the families. And she basically felt bad for everything. She says that in her email. So I don't know if that was court ordered. I don't know. But according to her, she's made her peace and she just wants to be left alone. So Kim, I'll give you that.
I hope
And
you'll be left alone if you just.
hopefully we don't see or hear you. Now I know you've got several other names, and I know each and every one of them, just so you know, because I do know. And I do know that you were talking to Dago, and I knew, because people tell me things. So if you want to start attacking this team through Dago, and you feel like you want to do that, then be prepared, because I will unleash all that I know.
Yep.
So you do what you feel like you want to do, because right now I never have disliked you. I just disliked what you said. And I think that you had this ass whooping coming to you, for lack of a better term, and you should take it. And you should just go away.
Yeah.
Because what you did was despicable.
Yep.
And if you can put your head down at night and be at peace, I don't know how you can do that.
She doesn't have a conscience, then.
I don't know how you can do that. Now, if what you said was true and you actually have made peace with the family, then God bless you.
Yep.
All right. On that note, good night, everyone. Till next time. Peace out.